Wow. There we go. 1 minute left. Jason, Jake, ZP, Puckett, and DDK. I don't know who's actually on today, but that was what the fan art was. Yeah. They got a new one with Celeste for their buff enjoyers. The return of a very old team. Forget about Uber as well. Once every 20 weeks he's there.
What's up, everybody, and welcome
Jake,
back
DDK,
to Deadlock
and
Night Shift. It is our 43rd installment here on the broadcast, and we've got some incredible matches to cover today. I'm, of course, your host, Jake, and I'm joined by DDK and Jason Kaplan. Jason, how are you feeling right now?
You know, this last week has been really difficult. I have had a 39.9 degree fever in Celsius. That's like 104 degrees if you're in the weird units, American units.
In the weird units.
And I've been in the hospital during the week and went to the ER. Found out I have arthritis in my neck developing, which was great. They don't know what's wrong with me though in the fever. I still have it today. But you know what? I couldn't miss being here on the...
1 sec.
I'm expecting it. Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, I'm cutting it out. I'm cutting it out.
Come on, everyone. Come on.
We got stuff to get through. We'll sing Jason happy birthday later.
Okay.
We got to check out the format today. Obviously, if you watch the night shift, you know what to expect, but let's take a quick look at it nonetheless. Tell me what we're looking at here.
It's gonna be real interesting. The fact
Work
that
in progress.
well, we had drama last week, Jake and Dad, if you don't remember, with OC's posting basically after they lost that he's no longer on the team, as well as Hapix no longer on the team. Leviathan have to bounce back once again in this week, going up against Abrahams, where they really looked not strong, I would say, in the previous week. And honestly, I don't expect much different going into this week, but there's a name up there I'm seeing, Dan, that we haven't seen in a very long time.
Yes, buff enjoyers. How did they manage to, like, is there a time machine that they managed to access, or what's happened? So Loki W, there was like a branding issue, right? Something of that nature, and they've just rebranded back to buff enjoyers, which is kind of cool because I don't know. Loki W is
buff
a cool
enjoyers
name,
is Loki W.
Buff enjoyers is kind of legacy in Deadlock history, so I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see them coming right back in here at, you know, a legacy team from Deadlock's past. Of course, you know, showing a little bit of love here to the rebrand. I think Buff and George is a more iconic name, personally. I think it's a little more Deadlock. It's a little more unique. And for me, I'm definitely excited to see them play because they've been about as strong as this team has ever looked even back in the day of this roster's former glory playing under Buff Enjoyers.
And poor old Vrayek, the only one on the roster who have never played under the banner in the past. I mean, Cosmetical, I mean, let's be fair, you played under it once, but that's still one more time than Vrayek has ever done. But yeah, it's been interesting to see, man. This has been the team to beat not only in EU, but also internationally, North America. Thinking back to Night Shift Open just a few weeks ago, they have been unstoppable. And it's, I mean, in my eyes right now, it's up to Abrahams to be the one to dethrone them, because I don't expect much out of Leviathan today. Not to say the challenger match won't be exciting,
Leviathan
but I think
struggling
they're under such a big rebuilding path that it's going to take a bit for them to really come online against Abrahams. But then also the North America portion of the show, gentlemen. I mean, we got to see work in progress a few weeks ago. They're able to make it through into the finals match as well. Unfortunately, they did fall short against FPS Lounge, who were pretty much just giving us a complete repeat of the previous week in NA.
I mean, FPS Lounge is now a rebuilt team, right? Taking a lot of the best players off of floor, man. This team is looking terrifying right now. I mean, I'd argue that they're a major contender in North America, if not even the favorite.
Scary.
Obviously, Bird with Clock going to take them on in the challenger match, you see here on the format, and then on to face the winner. Will go on to face Melee Creeps in the final. But I think generally some quite exciting matches across the board. And what's up, Jason?
There's one thing that's really interesting about Melee Creeps is that Ranger has returned to his old position of coach, which means Melee Creep need a 6. And do you know who their 6 is going to be?
I actually didn't know. I saw them posting, you know, maybe like talking about who they're going to look at and tryouts. But do you know who they settled on?
Assuming this information is correct, which I'm pretty sure it is, it's going to be League. And I think that is disgusting. League and Do together is like a match made in heaven.
Oh my
God. That team with him on the roster now, I mean, I don't know if it's a stand-in or temporary sub or it is a trial. It's going to be disgusting for anything that has to go up against them.
I agree. I think it plays really well to this current patch of like how many characters you can have getting farmed and being key fighters. Like you want more and more players that are just like really strong in the deathmatch, really strong in their ability to carry fights. So it's going to be really exciting. We got great teams here across the show. I think both regions are going to be quite competitive. But of course, we got a little bit of housekeeping to do before we get into those key matches. Let's show a little bit of love to the Patreons. I mean, really, in the end, like we've been doing the show, we're 43 shows in, but honestly, I don't know that we'd be 10 shows in without our patrons, right? Like the people supporting us on Patreon have done incredible work, and we take. I'm the CFO,
I've only been
all
watching
this
for
money,
10.
we put it right back into the events, ensuring that hey, we can keep running the night shift here at the quality and consistency level that folks expect.
You do a phenomenal job, by the way. Just want to say, you don't get told that enough, Jake. You're doing a fantastic job when it comes to playing the CFO, running as the CFO within the company. But you know what I always like to do here? I always like to pull out a name, and I don't know how to actually say this one, but it's under the $25 Night Shift Manager of Pong equals N Pong. So Pong equals not Pong? I don't know. But thank you for your support.
Yeah, I don't know what the terminology means precisely. I'd imagine it's some math stuff or statistics stuff. I don't know, but. It's actually funny. I was looking at that name, but I'm going to go with Unreliable Novel because I realized recently that novels are actually a thing. They're not just
they exist. They're real.
They exist. They occupy the Arctic, seas or oceans, whatever, around Greenland, Iceland, Russia, Norway. That's where you can find them, and they look ridiculous. So that's kind of that's a fun one. Unreliable Novel is going to be my pull there.
I'm going to go with an unconventional pick. I'm going to go with Jessica Strasser down in the Night Shift Residence. You know, I'm a big believer in folks using their real name in the internet space. And so I appreciate a little bit of real name love, a little bit of a classic. No, you don't have to be tricky or fancy with it. Sometimes just bring in your own real self to the moment is what is called for. But thank you, of course, to all of our patrons, everyone supporting us, whether with Twitch subs, with YouTube memberships, or just watching the show week in, week out. It all makes a difference. It all comes together, ensuring that we can keep coming back and bringing Deadlock esports action to the people.
It's funny. I wanted to make fun of you for a second. There was talking about people using their real names. I was like, oh wait, you actually named yourself Jake, so it makes sense. And I'm like, I want to make fun of Dan because DDK, but I'm pretty sure DDK is his initials. So I'm like, okay, I can't make fun of him either.
Wait, all three of us basically are acolytes of the real name trend on the internet. I think, all right, guys, this is a controversial take. I think in the long run, maybe more people will do it. Like we'll treat an online space more like a real life space.
I mean, I used to have an alias, and then a certain AAA publisher out there forced me to change my name because they didn't like it. So I ended up with just my real name, which technically worked out, but in a world of Jay Kaplan's and esports, it doesn't work that well, to be fair.
All right, we also have some pretty interesting new changes to Deadlock, as is honestly a custom here on the night shift. You know, Deadlock's a very early game. There's going to be a lot of changes, but maybe we can take a quick look here at the patch notes and kind of get like an overview of what we're looking at here for this week's event.
I mean, Jake, to me, there's only two that really matter in my eyes. I'm gonna go at them right off the bat because I think they're the ones that we're all gonna land on. Silver, not being able to heal with tier 3 Lycan Curse anymore. I think that is huge, though. I've still been seeing Hoot running a lot in the low KW or now Buff Enjoyers matches, but also Holiday. I mean, I think somewhere out there ZP is like begged Yoshi for Holiday buffs because he's loved playing Holiday forever. And now everyone is playing Holiday. She's back in the mix, and I think it's going to shake up things quite a bit now.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Paradox was like the only pick hero for quite some time, and this could be a really fun way to spice up the meta. I think Holiday's a lot of fun to watch.
Benji 10 gifted. Thank you very much. Yeah, I totally agree. I actually think it's interesting. You raised ZP up there as a Holiday enjoyer, but I think he's undervaluing. Like some people are like, you know, for example, Deathy mentioned on his content that he thinks that S tier might be S+ tier broken. You know, that's where Deathy thinks it is, and I know ZP is not as bullish. Thinks that Calico, I think, is. If I'm representing his position clearly, he might be napping right now. I'm not sure if he can defend himself, but he was saying Calico he thinks is kind of being slept on a little bit in terms of the strength from this most recent patch. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think Deathy might be taking a little nap after going undefeated in a Sagem Slam that happened. I think it was just yesterday. I can't remember who he's paired with, but that's some crazy stuff. Also, like Graves got some slight change as well. Like the Jar of the Dead takes a little bit longer to actually get online to use, so it's slower. Greytown as well had like a 4% DPS nerf. I'm just reading from the notes myself. Bullet damage growth reduced as well. Rate of arrow cooldown increased because we were talking a lot last week about how quickly you could just get back in the air constantly, making it very difficult for anyone to take you down as GT anymore. But there's some really interesting changes, man, and I'm kind of happy to see it shake things up. But I'm also curious, at what point will we start to get more set in stone, like smaller changes? I don't know, I'm going set in stone, but like this is a small patch or a minor update, but it's a big enough update that it does change the meta and kind of take some heroes who were unplayable or unplayed, at least in the night shift, and to make them probably full pick ban the entire way through today.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's that balance of changes. It's like these are the sort of, you know, smaller to medium patches that keep things interesting, that keep things developing meta-wise while we wait for like the bigger content updates that obviously take the devs, you know, a lot more time to polish and prepare for the future. But I mean, my opinion, I think like the Urn, for instance, is in such a good state right now. I mean, maybe I'm like overly Pollyannish on this, but I think the Urn is super fun. Like playing around the control point idea of like, okay, you have to stay inside this circle is pretty unique in Deadlock, considering how much of the game is built around like using your movement, running away, evading all over the map. You know, I think it's kind of a lot of fun to be forced into that kind of a brawl. And here we can take a quick look at some of the patch notes. Yeah, I wonder if Apollo may like just make it over the line. I mean, Apollo was a really top tier hero before some big nerfs came in. What do you think about this, Nick?
Yeah, I think disengaging sigil is now kind of more true to the name because you can be really tricky with it. I think with Apollo, you know, some of the really strong stuff. Obviously, one of the things about Apollo was kind of just another amazing thing about his abilities that didn't get talked about maybe quite as much was the stun that he can get from the repose. That's still just as good. I think with the disengaging sigil changes, I think he's still like a very strong early game laner. So I actually think that we could definitely see Apollo coming back in. I think it's enough to kind of tip him over the edge to be relevant again, because again you can just really get, I think, good tempo out of him, and he's still very hard to kill, especially if you get the Dispel Magic online, so people can't just slowing hex you and stuff. I think he's going to be pretty solid.
I've seen some sick movement too with the sigil as well, Dan, that we might see today if we haven't been picked, similar to what you see with like Shiv right clicking or alt firing on a wall using the extra mobility. It's gonna be really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely some exciting notes here. Calico, we've mentioned, I think has gotten quite a bit better in terms of your ability to actually scale and snowball through the game. And, you know, definitely it has historically been a hero that competitive players have prioritized pretty heavily, right? Scouting utility, the ability to like open up some of those fights in the late game and actually manage to slip away. I think this has kind of been a little bit of a darling of our competitive players. Wouldn't be surprised to see her with just a few buffs, right? Kind of really be back in the mix. Finally, some scaling nerfs to Dormant Callbell. I think this skill was just doing too much damage for too little investment.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to really take Doorman out of the top tier, just maybe slow him down.
Interesting to see with the Grey talent changes how he's going to be used
as well is I think the Calico buffs are pretty extreme. I think we're going to see her. I would expect to see her like in every game. Yeah, just the tier 3 heal going up to 450 is kind of nuts. Like more damage, you know, from the ults. And also the the gloom bombs, you know, taking just a nice combo because upon impact you get the reduced melee resist, and so you obviously get the melee damage from the leaping slash. So Calico, I think we're going to see in every game already like a dangerous. Already kind of. I actually don't think she was underpowered. I think Calico was actually in kind of a good spot. We did even see her in some night shifts recently. So I think Calico stocks are going to be crazy. I think that's going to be the one to keep an eye on, as well as Holiday. I don't think the like you said,
I kept reading these changes, right, and not
Graves
knowing what half
I don't
it
think we're going to see Graves. Doorman, I think, is still going to be prioritized decently as well. I don't see that changing too much.
Mostly.
Yeah,
I now know,
pretty
and it all makes so much more sense.
And you know, a couple of nerfs probably maybe fully take her out of contention. GT getting some nerfs, but you know, I wonder if these are really enough. I feel like in the end, I really just like all these patches. They're going to be just enough.
When it says like, spirit scaling and bullet damage growth, that's just as you add items that could increase that.
So like the whole fact that you can like drop powder kegs at your feet so it doesn't move. I thought it's also really interesting. It makes it really easy, I believe, to hit some combos when you have like lassos, where previously you had to play some sort of like weird like jumping but hold backwards and then use the barrel to kind of make it collide with the person you're carrying.
Now you got to get your Celeste up
charges as well, but it also takes a lot longer for it to charge up. I thought was cool as well. There's a lot of change, like even the tier 3, the extra 100 damage and spirit scaling, and the charge time taken off of there. I mean, like there's like certain players out there that we saw play Holiday a ton that we're gonna probably see today. Looking at Sai in particular as one of those potential players when we get to the melee creep side. I mean, the thing is, I don't know if he wants to play that role within the team, but if you have LeBron on the team, you better give him the ball. And I feel like if you have Holiday this strong, you better give it to Saya, you know?
Mine went up 2% from my win today, so.
Pick for sure now. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say the other thing as well is the stomp stun. Having some extra interrupt is really, really nice. And I think it only affects Holiday. Yeah, it only triggers from Holiday, so your entire team can't just like chain stun someone. But still, I actually think that's a small amount of stun. But sometimes
it's
just
annoying. My lobby teams, no. When I play with Riley, because I'm carrying Riley up.
Yeah, Holiday looks pretty insane.
Yeah, some moderate changes around the board.
I don't care if I boost him because I'm having fun.
We'll see some of these changes really have
it's
impact.
Just annoying. Like he plays really well when someone's talking to him about what to do.
Slight nerfs across the board.
Not necessarily telling him what to do,
one of the bigger ones, with there being a much more significant downtime there.
Should try and avoid things like that.
Ultimate down to from 40 to 70 seconds. So if you get this Lycan Curse popped in a sort of a poking engagement, you're not really able to force a team fight off of it. There's going to be a much more real window to punish, more nerfs coming in to
it's
Victor.
Just the farming needs
Warden,
to improve slightly, I'd say.
Some pretty moderate buffs, especially
pretty much all I can say on Jamie's gameplay.
Buffs from every single point. I think a lot of people were just not taking any points in Last Stand and not really using the ability on Carry Warden. So we'll have to see if this actually changes the nature of the character or really moves the needle for him. I mean, they're already getting picked decently, and I don't know that this like something like the bullet fall is really going to change the narrative for Gun Carry Warden.
12.
I think Zerg is just licking his lips right now. He was already playing Warden before. One of the few people in EU we ever really saw play it and have success. And I think he's going to be happy to continue to play it, though. I mean, there's still a lot of other heroes he's been playing quite a bit of on his stream. If you guys have been paying attention, he's been playing and wanting to play a lot of 7, playing a lot of Viper. He's even started picking up GT just because GT still says is strong. Though don't necessarily think when you have Cosmetical on the team, you're going to want to see Zergy playing GT. But I think it's interesting to see what the adaptation is going to be come into this, because it's changes like this do change the meta quite heavily, and it changes priority. GT. And priority have been really set on things like Silver and Doorman and Pocket being like the top 3 you look for every single time.
You might see a few Wardens now.
All right, gentlemen, the stage is set. We have a little bit of an idea of what to expect coming in to this week's show with the metagame. But of course, it's all up to the teams to determine how they decide to play. What do they think the best strategies are? That's why you come to the night shift. Let's introduce our first competitor here in the EU Challenger match. This is Abrahams.
Just want to say, by the way, I come to the night shift to hang out with you guys, not to watch the best Deadlock, even though it is there. Just hang out with some pals, Maybe do some STS after the show, like we did in the lobby in Atlanta. That was some good times. But speaking of good times, man, this team here, Abrahams, you know, I'm to be fair, I'm happy to see them kind of not really jumping too quickly to make roster changes. Obviously, we did have a period of time, a long period of time, where D-Mob and Hoot are on the team, and I believe they wanted to go their own ways to explore opportunities in other teams, with D-Mob going over to North America and Hoot rejoining Low-Key W. But to me, it finally seems like this team wants to be the team to grind things out and not just give up because things aren't working out, because it has been a while since it has worked for them. But we're seeing, you know, Together flex back to some of the heroes he's become known for when it comes to Shiv, when it comes to Yamato. I think we've discussed quite a few times now that Arzo has really stepped into more of like the M1 for the team. Sonic, who kind of flicks out of that role, has been also doing a great job. Empty Dreams has picked up, like, the threat of his pocket is something you always have to respect, but he can flex into so many different heroes. And then we get to see Saint flex around. I think the question for me is TAS prepared to play Holiday today? Like, is there that much of an emphasis on Holiday, and our team's prepared enough to play Holiday that he's ready to pick it up? Because I don't think that's something you want to give up to the team if you have the opportunity to pick it.
Don't want to give it away.
I got a lot of faith in TAS. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't doubt this guy. I mean, he's been one of the best for a long time. I feel like, you know, maybe Abraham's success hasn't been quite as peak as it was during their, you know, reign of terror over the Night Shift in EU. But I'm honestly excited. I think it'll be good for TAS to have more hero versatility that he can bring out in his role.
Yeah, I think these guys are also. I mean, this is one of the cool things about Deadlock at this point. All these guys are so practiced on everything because they've been through so many different meta cycles that I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. I think honestly the Holiday changes make Holiday feel a lot easier. I was playing it recently and it felt just a lot easier than it used to. Even shooting the barrels and everything, it's just a lot easier because of the way that they arc and everything like that. So I would expect to see it. I'm curious. I don't think we didn't talk about it. Maybe we'll talk about it later. But I'm curious if we'll see Paige today. Probably not. There was some slight buffs there, but I don't think it's enough. But either way.
All right. Well, that's the first team here in the Challenger match. Let's take a look at their opposition. This is Leviathan, coming off the back of a little bit of drama last week. You know, already making some kicks, cutting players, changing things around. It is a very new roster in terms of, you know, this being almost a complete rebuild of what was Leviathan. But how do you see these guys stacking up with Sai and Bobby now on the team?
You know, I'm not afraid to jump on this grenade here. I wonder how much. So I'm gonna preface this with what OC said, that there was too many big egos in the team, and it made it hard for him to play his own game because everyone wants to be a star on the team. And again, this is from just what he said. This isn't for me, you know, exploring and seeing if any of this is true. And he also did talk about how Sai was a big playmaker for him in particular, because Sai was helping him set up positionings. He would scout out spots so OCs would know where to be able to stand and know where he could play from to have the effect that OCs would have, which was a phenomenal effect. I don't think any of us can understate how much of an impact he would have when OCs was playing like we know he can. But with Sai joining the team, I'm curious, are they gonna like kind of let those egos go aside? If you're bringing Sai on the team, why didn't they bring OCs back, or have the bonds between them being completely severed? I think they're still going to struggle because I think it's too big of changes to make. Like, who's going to fill OC's position on this team? Like, how do you fill OC's position? I think we've all agreed that OC's, if he's not top 3, or sorry, if he's not top 1, he's like top 2 M1 carries in EU, 100%. Even NA players are talking about him being one of the most dominating M1 players we have in the game in its entirety. So with him gone, you have to have a big playmaker step up, which maybe could be D-Mov. Vercom, we haven't seen enough of in Night Shift to really judge how effective he's going to be. Bobi, we've seen a lot in the past, but I feel like Bobi's also had mixed results because of having to play different positions within Abrahams and within, I believe it was Fearless Furies before that. So I don't really know how this team's going to do. And at the same time, it's Bobi knows, Vercom knows he's not going to be playing when it's not Night Shift. It's going to be ABL. So how do you practice with a 7-man squad when you're substituting such a big player in and out of the team? So I don't know. This is going to be, I think, a good testing ground, I guess I can say, for them, Dan.
Yeah, there's like a lot of pressure in particular for that. Losing OCs maybe falls on Bobi. We'll see how they decided to do it, because obviously all of these players have done a lot, and they are in a position where maybe they'll just have to show us something that is a complete switch up in roles, and we'll just have to kind of take it as it comes in this challenger match, which is just the best of one. So I mean, at least they don't have much in the way of expectations, I'm certain, going into this.
As you guys said, I mean, a little bit of an experimental feel to this Leviathan roster, but in my view, the strength of the players on this team is pretty unimpeachable. I mean, these are really, really top tier players across the board. I think both Bobby and Sai have really impressed me personally. So I feel like there's always the chance, even though Abrahams are a very established team, they're very stable. You got to consider them, you know, the heads up favorite here as we go into the draft. I do think there's always that chance for players, and especially in a best of one, to just have big games. And you know, the players on Leviathan are absolutely capable of it. We'll have to see, of course, how it breaks down. And the draft might be a key place where Abrahams, you'd think, might have an advantage given their experience, their pedigree as a roster.
What was I thinking? I gotta go back and look at last week because there's something that stood out to me last week in these matches, but for some reason I cannot remember because we had two like crazy different comps. I think you and I were casting that last week, Jake, if I'm not mistaken. And we were talking about how it was so weird. We had, can't be right, was it 7 Mina?
Yeah, it's a 7 played, yeah. The
7 Mina, McGinnis, Victor, Paradox, Silver versus Abrams, Doorman, Viscous, Venator, Mirage, Calico. Like some really weird stuff. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago I'm thinking of. I feel like Leviathan almost need to pull something tricky like that out if they want to win. I mean, I think they do have the possibility to win because, like you said, it is the best of one. But I don't think you can play a standard game against Abrahams and beat them right now, or at least I would assume you can't.
Beefy Billy.
I would still expect to see Silver because the changes make her maybe a little bit weaker late game, but I think ultimately she's still just as strong. So I'm kind of surprised that we get a Billy to open things up here. I mean, that seems very shocking. I feel like you're already giving Abrahams the tempo in the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the nerfs to Silver though, like they keep hitting and like slowly they pile up. I do think Silver is still strong, but it's definitely a statement that Leviathan don't take her first. Abrahams though, I mean, they're gonna feel great about these top two. Silver plus Holiday being kind of the hero of the moment. It's gonna be great to see what I assume Taz can pull out on the Holiday. I mean, he was one of the OGs on this hero.
I mean, I can kind of get the Billy. I think it was 2 weeks ago we had Leviathan. They played specifically for urn control, like the comp they had, and Abrahams wasn't playing for urn control, and Abrahams stopped contesting the urn, and Leviathan were getting free caps on it. But eventually Abrahams just kind of overpowered them when it came down later. It could be the other way around. Again, I'm on like a crazy fever. So, but I understand what they're doing here. Like the Ram, Billy, and Abrahams together, that gives you a lot of control for urn, 100% for Leviathan. If that's their game plan, if they keep building around that, that does give them a lot of, I would say, potential in this game for sure.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I mean, Calico surely will appear, wouldn't you imagine? I feel like Calico looks really nice with these recent changes. We've already got the Holiday in, so I'm happy. But Viscous, we've seen that that's a buff enjoyer, so I have to get used to not saying OCW. That's something that they really brought into the meta, just very, very strong, especially around these objectives. Should be very helpful in disrupting Abrams and Billy as well. But
gotta be Bebop coming through for Leviathan now with Paradox being banned out. It's like your last pick hero, and overseas is one of the best.
It's
in EU
a hard.
For sure.
I always feel like maybe I'm crazy about this, but maybe like enough item buys can deal with it. But I think Bebop can be kind of hard against Holiday, where you're so easy to hit with the lasso when you go up for your hooks, and Holiday in opposition is like so incredibly hard to hit with hooks while she's, you know, flying around the map, hitting all these crazy airstrafes and everything. Maybe you're forced to, but Abrahams, I mean, they are setting up with a crazy level of burst. Like this Viscous hero right now does pretty serious damage with the splatter, especially if he's going that semi-support splatter build. Really effective damage, has some great saves, and Abrahams have incredible like ganking power with these first four.
So just to quickly jump back to Bebop, I didn't even think about necessarily when it comes to the lasso or barrels versus the Bebop. I was more thinking if they want to go for urn control, a hyper beam sitting back can give you that control easily. But I've seen the Silver Calico. We saw I would say maybe like 7 night shifts ago, and it was insanely dirty because Silver built Phantom Strike, Calico had Arctic Blast, and if you ever got caught by like Phantom Strike and Ebola, you wouldn't be able to move because of Ebola, but then you wouldn't be able to move because of Arctic Blast, and you were just dead. And we saw this happen multiple times where the two players on Silver Calico would just straight up assassinate someone, which is very likely to happen to Wraith if she ever does get caught out.
Huge fan of this Infernus pick, actually. I think Infernus, both Infernus and Wraith have been kind of underpicked carries. I do like Wraith in that, like, hey, this hard lockdown for somebody like Holiday, or really anyone on the Abrams draft so far, is going to be super useful. But Infernus is great in these big grouped up team fights, dealing with like a heavy frontliner setup like Leviathan have drafted.
Yeah, and in theory, guys should also be helpful with that, with the ability to brawl. to do the live swap and so on. I think it is interesting, you know, especially because I think Silver makes up so much for having a slightly weaker front line, because you get so much space off of the Lycan curse, and even frontliners don't want to fight against you. So Vindicta, okay, was it just Vindicta's scaling on her assassinate that was buffed? Did anything else change?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so. I also don't think that buff really changes much at this level of play, where, you know, I don't know how realistic it is for the Vindicta to do meaningful damage in late game when there's so many like ganking threats that just insta-kill you. But Leviathan, they definitely want to push the tempo with this pick, and maybe they need something to just fight for the early game, right? They have this crazy tank brawler setup, but I feel like Abraham's mobility between lanes in the early game is going to be very hard to play against.
I'm hoping for an Echo Shard tether. Like Echo Shard stake, honestly, out of Vindicta. I think the one way you dismantle Abrahams and what they're trying to do is the control that you can provide. Chain gang to lock them down, sleep. Oh my god, I forgot the name of Rem Ultimate. Nap time. Thank you. And then, of course, like tethers coming through the stakes. I think that can be a really good way to dislodge that burst damage that they're looking for to probably kill that Wraith.
All right, you guys, the stakes are set. The draft is done. It's time, of course, to get into the action. So I'm going to send it off. Dan, Jason, take it away.
Okay, well, this will be very interesting. Very, very different drafts. I guess
perfect timing.
And you know, you got the very heavy front line. Not as much utility, like you said, Jason. When you said the Echo Shard, that made so much sense because they don't really have much in the way of lockdown or just control in general, or CC in these fights. So that does seem to be somewhat of a weakness for Leviathan. Abrahams do seem to have, I feel like, a much more versatile roster. The only thing I would say is that is Calico a little bit worse against the heavy frontline comp, because Calico's one of her strengths is being the assassin, where she can burst down smaller HP targets, but most of these targets are really chunky, and you got the Rem that can kind of just do the tag along to heal or evade that burst damage as well.
Well, I'm gonna touch that point in a second. Just to quickly point out, we are having some lane swaps come through, so Infernus and Viscus can be having to the right hand side, swapping with Calico and Geist. But the note about Calico thing is, I don't expect Sonya to even jump into the front line out of a Leviathan. I expect him to actually hover around in Ava form, sit around towards the back lines, and specifically just look for those like easy burst targets that he can get. If it's Sai, if it's Vercom, whoever it's going to be, maybe even D-Mob. I don't think he wants to engage on the front hand side and use the mobility that, you know, Calico has to look for those assassinates. I think what I'm mostly curious about is how are Sonya and Together going to play around each other, if so? Or are they also going to just look for Tass to be the one to, I mean, catch anyone with a lasso, and he could probably burst it down with the amount of damage they have on their team.
It's going to be interesting to see. I think you're right. Vercom definitely a very high priority target to make, just like disrupt the positioning in these fights. If you're a Wraith player, you know, especially in the mid to late game when you're a bit more activated in terms of damage, you're looking for really solid positioning, and off of that positioning, you know, you get basically maximum uptime in your DPS throughout the fight. But the position is really important to achieve that. And so, yeah, I agree. I think Sonya Sniper is going to be looking out specifically to counter that, to make sure that Vercom cannot get so much damage output in these bigger fights later on. But in terms of the early game, Jason, which we've yet to discuss, you know, what do we think this is going? I mean, Leviathan definitely have a nice early game, but Abraham's as well. Lots of burst spirit damage to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, for me, and I could be completely wrong in this, but I don't really rate Geist that strong early game, even necessarily like close to like the late stages of early game either. I feel like you need regen to come online before you have the sustain. You need Berserker as well before you can really start to amp up the damage here. You need to have a lot of like key items before you do have the power to actually push and bully people in some of these fights, as they do not want to let Vercom get away here. The chase is still happening out Together, trying to go for the catch onto him. And he's still connecting shots here as well. He's just not able to connect his one on towards him, but he's also being baited extremely deep here. And don't tell me he's able to pop a double kill. Wait, what is happening?
Well, that's a fantastically timed parry. That's certainly going to create problems. Quick barrel as well will certainly send the wolf away. I do agree with Jake. I think Infernus is still really, really nice. The Flame Dash, really nice for control, and these heavy front lines. as well. You know, you can just I mean, you can apply a lot of effects onto them if you're looking to go that way with the build. I don't think we necessarily will, but in general, like that sustained damage, it's very nice. It's hard to catch the Infernus, especially when you get Dispel Magic and Warpstone online. You know, it suddenly becomes extraordinarily difficult, especially if there is the you know, you've itemized correctly with getting, you know, I think, what was it, like usually 1 in the afterburn, then you go straight for 3 flame dash, and you get the rapid recharge in there, and suddenly you can just always be sprinting at 100 miles an hour. So I think that will be quite annoying.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for a lot of people, I think, to be annoying in this game. Looking at you, Sonya Sniper, Empty Dreams, and even the other side, like for Bobby, Sai, maybe even Demov in here. And I actually did want to point this out. We didn't really touch on who's on who necessarily on the Leviathan side, because I saw Shiv. In my head, I'm like, okay, that's Freemok. I mean, Freakmok has to play Shiv or he has to play Silver. That's like the 2 heroes he's ever going to play. He's on Abrams. They've actually given Shiv over to Bobby, which I don't know if that's just because it's a hero that Bobby's going to be comfortable on. Obviously, Freemok can play Abrams. I played with him on Abrams, funny enough, playing with Listic one time. But it doesn't, to me, scream as a comfort hero as much as a Shiv does. So this is already making me worry slightly for the side of Leviathan. But also, you got Demov, like one of the best players in Europe, playing Rem, playing a support. Are you that confident on everyone else's positions right now that you're like, okay, no, like we got to put you as support?
Hey man, you know, it's Demov. Maybe he's going to show us some pretty interesting stuff with Rem. Obviously, though, you just have to look at the composition, and he's going to have to be, you know, heal maxing. Honestly, that's just where you're going to get the most value out of this. There's a lot of, I think Bobby's performance is going to be really important as well on the Shiv. You need that damage output that Shiv can provide in these fights, and because they're such a tanky roster, it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle everything other than the objective game, Jason, because that's where you'd expect them to be a little bit weaker. The pick comp here for Abrahams is much better, and as we get out of this early laning phase, as we can see Taz right now on the holiday, that's when I would expect there to be the most danger for Leviathan once the roaming starts.
Oh, for sure. And we're going to see some crazy lasses being hit by Taz as well. So we're going to have a lot of kills come through for Abrahams. They do support a 6k lead 6 minutes in. And Sai's not looking too healthy here on this side. He's looking for the snipe. The assassin in the sky is not going to connect. The Seismic Impact lands, though. They buy him time, but he still falls either way to Saint, who's going to be on the Viscous. As Freemok does clean up Empty Dreams, but I was going to say, I don't imagine that Saint's going to be caught, though he's looking worse for wear here. Trying to use that bootlet to the best, but he misses the puddle punch, and it costs him his life. Freemok picks up 2 kills and closes that gap down to 3k.
All right. Abrahams with a slight lead, not too much to worry about at this time in the game, though, of course. But it's like they've already committed into this kill onto Freemok. Got to be careful. I mean, Freemok actually going to survive that. I mean, if any other hero other than Abrams, I'm sure would have not survived that. But it's Abrams. However, you're leaving a naked tower, so this Guardian is going to be under some heavy hits here. I would expect they might even be able to take it down. It doesn't look like there's anybody to stop that. And also in middle as well, the Leviathan mid Guardian also very low. So that in terms of the early game tempo, as you'd expect, Abrahams are looking to be taking some early wins.
I mean, like we were saying before too, right? That means Task can be freed up. That means someone can head over to the left lane to continue to get some solo farm. Task can leave off the mid lane to start ganking some of these lanes as well. I mean, together already at 6.3k on silver. I mean, obviously he hasn't reached the point where the nerfs are going to matter necessarily towards him since it's so early on in the game. But with things getting close to being, well, not even close to being tied up here at like 1-to-1, it's more like a 7k difference now. And together is, I mean, a big portion of that. I mean, who's really behind on the team right now? It's Tass at 5.6, but you don't really need his damage necessarily. You just need those lassos and the disruption from the barrels to connect.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, invade coming in there as well from Abrahams, trying to press that advantage a little bit. Might not be able to get the Sinners. I mean, they're still trying to get that pressure in there. They might, yeah, looks like they should be in a good spot to steal it away. Still maintaining this ground, although there is a counterplay coming on through. Freemok finding the opportunity. Quick barrel getting sent forwards. Where's the assist here, though, for Freemok? Looks like Freemok is going to have to back away, but they at least protected the Sinners.
Smart to do. I was actually trying to see if Demov has invaded to look for any takes on his side, maybe trying to contest the doubles on the right-hand side, but Not sure which direction it did go. We'll have a little constant threat of a seismic impact coming down. A little sound bug there happening. But as the Sinners, I mean, are up and have been up for about 50 seconds. We still see quite a few left on the side of both teams, to be honest. I think TAS is going to be stealing one here. As we're hitting pretty much an all-even point, we're getting close to the first set of buffs, but more importantly, that first urn. And I think this is where, if you're Leviathan, you kind of almost need to get this urn. Like for me, their comp is more organized around taking urns. Abraham's, I think they could afford to fight it, but I feel like Leviathan are banking the fact of getting these. And if you can't get them, then it feels like, why make the comp this way?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you know, there's only a 2k difference. We've got the bridge buff spawning momentarily, so both teams trying to get that pressure to get the wave priority working in their favor. Abraham's very, very solid push on the left side, but they're looking to get ganked here by Leviathan. Got that set up. Are they going to be able to lock these players down? Looks like the flame dash is going to be enough to escape that trap. And in the meantime, we do have a lot of pressure here on this right side Guardian. But again, buffs coming up in 5 seconds, and we'll see if the Leviathan will capture both. They got positioning on the left side and also the right side.
Geist is more
and got the free mark, and they got survival to oversee. So a really strong take here. And with these buffs up and with the urn spawning in 2 minutes of time, like this is like the perfect setup for them to make sure to get those extra souls coming their way. They need to be careful not to lose anyone as D-Mob potentially getting caught here. Transform not ready with the Lycan Curse. I think missing a shot or two, so together couldn't actually transform, but he's still on 9.7k, man. This is, if you're D-Mob, man, you're scared of him. He's like 2k ahead of you at this point. Oh, and there's a good little interrupt there by the straight up blade too. Stop Sonya from getting inside those grates into those little tunnels.
All right, so 1:20 from the urn, and so that's going to be, I think, a very interesting moment, because well, just hold that thought for a second. We do have this engagement here on the left side, and that left side Guardian is up for Abraham's. Leviathan looking to win the battles here, to maybe get that pressure on, see if they can deal with that Guardian and get some, even it up, because they still have the mid Guardian as well to deal with. They would love to do this before the urn spawns. Really important to be able to control the urn, having these Guardians, sideline Guardians down. So big priority, big emphasis, and they can't quite seem to do it though, because the defense from Abraham's is going to send them backwards. So I feel like that's definitely a win for Abraham's, denying that Guardian take.
I don't want to call him out, but I feel like I have to come out because TAS just whiffed that lasso onto Bobby. And I'm only bringing that up because we talked up TAS so much, but also because, I mean, urn spawning soon, that would have been a perfect time to get a kill as well, especially onto like a high value player like Bobby's going to be on the Shiv. A little bit of a take two here. The barrel connects mid-air onto Sai. I don't think they're gonna have the oh my god, if that connected, maybe they have the damage to finish him off, but they get him low, and the urn spawn in 10 seconds time. So this is like the perfect opportunity now for Abraham's to get this initial control, but I think Arzo might be overrun on this right hand side. Ends up getting the kill onto Vercom with the soul exchange, and maybe a kill onto Overseas as well. No way.
Oh wow, just the parry timing there, that's what it was all about. And looks good. Looks very, very good indeed for Overseas. Getting chased down still. The movement though, rising ram. Some wall jump shenanigans. Able to maybe try to double back here, but the prediction, that's a really nice play there from Saint. Read the double back, and looks like he's going to be able to finish this one off there. Staying in midair, but you can only stay away from this for so long, but surely not. Indeed, it will be Overseas falling in that battle. And in the meantime, finally, the Guardian on the left side is going to get pressured as the urn's being collected and is making its way across the mid-map at this point. Lots of kills happening all over the place here, Jason, and it looks pretty good for Leviathan. But there are 2 players on Abraham's side ready to defend the urn.
Yeah, and I mean, they're still going to be down 2-3 players. Overseas going to be respawning back on in. I don't think they're going to look for the dunk anytime soon. But while this is happening, Bobby obviously getting the Guardian on the left-hand side is a big win for them for sure. Keeps things within 4k. And Abraham's are definitely setting up players here to make sure to defend while letting Arzo farm at the same time. The counter to that, though, for Leviathan is you need to be letting Vercom farm. And they've got 3 players on this left-hand lane, farming up jungle, farming up waves. So the economy game, the macro game out of Leviathan doesn't feel too strong right now with the way things are kind of set up.
Yeah, really important. Fantastic stuff so far from Abraham's, as we will see, Vercom, as you mentioned, maybe getting a little bit starved out, and that's something that they do need to really remedy, because otherwise, you know, when you get to that mid-late game, Wraith is just not going to be much of a factor, and that is kind of one of the win conditions for your team. And might be contested once again. Maybe another time here for Leviathan. Abrahams don't seem too much concerned with the urn themselves. And they are pressuring that right side lane. That has attracted the attention of 3 players from Leviathan for a gank on the right side. And the Calico might be in trouble.
Furnace might be here. Might be there in time as well. And oh my god, the movement is looking pretty good so far for Sonya. Eventually he will fall. The backup wasn't there in time, but they did at least capitalize on 2 kills themselves. So they trade out, I mean, 2 for 2. Not the worst case scenarios. Now they earn finally the hands of Abrahams for the very first time here. When it comes to ultimates, I mean, I think chain gang something you have to respect still quite a bit when it gets down to locking down the urn. And maybe, you know, I think there's a role, Dan, honestly, where we just don't see the first urn actually being turned in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think the sense of urgency isn't as much, because the first urn, one of the problems with first urn is that if the other team decides to trade that for Walker, that's actually, I think, a better trade for them a lot of the time. And so there's not always the urgency that you see. But there is going to be a turn in here, and there's not really the positioning for a Walker trade off of this. So you kind of need to go for a challenge, lest you give this one away from free. We'll see that that's actually going to be happening here, as we will see both teams converging on this point. And of course, Abrahams, now they've already got 99%. They just need to push Leviathan out of this one. 3 players in the circle, though. So it's looking pretty good right now for Abrahams still on the HP and in general the positioning. A lot of ultimates left at the disposal of Abrahams as well, as they continue to fight over this one. Still looking quite good on this position. Generally good control. The concussive combustion, looking to set up some extra kills. We've got the Lycan Curse coming out as well together, looking to be absolutely indomitable in this position, locking them down, getting insane amounts of value out of this silver Lycan Curse, and that's going to force everybody out. 2 players though still left in the circle, and I think right now Abrahams, they've got enough here. The entire team is still standing strong here, and everyone sacrificed from Leviathan in the attempt to defend this, but they will fail, unfortunately for them. And
Abrahams
in the meantime,
with the urn.
Abrahams have been pressuring a Walker, but they didn't get the full trade they were looking for.
Yeah, there was something we saw there that hopefully we get a replay of when we have a moment. It was exactly what Sonya Sniper did that we kind of predicted. You were asking about, you know, if you're Sonya here, if you're Calico and you're having to fight against this beefy front line, like, can you realistically kill them? Well, that's actually a very smart use of the teleport there to get the shield and the parry on top of that. Ours gets saved by the cube, but he actually goes to the assassinate on the side before that fight really kicked off over on the urn turn-in. And I think that was really well choreographed by Abrahams, because with that initial kill, with the tether now gone, the shred now gone, and the damage from range out of sight, I think it was a very easy fight for Abrahams to win. And while that was happening, ours was also pushing the left-hand side against Vercom, and he wasn't really worried about Vercom either. He was getting that Walker down to half HP. So a really big win out of Abrahams, just pretty much playing their comp out perfectly and letting Sonya just do work from the back lines.
Very good look. Very good look indeed from Abrahams. You know, we talked about how you would imagine that Leviathan may have the edge in some of the objective fights, because it's hard to make an argument that they would have any edge in the sort of the roam game, the invade game as much. And it's just not really panned out that way. And I do have to say, I think last week as well, we had some similar compositions which were more frontline heavy and maybe lacking in some of the pick or burst capacity that we see in a roster like Leviathan right now. And I think that heavy frontline composition didn't tend to kind of work out as well. You know, Buff and Joy showed that to be the case. We'll see if they will play something similar to Leviathan, or rather, sorry, Abrahams, when they play later. But this is starting to be a deficit that's going to start to hurt, I think, on the stat check category, Jason.
And also, I mean, we're 20 kills to 10, so they've already like doubled the amount of kills, a 10k lead. They won the first
I've been talking to myself.
They're looking much tougher when it comes to these team fights, at least what we saw before. And it was essentially a 5v5, right? It was Geist and Wraith not there.
I muted because I was talking to myself.
The assassination that happens, they get a lasso, they just dive completely in towards the back lines on side. Actually, this wasn't even the urn. This was something that happened earlier on with that 2-on-2 fight, that trade that we saw. You can see like the Shiv and the Vindictor just being dominated here with the lasso out of
task. Get from the shots?
Maybe we'll have also a replay of that. I thought that was going to be the one I was talking before with Sonya, but I know people in chat were asking if we can see a replay of that, and you can see what happened in the exchange with that Walker.
Yeah.
Well, going for another urn turn in here. And Abraham's, they've got so many good tools. I think, honestly, it kind of seems like to me, you don't want to allow Silver to get picked up by the other team if you're going for this heavier frontline comp. I feel like Silver, getting just yet though, not liking the positioning. And in the meantime, look at this.
Might be a little bit too deep. The Gloom Bomb's not going to quite connect. And he's actually being left alone here. And Bobby, who's also the one helped, decides, okay, well, I need to save myself. And Sai's just trying to buy time, who will fall. But I mean, for a Walker, and he got 2 kills, that's worth it, man.
Yeah, cleaned up the deficit quite nicely, but gonna be able to survive the Lycan Curse now as well. Looking to try to get out of there overseas, doing everything possible. And with the tag along, looks to be in good shape. And that's what we were talking about. This is the scenario macro-wise where if the urn is being deposited by a team, you can try to decide to sneakily see if you can pick up a Walker. And that's exactly what Leviathan were able to do. They were 10k plus souls behind, and now they've recovered some of that difference, looking more competitive now. But as you said, Jason, generally the kills are still going the way of Abraham's, and it doesn't really seem like that story has changed at all just yet.
Oh, we have the oh no. This has Arctic Blast too. I mean, you just see from one quick combo, the leaping slash side down to close to half HP, and just the threat of this wandering cat is just so deadly. But here we go. We actually see the stake come on through here, massively got a side to make it so Tass can't get away here. I believe that's what that was, being thrown down. And that's what I was kind of talking about before, that if Sai wants to counter out on Tass, he has to hit some amazing tethers. And I think he guaranteed saved his life because of that landing. Really well played here out of Sai in particular, even though Tass hit the lasso. And the response walker on the right-hand side has been achieved here out of Abraham's.
Yeah, really dangerous too, because I think we saw also the chain gang come out as a combo off of the stake. And so, I mean, that's it. That's the CC. That's all of the lockdown you really need to worry about if you're Abraham's. But looking to go for the engagement here over the urn turning spot. The urn has been dropped on the ground. It's going to make its way back to its original spot, but the team fight is going to continue here as it's actually Abrahams who are chasing this one down. Lycan Curse is going to be ready very, very shortly. So, I mean, looks like Leviathan, they don't want anything to do with this one. Now there it is, Lycan Curse activated. Health is diminishing rapidly, though, here for the Wolf. It's very problematic, and there it is, the snipe from Sai. The assassination. 2 players down from Leviathan, though, in the midst of all of this, for the kill into together. And there goes Viscous as well. Saint is out of the picture for Abrahams. 2 for 2 right now, and very weak players for Abrahams. They don't want to continue necessarily taking this fight. Got to be very cautious. Everybody on both sides looking to try to disengage, as there is a little chase coming in from Leviathan from some of the healthier players. It doesn't look like there's going to be any more conversions here. Very interesting, Jason. After that fight, where do you think things are in the game state?
I don't know. That actually surprised me, considering they had overseas caught really deep. I was honestly amazed to see Sai be able to bounce things back and keep it a 2 for 2. I for sure thought that would be going the way of Abraham's with almost no contest. So I got to Leviathan credit in particular in that fight, and I thought Abraham's would be a lot stronger. You saw Sonya, he hit every Gloom Bomb on Sai. He saved his Leaping Slash when Sai would just fly away, and he still caught back up to him, but he didn't have as much damage as he was hoping for at that point. And now we're pushing into the next urn deposit. They're in drop off here, so it actually does get dislodged from Bobby's hands, but eventually it gets dunked on in. And you can see Leviathan gonna have more people on the point here, getting the early 99% built up right off the bat. And no one's there to contest it of Abraham's. They let this one go for free, and Leviathan get an urn that they desperately needed.
And there we go, once again, concussive combustion for the setup piece. And a couple kills there onto Leviathan. And this is not a good look. Leviathan, they don't have a lot of control on that left side lane, and that Walker looks like it could be vulnerable, but instead it's the mid boss. The more important objective. This is the moment. 23 minutes in. 6 versus 4. Leviathan, they've got some hard choices to make here. Not looking like they want to go in for this one. No steals attempted, I don't think. Although we do have overseas. He's pretty close, but looks like he's going to not really look to contest this after all. But this is a problem, Jason. 3 Rejuve crystals going clean to Abraham's.
Yeah, at least Verkon does make something out of this one, right? He does take the mid walker. So now up 2 to 1 so far. But you're still gonna obviously, not want to let those Rejuves go for free. And consider now they're going to be on the back foot for a majority of the time. Until this Rejuve does fade off, they need to start focusing on taking their own jungle, which you can already see them on the minimap heading towards. You have currently Freemok. I'd say slightly overextended, but he's not too much pressure right now because he's very, very tanky. Like 3 full bars of health. Plus has the support of Vindicta and a Shiv nearby if needed. A smart take. And the thing is, if you're to name any team out there who would go for these like risky or these like weird timing, I mean, it wasn't necessarily that weird of a timing on a mid boss. It's definitely going to be Abraham's. That's something you always have to respect when it comes to them being on the field. But yeah, it's up to Abraham's now. What can they do? Are they going to look to take a walker? Are they going to look to take team fights? Or are they going to actually do with this rejuve?
It's hard to imagine that they're not going to be able to find ways to create opportunities here, because they've been the ones that have largely been able to initiate in this game, and we talked about that's one of the strengths they have in their composition. So they're well set up to maximize this, and with the urn now on the map, I mean, Leviathan, they've been doing a good job staying ahead in walkers. We haven't talked too much about the macro successes they've had there, but they're only an advantage one walker. They're going to lose an urn here, not looking to challenge for it. And then the next thing that you'd imagine is that we might see a siege on one of the walkers. I would imagine you'd want to prioritize of the two walkers the mid walker, as it has more value generally positionally. And if you're going to leave a last walker alive, you'd probably want to leave that to a side walker that's already weakened. So the mid walker makes the most sense as the next challenge, and that might also be where Leviathan look to hold their ground here, Jason, because most of the jungle is also kind of cleaned up on their side of the map as well.
Also, big thank you to Krasaka for the 5 gifted subs in the chat. Appreciate you. And good luck to everyone that got one of those. Yeah, honestly, I mean, looking at how this game's been playing out, it almost felt like just a soul exchange that they were looking for Abraham's. Let's take rejuve, let's get a free urn, let's get some free farm, and let's just kind of buffer ourselves with a lead that when we get to this next objective that we have to fight over, whether it is going to be a mid walker or whether it is going to be the next mid boss or potentially urn, that we have like a soul lead that we can use to transition in towards items. But then again, when you have a holiday, you always have to worry about the threat, especially a Veil Walker holiday, of a lasso connecting and that opening up a big kill for you. And it actually could happen. Misses it in towards the closet. Merkham's going to escape this one just barely. And I get attempt by task, but honestly a good job by him to actually escape this lasso, because that would have been the death, but the death might not have stopped right there as they continue to push on through. Bobby's gonna be the first one to go down.
Yeah, all the lanes pushed here. The fight looking really nice here. Not a single rejuve crystal has been expended just yet. Abraham's in full control of this one. And 15k ahead at the moment. We'll see how much that's going to start to balloon here. This fight, though, is finally looking to do some damage to Leviathan, able to take down one player. And again, still maintaining that 15k difference. So, to their credit, although they lose the mid walker, they aren't that far behind. There is still some time remaining on the rejuve, but a lot of it was burned in that push. And so I think, all things considered here, Jason, you got to say Abraham's, they're not too far behind. It could be a lot worse.
I think it'd always be worse, for sure. I think I am a little bit worried, though, that ours was on 32,000 souls, because they've been, I think, very methodical of their macro game of whether fighting for urns on the side of the map, letting Arzo continue to farm up, and he's becoming like this really tough force, and also this front line for the team that they kind of lack when it's just basically Arzo and Together alone.
Viscous with Spirit.
I feel like Sonya's not really doing as much damage as I would hope for. I don't know, maybe we could take a look at player damage actually with some stats here. Maybe I'm actually just talking complete BS. I was expecting maybe a little bit more damage out of him because he doesn't really have the burst potential at the moment, but with Scourge picked up, you can see he's looking also to do damage to these frontline tanky players like Freemok, who actually took 3.3k from Sonya alone. So maybe I should just, shut up when it comes to damage out of Sonya.
All right, well, you have the defense of this Walker, the last Walker standing here for Leviathan. If they're going to convert, if there's any time, this is a good time to do it. Looking to see what they can find. The lane's actually in Leviathan's favor, so there's not urgency to be anywhere else on the map at the moment, as they still look to defend this Walker. And the Slither finally taken out, though.
The Walker's gone.
Now, how much more will Abrahams go for? Nice chain gang coming on through. Overseas looking to try to find something, but again, the Lycan Curse. It is so devastatingly strong. Together survives on such a small amount of health, but it's enough. And there's 4 players dead at the end of it. So we're now starting to see a 20k difference starting. Oh my goodness, the assassinate was so close. I feel like that was absolute robbery not to get that one. Very unfortunate for Leviathan.
I do kind of question the chain gang though. I feel like it just came a little bit too late out of overseas. They already lost 2 players. They lost Freemok and they lost Bobby, and winning a 4-on-6 is not going to be easy, even with the best chain gang in the world. Maybe a nap time on top of the chain gang could have been enough, but you can see that the rest of Abrahams were able to escape most of it. And they were going to be missing, you know, a bunch of damage from that. Now their base is going to be taking heavy damage here as they lose out on the base guards. They're going to lose out on the first shrine as well. I was expecting them maybe go for the second shrine, but I guess they're a little bit too worried about the respawns coming on through, and they're still going to be hacked with one shrine take either way. But mid buff spawn in a minute and 20 time, and a lot of money to spend. I mean, you see here alone, Arzo has 6.7k. I mean, Spellslinger would be huge to actually go for the seismic impact. They really want to chase this one out. If Abraham just turned around and fought, they probably could win this fight, honestly.
Still doesn't feel like it's the end of the world, but I don't know. I feel like there's been no point here, Jason, where Leviathan have given these fights, and there's a problem. Getting locked down by the lasso, connecting quite nicely, doing a lot of damage. Right now, Demov on the Rem is not alive, can't provide those heals to sustain mid-fight, so you've got a very weak Freemock who's getting absolutely blasted.
Freemock gone.
And gets taken out finally, and just an entire map pushed against the Abrahams, rather the Leviathan side right now. And mid-boss is coming up very soon. Dan.
I mean, you're down 60 seconds, mid-boss in 30. Like this is probably the worst time to die too. Also, buffs and Urn coming up in 5 seconds. You're going to be 5-on-6, and you're already behind almost, you know, 30-40k souls. It's just going to get even worse unless you can get a catch. And the assassin again came through at a side. It almost actually gets the kill on a Sonic Sniper, but now the rest of Leviathan are in a really bad position. They've lost their M1 carry out of Urcum, and they're still being chased down. Mid-boss is up in 6 seconds. Like, this is going to be the game here for Leviathan.
Yeah, and it's so painful. It just feels like, you know, something we talked about earlier. Vercom not really getting the farm priority, it felt like, maybe in the time of the game that he needed it, or, you know, I'm not sure exactly what is the exact reason Vercom was not getting more farm early, but it was not the start from the Wraith that you want to see, because it's all about, that early game's all about setting Wraith up for this point in the game, where even if your team's a little bit behind, you're kind of ahead enough to always be that damage threat, and then you get those quick picks. But as you say, it's going to be a challenge for the mid boss here. Lots of kills going to Abrahams, as they have the entire time so far in this game, and it's going to be all the rejuve crystals for them, and just like you say, it looks like a clear path right now to finishing the game.
I mean, it should be. The thing is, they could also just play for Urn pickup as well, continue to extend their lead even further, but they're also picking up kills while they don't even have 2 players there. Well, 3 technically with Together Dead. And they still have 3 rejuve crystals, and now, you know, Fremont comes out of base here, tries to get a charge on Arzo inside the base, and he's going to be taking not too much of a licking as he does back away. But they have another set of base guardians now down, and the Urn's going to be turned in, and they can just go back and buy. They have enough money to pick up some serious items. On the note of Vercom, though, I will say, Dan, I feel like, can we actually like maybe hold time in a second just to see how many kills and deaths, or how many deaths Vercom has compared to Arzo? Because I don't think Arzo's really died more than like 2 times in this game. I feel like Vercom has, and I think like if you look at the ratios of like him compared to the rest of his 0 and 7, there you go. I feel like he's actually been farming pretty well, but he's died way too often to continue to grow his lead like he needed to. I mean, ours was 8 and 3. There's like a 4 death difference between the two, and when you're dying, you're not farming. And I think that's like one of the big factors here for Vercom, is that he just died too many times, got caught too many times, that he couldn't continue to build a lead he needed to be that threat later on in the game.
Yeah, it's a very tough position to be in. I wonder, you know, what exactly is the future of the Leviathan roster, because it does seem like role-wise, it's definitely experimental. I think that was the word that we threw around quite a bit in the pre-show on this one. And when you're looking at Demov on the Rem, it does stand out as a little bit sus in respect of what we know Demov is capable of on a roster. And especially when it's a team that had OCs on the M1, you know, anyone is going to get criticism. And just like you're in the fountain right now. Together's in the fountain right now. Oh my god, he's going so deep. That's so outrageous. Oh yeah, my god, he survives. Okay, almost.
When you're 50k down, I can't judge anyone on the team anymore at this point in the game. It's just you just should not win statistically, even if the two teams are equally matched. And I think Abrahams have proven to be the stronger team. A lot of it obviously due to the fact that Leviathan have to go through an entire rebuilding phase. They get the first stage patron. They're backing away. They could have finished the game, but they didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to say. Don't know what to add to that, to be honest. Oh,
are the minions gonna finish the game?
The minions, they want to get in there. They want their glory. Lord troopers. The cute little troopers.
The biker's over here.
Okay, well, they're just gonna collapse once again. Lasso had connected, and Size dead. So now back to a 6-on-5, 6-on-4. Still 2 rejuice left. The Size Impact connects, and Task gets rescue beamed under the patron by Saint, who is in the Goobo form. Okay, I mean, Abraham's still gonna be winning this one, nonetheless. Didn't expect necessarily, didn't end necessarily the way that I thought it would have right there, but was soon to come up the dub and go up against Buff Enjoyers. Man, that's and Abraham's Buff Enjoyers. We haven't said that since like the Night Shift, what, number like 2 or something? Number 1? I can't remember the last time we've had these 2 team names going head to head against each other.
Yeah, definitely. And I love how they're just farming stats right at the end there. I feel like that is just blatant stat farming. But there we go. Victory for Abrahams. They were ahead the entire way.
60k solely.
All right, gentlemen. I mean, what a match. Relatively straightforward for Abrahams. Looking about as strong as ever, even flexing a bit of style points. So for Leviathan, I mean, this is a tough, a bitter pill to swallow, right? A tough loss, you know, especially after having rebuilt. But then again, from our perspective, maybe not a huge surprise. Abrahams is a very strong team, and this is the standard in Europe if you even want to compete.
Get that on.
Yes.
Jason or Dan?
I just want to see how long we can go.
In there. The standoff. The standoff. I don't know.
That's my bad. I should have controlled the conversation.
No, it was more of me just trying to put pressure on Dan just to see if he'll jump in.
Well, next time, I'm definitely just gonna keep it silent.
I'm not even on till NA, and I was tempted to jump in.
mobility ganker style characters like Lash and Calico, and looking fantastic here on the Calico in this patch.
There was definitely a play he had that we were kind of like theorizing, how is he gonna have impact? And I think I said a couple times during the cast, Dan was talking about, do we expect to see him go up against these like front beefy liners and be able to take them on? And yeah, I mean, you're probably not as a Calico, but we were talking about how he's probably gonna be looking for these like side angles to come in from. As you see him, he gets a 1v1 against Vercom, which of course he's gonna win. And then when we saw like towards one of these urn fights as well, I think it was like the first big urn fight we had in the game, so it was like the first urn, Sonny actually gets a catch on the side, like back towards like the walker, if I'm not mistaken. It was like that, there's like that deep in the lane. And with the kill on the side, like that means you're not gonna be having tethers, you're not gonna be having shred, you're not gonna be having the long range assassinates, which were doing a hell of a lot of damage. So Sonny did, you know, a really good job of just kind of position themselves in a way that he could make these big plays and to hit these goals that they needed.
Totally agree.
Yeah, it's huge for a team when they're able to just get it down the field, right, and just have that impact, run up the numbers scoreboard. It's something that the fans love to see, and we might have more of that coming up in the next match. In fact, you can expect some great fireworks between always these two squads vying for the top in EU. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna have all that and more after a short break. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Night Shift. We have got a great match on the cards today. Of course, it was Abrahams with a dominating victory there in the challenge match to make it on here for the chance to take home a little bit of cash. But their opponents are, I think, going to be a bit of a fan favorite. It is, of course, the return of an iconic team from Deadlock's past, the Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, fan favorites like Croatia versus England. Buff Enjoyers here, probably going to be the fan, or definitely the fan favorites in this one. I mean, they're going back to the old name. They've been unstoppable, whether it's the Night Shift Open or it's been on the Night Shift. They have been winning everything, unlike England in the World Cup. But we'll see how things are going to break down today. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how they do with the old name coming back. Could it be a curse? Could it be something that helps them further along? Well, time's going to tell. How much you hate me right now, Dan?
versus Abraham.
I don't know, you can have your opinion. Just because you're wrong, I mean, you know.
That was crazy match.
I can admit, football is better than American football. But my lord, there are so many things wrong with football that really piss me off. Also, what the hell are these hydration breaks just so they can run ads? Get that out of here. This isn't American football. You don't run ads all the time for people to have hydration breaks. It's not even hot enough for them to need one.
I watch American football, and I know that's going to be fake.
Glass houses here. Let's take a look, though, at the EU history. Buff Enjoyers were, you know, if you just started watching the Night Shift, you may not be familiar with this team. They were one of the OGs here right at the start of the Night Shift, came out swinging. It was them and Abrahams back and forth, week in, week out. And then they kind of fell out of favor. The team broke up. They went their separate ways. A lot of the players reformed to other rosters, and Abrahams ran away with the Night Shift. To see them coming back 24. Now, formerly Low Key W, now Buff Enjoyers, it's a beautiful sight to behold, guys.
You know, it's also beautiful. Sorry, Dan, is that the fact that Wikipedia actually just merged their stuff together again. So it's not like you lose the history of time when Low Key W or like with Low Key W, because it's basically the exact same lineup of Buff Enjoyers and back on the team as well, which is nice to see, because I would hate to see them lose all that history.
Weeks of it. Crazy.
And it's really cool too, because I think Abrahams right now has been stable for quite some time. I mean, there's a lot of I think right now
it's almost 30 weeks since we've seen these two teams match up against each other in the finals. That is pretty great to see.
It's cool, and I feel like, and I think kind of what I was, I guess, like trying to steer towards is the fact that both of these teams seem very stable right now. We're in a period where, you know, we had maybe 3 teams in the EU where there's definitely stability, but I felt like the level was climbing constantly. And I think of late, since the Night Shift Open, I think at that point we're like, okay, Low Key W, now Buff Enjoys. They look head and shoulders above everybody else. And it's been a while since we had that in Europe. So I'm curious if Abrahams are going to be able to show this week that they've been managing to close that gap a little bit. Because I definitely believe that is something that they're very capable of doing. And they showed a composition there, which I think is more similar to what Buff Enjoyers have been playing. And that gives me faith that we're going to have a really a closer game in this series.
Whoever was in Buff Enjoyers.
I do wonder, though, is that I feel like Buff Enjoyers have so much more that they could show us. They just haven't needed to show us yet, because no one's really able to outpick them, because they have such deep hero pools. No one else is really able to outban them, because again, they have such deep hero pools. They also have such a big cross of a lot of players as well, of who can play what. I think we saw the initial strength against them was kind of like banning out Zergy and putting something he's not comfortable on. It took him a few weeks. Like he even said in one of his interviews with us, I think it was after they won NSO, that he kind of knew getting back into this, it would take him a while. He'd probably get a lot of hate early on. He wouldn't be as successful as, you know, when they, before they called it quits originally. But he's bounced back, like even stronger than ever. He's made heroes work that we haven't really seen in a very long time. Like Warden, for instance, he's been making Warden look good. And I think Vraic as well. Like I gave him a lot of criticism, to be honest, because it's even a lot of pressure on your shoulders playing with Zergy, who Cosmeticalistic Obicam. I mean, these guys have been tried and tested for what feels like forever when it comes to Deadlock, but he's stepped up massively, and he's actually coming out as, you know, a really good player in this team, because he's filling a lot of the roles that's very difficult to play, thinking back to like his Apollo in particular. But this team, I mean, they're going to be the best in my eyes until a team can consistently beat them, but also make them look uncomfortable, because it doesn't seem like that's something you can do to Buff Enjoyers.
Yep.
Yeah, they do look so solid, so steady. That being said, we've had a relatively significant patch, at least in terms of hero strength and draft priority. This is, I think, the hardest moment for a team to hold on to a lead, to stay ahead of the meta. You know, to just have a good theory craft is incredibly hard. It's a lot of reps and playtime to really make that happen. Let's, of course, take a look at the opponents. If you're just joining us, it's Abraham's tried and true team here in Europe, and the roster stability has been paying dividends. they also feel like a team that is continuing to climb, continuing to grow, despite sticking with the same group and just still staying that confidence.
It was interesting to see
how this looks. You know, we saw
Silver
that together
do
in the previous game.
majority of the
Absolutely destroy people
damage
with Silver, and I feel like Silver. I personally don't think
Calico.
that the patch changes
Daniel
really
and Calico
in any way affect the impact. Maybe slightly less strength in the late game, but Silver functionally still does all of the same stuff in a very effective way. And I would want to see that get banned this game. We saw last week that if you allow Silver to get picked on the side of buff enjoyers, who's going to play it, and it's going to look like the best Silver in literally the world, and you don't want to run into that. I mean, Together had a great performance in the previous game, but I do wonder what that dynamic's going to look like, because we're going to see both of these teams really get tested. Something we didn't see in that past game was for example, a Victor like priority.
Well, DDK said one of their main issues was you put D-Mob on a support character when you needed more damage.
Abraham's get onto that again. I think there are some key strengths that Abraham's have.
Because he was playing Rem. Like, Rem is great, don't get me wrong, but
in this series,
you needed that extra damage.
Yeah, the draft is good. Go ahead, Jason.
It's still a little bit scary, the fact that Zergy is the only Viper player we've been consistently seeing in EU. So if we're talking about like depths and hero pools and what they could bring, having Zergy randomly play a Viper against Deuce Hard, the fact that he can also play Lash against Deuce Hard, he's really expanded his hero pool. That again, like you could focus. Hey, let's take away M1 heroes. And
Zergy's attitude is slowly changing, and I'm here for
it. We've seen Wraith, we've seen Geist, but does he have anything beyond that? Like, does he have the flexibility to play not necessarily an M1 carry, but more of like a M1 utility? I guess is what I would kind of maybe call Viper in some of these situations.
Jamie,
I don't know if they can, but I know someone needs to figure out some sort of plan to beat Buff Enjoyers. Not that I want to see them lose, but I want to see other teams have a chance against them.
And one thing I got to mention really quick is because you mentioned Zergy.
How have you managed to find
Zergy obviously has also been iconic with Warden, and Warden got some buffs today, and so that's really interesting. There are some extra options that we have, I think, on the side of buff enjoyers, things that they can kind of do that you've got to be worried about, like these core pieces. Like if there's a Warden and a Rem, for example, we've seen absolute devastation. But yeah, with all of that said, we're going in.
Draft going to be crucial between these two rosters, given how adept they both are. But of course, with the changes to the meta, what will they prioritize? What will be these first bans? I like the call out of maybe attacking the Silver, especially Buff Enjoyers on the first pick. It feels like they almost never go anywhere else. Buff Enjoyers also never really let Doorman through. They I think pretty clearly see this hero as way too threatening, way too much of a Pandora's box, really, to let into their stable games.
It also counters Silver. Like it's like maybe one of the only effective ways to take Silver out of the fight, and also kills with Warden as well. If Warden hits the ult, is running at you, you can take him out of the fight too. So it's too many solutions for their dangerous problems that they cause.
And it's so funny too, because Buff Enjoyers, I don't think they care at all about Pocket ban or Pocket being played. They're one of the few teams out there that have shown they have an affinity of playing against Pocket. So by banning Doorman, if the other team doesn't ban Silver, you're getting Silver. And you don't really care what else is being banned away, because it's not that big of a deal. And the fact that you get Silver and Doorman's already banned out means the next two picks that come through of Abraham's also isn't that big of a deal for you. So it's kind of, it's like the ideal start for Buff Enjoyers every single draft phase, I feel like, when they ban Doorman and then they get Silver. And I think that's why we see them prioritize getting first pick so often, because they get first ban and first pick.
Billy pick is interesting, I gotta say.
I'd rather you do this on Twitch so I can actually start making money.
They didn't win overall, but the Billy was having a ton of impact, pretty decent stats in a losing game, and this time the Holiday is going to be on their side. I think people might be looking at this Billy hero as one of the only frontliners who can stand up to Silver. Obviously, it's not a one-on-one game, but I do kind of get the sense that, hey, maybe if the team around you is a little bit stronger and more effective, maybe this can be, somebody who can put the dog on a leash.
And what's interesting too is somewhat of a core that we've seen from Buff Enjoyers with the front line that they've often kind of steered towards has been the Victor. And I don't know if it's been because teams haven't been valuing Billy as much until now, so that you get maybe Abraham's picking Billy and then they would be forced to pick the Victor. But I'm curious where Victor falls as we get the third pick, Calico.
I'm scared, guys.
Young Calico. Is that
I'm really scared. Buff Enjoyers, these three from Buff Enjoyers.
I can't change that.
Imagine running into these guys in the Dark Alley.
That.
You are just gone. You were just popped. Like, okay, good thing Abraham's grabbed the Viscous, because they are going to need the cube save in this game. I don't know if anything else in the game saves you from getting ganked by Silver, Abrams, Calico. Like, that group of 3 is going to devastate anybody they find in the jungle.
If I run into those 3 in a dark alley, I'm taking my wallet, cell phone out, placed on the ground in front of me, taking my shoes off. You can tie my pants. Okay, there you go. Take what you need. I'm going the other way.
CDB plays.
That is devastating for sure. And with how well they play together too, I mean, imagining it's going to be Hood on Silver.
Back and get your ass on.
I want to say Vrayek on Calico and then Listic on Abrams. Like that is going to be disgusting to have to fight against. And like you pointed out,
fine, but the other
two
two
have the Viscous, they can cube one of these away, maybe disrupt some with Puddle Punch, but it's still such a devastating initial 3 pickups here for them.
Abraham's gonna have their work cut out for them.
I do think the Viscous is really important because I think it can be helpful dealing with Calico assassinating people. And also, we've seen Viscous be very strong as part of the core buff enjoyers, but Mirage, that's interesting. Mirage has made a recent appearance and it's been good. You know, after that, 3 wins, 19 losses streak.
27 losses or something crazy.
Okay, I kind of love the Mirage pick because I suspect this game he's going to go for the Max Tornado Echo Shard build. This is maybe the only carry in the game that could actually show up against Silver, Abrams, Calico, get ganked, and participate in the fight. Not just be dead, not just be completely disengaged. By like chain tornadoing people, like
I don't get the money, but you
close range can actually be a bit of a liability if Mirage is just CCing them. Buff endurers go with a 7, and this looks an awful lot like a carry 7. I don't see where else it can go, so that's a spicy one for Zergy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, his gun damage got absolutely destroyed in the recent patch, right? Like his
so if I ever put it to sub only,
I got hit, I believe.
I
can't really quickly.
They removed
this. So it's growth reduced, and then power surge tier 3.
What's the numbers on it?
0.337 to 0.24
per boon, huh? That is pretty significant.
1.1. Sorry, 0.11.
I mean, I think there's still, it should be okay. I think it just suggests maybe you need to build a little bit differently on 7. You know, a lot of the top gun carry builds use a pretty significant amount of gun. And while that is strong, I think there's an argument for just building 7 as like very, very heavy spirit damage, relying on the power surge to really be your damage dealer. And so that gun scaling may not matter as much, especially in this draft where they have a lot of gun scaling across the board. Like Abrams, Silver, even Calico does a pretty significant amount of gun damage, and of course Geist. So 7 to be like kind of like a power surge heavy spirit damage hero could be pretty nice. Abraham's gonna finish things off with the Shiv, and feels like an interesting game for Shiv. Shiv could take over with crazy dashes. I think he could also just get bursted to death by the enemy front line here. So he's gonna need the help from Viscous to really, have the best possible game on Shiv.
Yeah,
I was gonna put like a million points in, so then you really could get it.
Perform, but I do agree that what you said about the Echo Shard build with the Tornado, that could actually go pretty hard against this composition. And then Shiv, I think Shiv it can be a good counter and a good way to deal with Silver, like just sticking out with knives and getting that spirit reduction and get the dashes in there. Like Venator is also very, very tanky. So between Billy, Venator, and Shiv, you've got a lot of frontline HP in some of these brawly engagements. I think there's a lot that works here. For
what is that emote?
Buff enjoyers have, and it feels like a way more balanced composition than what we saw out of Leviathan previously. It feels like both Buff enjoyers and Abrahams can kind of perform in every part of the game. The only thing I'm worried about is that I still think Silver's actually insanely. Like the value of Silver is insane. Like what she can do in terms of both like pick and also like frontline just seems so outsized. We'll see if how much it matters against Abraham's hip.
I do like the disruptive factor of Dust Devil for sure, as you guys pointed out for Mirage. I mean, if you're trying to get a combo with Silver, Calico, Abrams together, the fact that you can juggle them 4 times in a row, it buys you time. It buys time for everyone else to get in there. Also gives you escape. I think that's gonna be really interesting to see. There's also like one buff we didn't talk about for 7. We talked about the nerfs.
I got gifted
a sub. You saw the big buff that he got as well, right?
You're trolling.
No, you saw it, didn't you?
That Stormcloud breaks breakables. That
massive
change everything. It changes everything.
You go in on top of mid boss and he's Stormcloud. Everything's broken. You know how much you get from that? How many souls? How many buffs you get? Crazy.
The farming efficiency of popping Stormcloud for half a second to clear the breakables. Incredible, unbelievable snowball potential. If anybody could find the farm efficiency, it would be Zergy. I'm excited to see how this buff insurance draft works because it's sort of an odd one in some ways. Like seeing the 7 come out at all. I mean, this hero's been played a little bit in Night Shift, but has never really had success. I think people over time have started saying, hey, maybe this pub win rate being so crazy high, there's something to that. Maybe
I need 3 average shots for the whole stream
sick build. We saw him play it where he did crazy shred bot, like every shred item in the game. And was really not just amping his damage, but of course that of his teammates as well. So definitely that's, I think, my expectation about where this goes from Zergy, but he's always an innovative one in the builds. And I think this one, ultimately, both teams have a pretty good bite of the draft. Like, I don't think that there's an obvious outdraft here. Both teams with a lot of dynamic options, a lot of ability to fight the urns. And this is what you'd expect, I guess, from the top 2 teams in Europe. It is going to be Abrahams taking on their long dormant foe, the Buff Enjoyers. Yes, they're back. Dan, Jason, take it away.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this one, Jason. After that Leviathan game, where again, no shade, no flame to them. They're just like trying to figure it out. They've just recently had a roster collapse, so
you're not timed out.
But they had a very flat draft, I felt like, in terms of what it offered and how playable it was into the different parts of the game. And I felt like Abraham has so much interesting stuff. You've got obviously the split mobility from Mirage to the fight disruption that he poses as well. You've got the picking of Holiday. You've got Viscous in there that's really fun in these objective fights with the Google, and also splatter damage, winning early lane with it. Billy seems really strong. Venator's like a very powerful late game, but tanky as well. There's just like a lot of stuff going on that we have, I think, to say about Abrahams when we're kind of framing this one, because how else can we frame it, Jason? But it's the story of who can even touch Buff Enjoyers.
There's also something I'm really scared of that I'm like trying to triple check right now, because I cannot for the life of me fully remember. But there is some crazy spirit shred that could happen on Buff Enjoyer's side. I know you guys touched on like shred a little bit already, but the fact that your power surge already has at tier 3 15% spirit resist shred. You can get a spirit strike or a spirit snatch out of like Calico or Abrams, and that's more shred. And then I don't know why. I'm going to blame on the fever, but I can't remember if there's an item that also has spirit shred. And I know it's like something so obvious if there is.
Mystic
I just cannot remember. Mystic vulnerability. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm so stupid. Thank you. Those 3 items, plus like a power shot out of cosmetical.
Oh my God,
people are just going to die,
my
aren't
chat
they?
rate's going to go through the roof.
And I think you're setting up like crazy burst potential for Obakim and for cosmetical if you go into this like kind of shred build for Zergy plus 1. Like, that is ridiculous damage. Also, I mean, the owls as well are going to be even easier to get these kills from. This has the potential to be like very snowball in my eyes.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Break stream element.
I agree with you. And I think ultimately, the talent nerfs definitely, I think soften his ridiculousness and some of that kind of gun damage a little bit, because I think the Rain of Arrows cooldown nerf and some of these slight adjustments to his damage, I think do that. But at the same time, I feel like it doesn't really take away that playstyle that he had before. I don't think it really fundamentally changes anything. It just takes a little bit of the bite out of it, especially early to mid game. So happy to see that still has a good place. Oh, big damage already in mid again. Hoots, if you guys have been living under a rock or something, I don't know. Hoot is actually the GOAT on Silver, and every single game that Hoot is allowed to play Silver, it's just utter domination.
I don't know why people still allow it.
I think you could have just stopped at Hoot is the GOAT, honestly. You didn't really need to say much more than that. Right. I mean, you're very right for sure. And
Break died.
It definitely puts Silver on a completely different level when playing her 100%. I think also Cosmetical kind of does it on Great Town. And I think I've been saying this in some in like Zergy's chat today. I've been saying this, I think, as well in general on Night Shift, that like NA Great Talons and EU Great Talons are just so different. Like Cosmetical and Great Talon versus anyone on NA. It's not because individually he's better, but my lord, Buff Enjoyers know how to play so much better around GT than any of these NA teams. And we've seen Cosmetical get some ridiculous stacks. Like, they specifically let him finish off kills. He also has like some crazy like pilot control and can catch people in closets where he didn't really expect them to be. And that's like a whole threat in itself. Like, is it even ban worthy? Should it be ban worthy out of some teams right now, because he's just that much better? It makes GT look that much better than anyone else can.
I think that's one of the great things about this game, is that when you see the level of these teams and players, you actually realize that the draft, yeah, there's a component of meta to the draft, but there's also the component of how many extra things need to be considered because the value is so much higher just because of the player, which just shows you that the way that this game works in terms of the mechanics leaves a lot for the individual expression to have, you know, a player have identity and really change the drafts from draft to draft, as opposed to us just being locked into the metas. Like I wasn't into the, you know, into Overwatch and so on and so forth, but what was that meta that you had that didn't change for a year? Goats, that was it, yeah.
Goats.
Exactly, yeah. Because that's something that just doesn't change. Doesn't matter how good someone is at other stuff, right? You're just locked in.
You know what's so funny about that? While Jake's here really quickly. So was Tenza the one who actually created Goats?
Yeah, I think it was. I think he was coaching there was a team named Goats.
Yeah, Goats.
You know,
go something. I saw a video about it today on TikTok because that's all I've been doing is doom scrolling for the last like 6 days.
I think it's just
Jason,
greatest
did you
of all
forget?
time, no?
Jason, we watched Goats as it came on. Like we were there at ground zero.
No, so Tensa actually for the next like 3-4 years, I guess after he left Overwatch, he was a PUBG Mobile player, and I was like hosting PUBG Mobile for like 5-6 years, and I didn't know he was actually the one who originated the creation of Goats. So we kind of like the world just became really small in my head watching that happen. That was kind of cool. Find that out the other day.
One bit of small trivia. It was the Beat Invitational that me and Jason were casting, and we were just wondering, like, when the world's happening, no one's dying. We didn't realize we'd be watching that for the next year in Overwatch, but
well, you did. I didn't watch for the next year. I got saved for that one. But yeah, no, crazy stuff. And I think that's what's really cool about Deadlock is that you don't really feel locked to anything right now because you can be so individually skilled on a hero that it can work where others can't make it work. But a good little cube comes on through together and sinks so low at the moment in this lane. Cosmetical would love to get these kills, and he can't connect onto Together.
Bro, Together had like one more hit, that he was on like 10 HP before that cube came in. That was insane timing, and also insane bullying. And we have seen Together, or at least Billy, I should say, looking kind of good. And the priority is, I think something's been happening because we have seen definitely a shift of how the value is perceived in Europe on Billy. Like first pick Billy's game after game, there's something going on there. So I want us to definitely keep tabs on the build from Together, because I know that, you know, the slam down can do insane amounts of damage if you're building more for Spirit. I'm not sure if that's kind of where we're going right now or what's going on, but we saw a lot of damage output from Billy last game. So something's happening.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of wondered why Billy fell off and Abrams kind of came back into the mix, but it's good to see them come back, considering we haven't had them at the top of the food chain in quite a long time here. But here's the first out of the game, and we're towards this right hand side. No one's really low enough for this kill. Just look how well he's able to fly this on through, man. He just like spends hours a day in Flight Simulator, but he still gets his connect on his Sauna trying to run away. Oh man, crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's meaningful too. That it might turn into a kill. And is there going to be a stack afterwards? I don't know how much time has passed, but oh, okay. Mystic Regeneration doing something. Something also to be wary of when you are birding, right? You got to be careful. As he gets 10 gifted from Cassandra. Thank you all. Such consistent support. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, still alive. But something I was going to mention is that you got to be cautious, because when you're birding, the opponents can just push your tower 2v1, so something to be aware of. But nice pick. This is something that Holiday is so good at because of the jump pads. You can get in and out on these dives really clean, and look how good that is from Taz so far. And it is something we mentioned. I think Holiday is somewhat of an X factor in her new kind of buff state here for Abrahams to have a chance to win against buff enjoyers.
Yeah, you were talking a lot about like rotations and ganks out of TAS in the last game, but we didn't really see it happen much, honestly. But you know, good to see it happen here, especially with how powerful it can be.
This is what I mean.
And I do get the first guard in the game here on this right hand side. And the question is, where's TAS going to go? Iradomni comes out head to head against Sergey. Obikin does fall as well. That must have actually been off to the side with Sonya able to pick up that one. And Abrams off to a strong start, man. 4K lead, knocking on the front door of this Walker.
And just the players together.
Yeah, it's been a great start, and I think, you know,
not
that
the
right lane looks really nice, but we
characters
saw
are fine,
really favorable trades coming in from the Billy Viscous combo as well,
feel
which
like
is definitely a nasty lane to be up against, and now also mid with the Mirage
breaking
pickup.
Cosmetical against
that's a kill. What
Together
a connection on the Scarab. Yeah, that is fantastic. I don't know if the mark was enough, if it was even on at that point, but the Scarab certainly secured it.
Billy, I think, is a better melee tank.
Looking for the kill. Gets Together low, needs to finish, get the plus 10, and I think it came in time, so we should be seeing plus 10 here
obviously
for Cosmetical to start things off strong 8 minutes in.
They're just counteracts.
That lead to only 5k, but Abrahams, man, they came out guns blazing. This definitely feels like the old school Abrahams buff and Jordan's matchup where Abrahams could win in the laning phase.
Range yet,
they struggle when it came to the later stages, especially when it came to the macro. Though things have changed quite a bit since then, and Abrahams have definitely leveled up when it's come to the macro since then.
And I gotta say, Jason, as well, like if you want to make this game more entertaining from the early laning phase, buff Calico and buff Holiday like that. You know, these are two heroes that can dive really effectively, and the support from the Great Talon Bird there to set it up for Calico, as we saw, it is powerful. And so I'm actually loving that we're going to be able to see many more options for early game aggression.
Yeah, it was.
And speaking of which, Billy with the dive in. I mean, Viscous can just help. I mean, honestly, this is so clean. There's almost no health loss by Billy. In comes the potential save. The parry, though, is going to turn into a counter kill. Is that 924 in the back? That is an absolute robbery.
Drake sacrificed himself. It comes down to
because Meshkul was going to die, and then Drake killed himself instead.
But gifting over that bag.
Dude, that's so many souls.
He's at 8.3k now, man.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, they need this kill. They know how many souls he has in his pocket. Here he comes through. Saint keeps him alive.
Yeah.
Talk about who would be in the GOAT, but unfortunately won't get the chase down here, and Together's gonna escape.
Okay, all right. Speaking of tower dives, Lycan Curse on Silver, none do it better.
Abraham's
this has been quite this has been kind of crazy.
It's best of three.
All the towers, these stage 1 Guardians are gone on the buff enjoyers side. It's Abraham's to have all three. That's pretty sizable. A 9k difference. We'll have to see who gets all of these buffs right now. It's going to be buff enjoyers picking up the gun buff on Cosmetical, so that's the perfect buff to find on Grey Talon, especially at this time of the game. And the other buff is going to go to Shiv, Sanya Sniper, picking up the Spirit buff.
And I'm a little bit worried. Breaks at 5.5k souls.
Probably
like, poverty souls for sure. This is
farming.
This is rough.
Yeah,
and they need to funnel farm onto him specifically.
But also remember, they are the ones for the comeback.
I'm trying to remember like how his win rate's been on Geist the last times we've seen it, and for some reason my memory leads me to believe is not being that good. So it's already, I'm already a little bit concerned, honestly, for enjoyers right now. I mean, ours was at 10k. They're pushing a Walker here on this right-hand side, down to under half HP. I think he might even sacrifice himself for this one. Also has the support here of Sanya. Actually, maybe he'll escape, and Sanya's going to stick around.
That would have been good if
they were applying pressure across the map. Even unless they're going for a push as well towards another Walker. The Owl's coming on through here out of the base, looking for connection. Ours would be the ideal target together, plus 10, and Seg to be changed over to mid lane and connect on to Empty Dreams.
In the meantime, lots of pressure on the left side of the map as well. So lots of skirmishes going on here. And let's not forget, the Young is coming in 50 seconds. We get the slam down and trying to catch the cats. And with the chain gang, they'll do exactly that. And still just holding on to that 10k lead. It should be helped once those two extra Guardians go down for the buff enjoyer side. But so far, they were the team with all the initiative in the previous map. But now we're seeing Abraham's really letting loose with this comp. They look way more mobile and was generally way more aggressive in what they're able to accomplish. Their draft so far looks quite good. We were theorizing about how it would look, but it's kind of playing out much better than
we don't want to waste a ban on Calico.
It's a 10k difference now, and this first turn spawned on in, and it's going to be on buff enjoyer's side of the map. One small advantage for them being so far behind is that they do have the initial control of the earn pickup. But can they get the dunk here? I mean, they're also going to have quite a big advantage for the turn-in.
The other thing is Lady Geist is a late game carry.
Across the map. Oh my god, he moves so fast.
I actually love that change.
I think
with the that you just
cosmetical
a really rapid speed. I think it's a great change.
Listic get stronger the longer the game goes.
Is it really an advantage? I mean, I guess it allows you to get the
realistically need
quickly from the pickup
to do as much as they physically can.
It's not like you're going to run it across to dunk it right away when you're that far behind, because you're running so much faster than your teammates. You know, you're going to get there way before them. So in the end, you're still going to have to wait. But it is very cool to see that you're not really like slowed down anymore. Actually,
I don't think any more
as a push on the left-hand side. Walker to continue. Abrams doesn't really seem to care whatsoever about this.
Purely because she can be really
strong. You're going to go give him 3k souls, and you get yourself a Walker with a second one potentially as a connection on who he gets exploding for as a chance to transform into that Lycan form. And Abrahams, oh my lord, they are picking up the steam. You're 12k now in the lead here, Dan.
Yeah, massive strength for them as they steal away the urn, so it can't be dunked in there. There's no comeback advantage now. Zergy is just up there, has to leave the platform because he's just getting. There's no one to fight with him. This is another terrible situation, and in the meantime, the Walker's going down.
I think they go to
Saint is just hammering it with the goo, and the creeps might just finish it off by themselves
and be like, right.
Man, this is looking like a fantastic game right now from Abrahams. And let's not forget, obviously MT Dreams is dead right now, but Mirage is someone that excels in these scenarios. As they have completely denied the urn.
Bro, together MVP, man, going for the melee
on
the list
it's not
to steal
that.
the urn away.
Kind of still want to.
Oh, that's exactly what they were playing for, and you completely deny that. Well, you also get pressure on a Walker, and now Buffalo is almost. They don't have to give the urn up. The thing is, they can't really go pick it up now and run it across necessarily. They're going to lose more players as Hoot falls a second time in a row.
Especially after.
We just previously saw him explode to TAS. Is all going the way of Abrahams' lead. I mean, it has shrunk because of Guardians being taken. It doesn't feel like it's shrunk at all. As here comes the Owl. Oh, just in time. He's at plus 20, but Saint kind of outplaying Cosmetical there.
Yeah, you got to respect the nice. The second connection there, that's going to really start to hurt. But just gonna leave them low, and do they decide to go for another comeback kind of attempt? The problem is that their Walkers are desperately low. So if they lose a fight on the urn fight, they lose the Walker on the right side. If they go for the turn in on the right side, they're gonna lose the Walker on the left side. So playing the urn is almost a guaranteed loss of a Walker for Buff Enjoyers. They're in a spot where, from a macro point of view, you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't right now. And so we'll see what they can do to try to remedy that. But the best decision might be just to let that
thing is
go.
Cosmetical.
And the one advantage they do have is they have a lot more ultimates online than their opponents. TAS is gonna have lasso, but that's basically an era dominating. He'll be coming up the next 15-20 seconds of time.
He would have liked those stats.
You don't really need Stormcloud right now unless it's been powered up all the way, which I haven't been able to detect. Mystic vulnerability has been picked up for Zergy here. Also suppressor on top of this, which is not a bad pickup whatsoever. Aaron has been picked up at a Cosmetical. He does have Owl available too. So I'd imagine they're going to try to hand this one off to someone else.
Okay, who might have found a potential opportunity to set up a kill onto no, okay, never mind. I was going to say Tuazo, but the problem is, Jason, who is 9.6k? Who is too far behind on Silver right now?
True. I mean, he's like 7k behind Cosmetical and Zergy. And also Vrake's only at 10k, so he's quite far behind. The urn has been dropped once again and picked up and stolen away by Together another time. Someone give this man MVP. He already has it in the series in my eyes with how this has been played.
Yeah.
He's running away, so he's denying it once again, which allows Empty Dreams to go for the split push on the Walker on the left-hand side. So they get a Walker, they get a kill. If they get any more than this, they're going to be smiling their way to the bank, cashing those checks.
I didn't even see who got
This is terrifying. The barrel's doing a million damage from the sky. And just pushing all of them back. And again, we talked about how this deposit lane, I mean, there's a Walker to be had here if the fight's lost by Buff Enjoyers, and they're down players here. So this Walker is certainly in trouble. They've also lost already now that previously weakened Walker on the left side. So this is a very, very bad look for Buff Enjoyers. I mean, and if they lose a team fight at this point, with the difference in souls, Abrahams might be emboldened to go for the mid boss.
Not a bad exchange. Let them have Vern go mid boss. They're going to test it once again because they know they're going to be stronger, though TAS is going to fall. Even with a 14k lead here, Abrahams are still looking to continue the fight after losing one.
Oh.
There we go. Hoot, I mean, it's more of a scratch than a claw at this point. As another Owl comes on through here, maybe looking to give some information, maybe allow Listic to get this in, but once again together, he will not let this urn go. He is single-handedly denying Buff Enjoyers time and time again here from these urns. This time, though, he's not able to steal it away and run away with it, as it's going to be picked up by Hoot and eventually placed on in. But my lord, Together's bought so much time with the Voss 2 players.
Okay, so this is a very important comeback moment. That's going to certainly even things up a bit. We've got a 5k difference now overall. Some of the problem, though, is the distribution of the souls. He's managed to catch up a little bit, but he's still really sorely behind where he would want to be. And you know, also on Venator, looking very strong. You've got Empty Dreams on Mirage, looking very strong right now, kind of leading the tide. And this is important because these are the heroes that are going to do the most damage in the late game. So I completely agree. Together's performance to enable all of this is fantastic, and Taz is doing holiday things in a really, really effective way here.
Yeah, well, they already had key picks from I think it was Arzo and
that's how you know you're playing a holiday well. If you're being called a
so
constant nuisance, honestly.
Together going in,
a little combo here using the barrel throw
already,
and pulling them back over to make sure you get the extra damage, and Obiakim's going to fall.
Arrows, it wasn't going to
end on the note together, I mean, he's not been carrying the game, but he basically just carried the last 7 minutes of time for Abrahams with how he was constantly denying those turn-ins.
All he had was 2 bars of stamina.
And now with the iron in hand for the initial pickup for him, is he just going to run it straight through?
Yeah, I mean, right now Mirage can teleport over, I believe. So, so right now, you know, they could get a Walker and the Urn. So this is a problem for Buffenjoys because they've got to pull off a player to defend the right side Walker whilst this is all going on. Lycan Curse popped early on, but if it doesn't actually get any value, hey, it goes down. So it's just going to time out because of death. And suddenly a free Urn turn in and a lot of damage on that right side Walker. Macro looking good for Abrahams. They had
well, I didn't even realize.
A little slowdown earlier on with the previous deposit, but now rectifying the scenario and rolling it into the Walker.
And they also lose basically no Walker damage themselves. Like Zergy wasn't able to shove the lane in time. The 1v1 together, they are so important. A 10k lead, 23 kills to 9 in favor of Abrahams. I think at that point, honestly, Buffenjoys deserves some credit of continuing to keep the game so close. 0-3 who? 0-6 Vrayek? Could not tell you the last time we saw the score lines like that.
Makes sense now, thinking about it.
Let's go to Broadway.
Okay, well, this is a dangerous part of the game right now for Buffenjoys because they have generally been going, you know, coming off very poorly in these fights. You can see 9 kills to 23. Maybe we can look at the damage chart if we get a moment of quiet for that. We'll get the bridge buff fights though, and who gets pushed right off of that one is going to be the collected by Together. Together, who has been stealing everything, a kleptomaniac in this game so far. As the fight is taken once again to who cannot get these engagements in the way that he wants to. Looking to get the Lycan transformation just in time there, I believe, before eventually, well, getting taken out. So it doesn't really matter, just again too far behind. And Together, the slam downs, the rising rams, just dominating the space.
Man, we went from the first game where I was like, no one really stood out as MVP in the Leviathan Abrahams match to now seeing Together and Saint pull off like crazy MVP performances, man. Saint has been hitting these cubes so perfectly time and time again to deny these owls,
because he goes back into the
lives.
team.
You saw there just previously. Abrahams come out with 4 kills, losing no one. But now, I mean, they're up 16k now. Mid-boss is technically there on the cards if they won. Slightly risky with how low Together and Sonya are, but they're going to go for it. If anything, they're going to drag more players in, though. I would be a little bit careful. I mean, Hood's off to the sidelines. Cosmetical has Owl once again. This is quite risky, honestly. Everyone is here out of Buffenjoys, and they're going to use maybe the Screech out of mid-boss to lure Buffenjoys in, but they have to be so careful to not lose their lead right now.
Well, Lasso onto Hoot there in Lycan form. So Hoot not getting a lot of the value from the wolf form there. And he's going to go down early in the fight once again. And right now you've got Abrahams looking pretty strong here. I mean, 2 players are down, but still these players that are remaining are pretty farmed. We'll see if they can stay up here.
The best.
Venator getting really weak. Arzo, don't know who he's fighting at the moment, but opportunity strikes it for Buffenjoys. Cosmetical and Zergy and Vrayek still in good health. Together, another kill coming in from him though, looking to continue to cause problems. Again, the mid-boss is the prize, so got to be very careful, Abrahams, not to give this one away. Empty Dreams is going to go down there. Together, about to go down as well. And suddenly Zergy against the wall, but these players are weak. Zergy can win these battles.
These players are weak while Sanya's full HP.
And everyone's going to disengage. No mid-boss to be had, but
it's good that they kind of
Abraham's going to keep pummeling the mid-boss.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they were trying to use it to force a fight. I don't think they were actually intending to take it because they didn't have everyone there. Like they had Sonic going back to heal.
I
don't know. It seemed like a really weird call. I mean, the upside is they didn't lose that much of a lead. It was like a 16k lead before they went in there for that fight, and it's only a 12k lead now. So they lost that lead of like 4k.
This is what I mean. They're not gelling together.
But that was it seemed to be a very odd call, and credit to Buffenjoys to continue to fight that one out. I mean, Cosmetical is at 23,000 souls, and Zergy, kind of the unsung hero right now, at 27,000, starting to become a major threat. I mean, he's been a major threat for a long time now. But you know, he's not a threat. Realistic. Vrayek, who would I say still a threat? Because it's still Hoot and he's still on silver, but the other frontline components of Buffenjoyers just aren't really scary right now here, Dan.
Together is definitely the gel of the team.
It's definitely looking like another huge battle to be had here over this mid-boss. Abraham's in good defensive positioning, like just shutting him down.
I think
point. And it's just
together
not really
or
good fight
Saint, because Saint had some amazing
so despite showing some life in the previous mid-boss fight,
they all have really.
It's going to be a clean rejuice. I mean, an attempt at a steal, but I mean, you got to respect the Google, man.
It's got mid-walker.
Causing problems. The shadow form not enough to get it became out of trouble there, and maybe this is it, Jason. Maybe this is the beginning of the end for Buff and Joys.
I don't think they will. I think they'll
definitely
control
has the
lanes
possibility to be so. Cosmetical in the meantime had been able to pick up the mid lane walker though. So they lose, you know, Obi Kim. I guess they technically lost like 3, but they do get themselves a walker. So at least open up a flex slot here, and it's still only like a 15k lead. So I mean, with there being a lot of jungle to farm up, Abraham's lead is going to continue to grow here. I'm looking for mostly those big items that come through. I mean, we have Tank Buster being picked up for tasks. We have Urn spawning back in once again.
You need to stop
Abraham's
your farm.
might actually be able to steal this one away. It looks like he wants to get aggressive here to grab this Urn. And with 3 rejuice, if you can take this Urn,
obviously,
it's just free
lane
money.
fight.
It's just free souls.
Take your farms. If you can take their farms as well, bonus. But the rest of the game, go for their farms. I think one person on your team that's a late game carry, for example, Lady Guy, should take your farms no matter what. But everyone else should try and.
I thought he lasted Vrake, but he got shoulder charged.
I don't know who we got. I mean, there's 2 players there. Did he get the other player? I'm not sure. But I mean, that's good news. That's one Reju Crystal dealt with, and they're not at a crazy deficit. You know, 15k deficit is recoverable at this point in the game, and that's run Reju down. So see how many more opportunities they can get.
Now. Yeah.
To be so careful though. The right lane walker is still low.
Yep.
From that first Urn. The mid lane walker at half HP. Last is up in 20 seconds. A little counter spell comes through to prevent Obi Kim from being knocked up in the air by those barrels, which are so damn annoying. Sack charge coming through to stun up. And the owl on top of this. There's no one low enough to kill, so probably being used just to scout things out.
Plus 25% base health. Plus 15% weapon
Cosmical's
damage.
Plus 30, so you know, credit to him. Higher stacks than NA had the entirety of last week, I think that was.
And
well, once again,
we
see the fight over the Urn and looking good for Buff and Joys. They're going to be able to sink that one, sending Abraham's away. Another Reju Crystal. In fact, all of them now being utilized for Abraham's as they look to re-engage into this fight. Empty Dreams is critically weak here, so a huge opportunity for Buff and Joys. The trade onto Hoot, though, evens up the numbers for the moment, although Listic has to get out of there as well, so effectively out of the fight, and both teams deciding we're going to disengage here, and there's a lot of time actually before the next mid-boss. However, looking to siege still onto this right side walker is Abraham's applying the pressure.
Yeah, there's no way it does.
Yeah, why not take it? You know, Buffenders aren't going to keep it. Listic falls, though. Not exactly sure what caught him there. I don't think it was Iridomedy, since ours still has it on cooldown for such a long time. All right,
we'll have to see next game.
On cooldown long enough and it wasn't used.
Because they're only 10k souls behind.
I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. Like Zergy is still an insanely big threat. Like he's got 4k more souls than Empty Dreams at the moment. He does a lot of damage. I think the one thing he's lacking is like a stalwart front line. Like Breaks at 20k, Obi Kim's at 23k. Now I wouldn't even consider Obi Kim a front line. Listic's at 23k, and Hoot's at 20. Like he's gapping them so far when it comes to souls that he has to kind of become his own front line as you see him have unstoppables so you can get these storm clouds off. But if he ever gets caught, if Zergy ever goes down in these fights in the beginning,
and they have been for almost 43 weeks,
the fight from there on.
Like there's been when it's been the 2-0 losses to
for victim. Never mind.
They haven't
a few times Cosmetical missed the flight there because that actually should have been enough to kill Saint because he just used Cube too.
Man, would have been awesome to see that. He could have used the extra stack too, just sitting on plus 30 at the moment. So, I mean, again, the Cube has denied quite a few of those stacks already this game, so you know, really proving its value. All right, so
that last side,
another fight in middle here. Mayboss a decent amount of time away, but both teams deciding to go for it. And once again, you've got some good damage being laid in by the back here with those power shots. But there's the grab, stealing, abducting Cosmetical, putting him straight into the absolute worst positioning you could possibly hope for. Somehow alive, but is eventually going to be dealt with as Abraham's picking up 3 kills off the back of that mid engagement. And every walker's already down here, but there's a decent amount of farm left on the map. They're trying to make it worse here for Buff Enjoy. Zergy tries to escape here, but there is simply way too much on his heels, and he's going to go down as well. And now the entire map here, Jason, is left to Abrahams to do whatever they want with.
Absolutely crazy that that counterspell eats like 18 bajillion different abilities right there from one counterspell after the lasso came on through. But again, Tass, the warm-up of that first game on Holiday, I think is definitely working out for him, hitting some really good lassos that he needed. With Cosmetical, he hit like 3 arrows in a row, and Arzo it almost killed him from 100% to 0. And that lasso broke up that combo.
I still think
that Cosmetical was looking for to take down Arzo to give them the man advantage and really open things up nicely for Abrahams here. So they get the kills, they get themselves a first shrine, and they also get the ability to just back away, take up a lot of farm around the map here, deny some enemy jungle. They have Urn and buffs come up in a minute time. Go buy up, get ready for this next skirmish, because they are sitting at such a big lead, 32k at this point in the game. Dan, I mean, you might be a 35k 7 in this game, but can you make up for this kind of gap? I would say no. I'd say it shouldn't be possible, and I think people there who are voting on Abrahams to win this map might be just creating some generational wealth for themselves.
Yeah, let's look at the damage values if we can get that on the screen when there's a moment. It would be interesting to see kind of who's been doing some of the lifting there in the damage category, because you would always expect, for example, Cosmetical to be pretty high up there and kind of where you would maybe expect.
Damn, Tass. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think Cosmetical would be like highest, but
especially when you get Tank Buster online, you know, those barrels, they really hurt. You can fling out so many of them. So I guess that kind of tracks. I think the other thing here, Jason, is that look at where Billy's damage is. You know, Together did so much in these fights, but also what we saw in the previous map as well is Billy is getting to damage values that typically we would not see Billy reach.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Billy's have been doing some serious work. I'm not sure what it is about build, or I mean, there really wasn't any changes that would make up for this damage.
Let's have a look quickly if we can see the build maybe for Billy. I'd be curious to see if it's more spirit focused.
I think in the first game we didn't see like bash down leveled up whatsoever. It was always the Rising Ram, the 2. But this one we're seeing, so yeah, they go for the bash down max with the Rising Ram max. Okay, so not going for the chain gang max.
Spirit Snatch, Surge of Powers, really any spirit items. Okay.
I see Geist.
Well,
you called it Giga Mag. Oh. Sorry, I'm just reading some chat.
Okay, I was kind of wondering what was happening there. Ooh, look how much damage the barrel does. You know, the instant all-fire barrel now that you can do on the abduction with the lasso. That's crazy damage.
Yeah, it's huge, man. It really is, and it's tough. Also, like the stack charge comes on through immediately, dispelled magic on though. So you're not gonna get that stun you're looking for in that rescue beam. Oh my god, just oh my god, what the hell just happened to that barrel? Sniping away at Vrick. This lead's continuing to grow. The Owl had come on through, but hasn't had a connection yet. But again, I mean, Together is the one who's low enough. But the Q will be there at another time to get him healthy enough that it's not going to matter, even if you did get the connection.
I think they let the dog ban go. They ban.
Yeah, Holiday's just too much fun to play right now.
And they get
the battle spam. You gotta be careful though. You know, you can definitely throw away a game like this. We'll see what's possible is the harassment. Just capturing Hoot with that lasso. And I think, by the way, something we didn't really mention, you know, we talked about how Doorman gets banned and how Doorman is a great answer to Silver. You know, put Silver in the hotel when Silver goes into Lycan Curse. But the lasso is also a fairly lengthy disable that you can use on heroes like Silver, which we've seen been a frequent target actually from Taz.
I didn't know the Baroness Hotel was actually pet friendly. That's good to know. If I want to take a visit. Miss Mid Boss. I feel like if you're buff and Jersey, you almost have to contest it. You just can't let this one go because you're going to lose the game if you don't. You already have one shrine down. The second one will fall soon after. Abrahams have actually stopped going for the mid boss, so they left Arzo there, and instead they're looking for a fight otherwise. As an initial catch on a Zerg, the Stop will House come out, step from above with the Storm Cloud. Did some good damage, again, forced to find awkward positions. Even dispels magic, the knockdown away, so you can stay in the air just a little bit longer. And now he has to kite, and you can just see everyone's heading directly towards him, trying to give him no quarter, no space, and no chance to live. As Son is able to drop him back in towards spawn.
Most powerful character. So
and as you'd expect, everybody getting deleted by Abrahams right now. And taking the fights directly to them in the air, on the rooftops, on the grounds, on the ropes. It's one of the fun things with Holiday. One of the most mobile characters in the game. Amazing air control capabilities.
And arguably, that's the best way to do.
Okay, who's stuck in a... I mean, this is just the absolute worst place to be fighting both of these heroes. Both Mirage and Shiv in a corridor. No. You don't want to be doing that. Lycan Curse comes out, but just instant deletion, which has basically been the story, Jason. If who can pop Lycan Curse in this map, gets deleted almost immediately afterwards, if it even goes off.
Yeah.
I think I'm safe in saying this, Dan, that this has to be the worst game Hoot's had in like Night Shift history.
Yeah, honestly, it has to be up there, because if we look at the early stages of the game, there was a point when Hoot was 8.9k souls and his teammates were on like 17k or something, like extremely far behind very early on.
And the thing is, when I say like his worst game in Night Shift history, I don't mean necessarily like individually skilled. He's still doing some really like good and cool things. I think this has just been like the worst KD he's had in Night Shift.
Hasn't had
I would almost want to say ever.
Like
that's the craziest thing to me. He's been really well controlled since the beginning, as you pointed out. Like Tass has done a fantastic job of that in particular.
He's
not really giving him any freedom to play around in. Novakim has fallen once again.
Which is why he's not really used.
Gonna get dunked on through, and we're looking at almost a 50k lead now for Abrahams with 3 redrew crystals, and hopefully for them a lot of money to spend as they actually sneak away towards the shop once again.
Well, at this point, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's much left to do
with this draft system,
either side, except for Buffenjoys to lose and Abrahams to win, I guess.
It's like,
I mean, it's hard to imagine a scenario where Buffenjoyers win these fights at this stage, being like this far behind. Now Zergy really doesn't have anywhere to kite. Being stuck in his own base, I mean, yeah, you kite back to your own spawn, but if you're sitting in your own spawn, guess what? You're not protecting your patron, which is already about 25% of its missing health in the second phase. And it's up to Abrahams here to play around the outskirts to pick up these kills to finish this one off.
I think what will be an interesting discussion for us is really like what went well for Abrahams. Like, how were they able to make Hoot have a horrible game? Was it the Viscous pick, so Hoot just never gets the saves?
And also,
because when you play Silver, you have to go really aggressive. You risk dying a lot, but usually they get Viscous. Is it how Together's been playing Billy? That's rarely something we've ever seen people play up against the Buffenjoys, but it's been working really, really well. Is it the Mirage, a pick we never see? Is it Holiday, a new pick? What are the factors?
I think, honestly, the Viscous wasn't necessarily towards Silver. It was kind of indirectly towards the GT. I mean, Cosmetical was limited to plus 30, and so many of these owls were stopped from getting kills from these cubes coming on through. And to be fair, there was a lot of cubes as well that prevented Hoot from getting kills overall. But also, I mean, running kind of like a double M1. Empty Dreams playing like support. He had Toxic, he had Escalating, he had an Inhibitor, he had Ricochet as well. So he really prevents a lot of damage that Buffenjoyers could do. But Tass was also just getting so many opportunities for Abrahams to fight 6-on-5 that Buffenjoyers couldn't really get going if we're looking beyond the fact of Hoot being controlled in the beginning of the game.
Massive match win for Abrahams. It's been a while since they've taken a map off this squad, right? Buffenjoyers, formerly Loki W, has been running the table for the last few weeks here in the Night Shift. So,
basically the best teams from EU and NA who all competed against that one. I mean, it was 3 teams out of 4 in the playoffs who were all from EU. But Abrahams, they seem to have cracked something, whether it was, the crack shots out of Tass, playing Holiday for the first time in a very long time. Because these teams have been scrimming throughout the week as well with all the changes, and I don't think Buffenjoyers has a losing record against Abrahams. But what they've been doing here in this game in particular, I think seeing Saint on Viscous once again reminds us how good he is in general. Not how good on a character, but in general he is. Normally we only see him on Kelvin, but he is so mechanically gifted on top of this that he's making Viscous look insanely strong. And I almost forgot about the fact that Together was able to stall that first urn for what feels like forever. Hansi's stealing away from Buffenjoyers.
Especially now that this
feels like the best support in the game right now. I mean, you do a pretty massive amount of damage on the hero with a lot of fighting potential, especially on these urn fights where people are kind of trapped in a spot where Splatter and the roll can have huge impact. Cube's also great when it comes to the urn. You can, protect somebody, to solo defend the urn for a few seconds and buy time for the rest of the squad to get into the fight. So huge impact from them as well. We talked about the Mirage and the Venator. We also talked a lot about Hoot and how he struggled this game. We're so used to
because
Hoot
it's not just the
dominating the
items
server,
that counter
doing
people,
absolutely everything.
it's
He
also
goes
heroes.
very defensive on these builds, but he just can't stay alive. Even with that build, I wonder if this is gonna change the draft prio for Silver going deeper into the series.
I don't think there's a direct.
I think Hoot out of most Silvers
hero-wise
really depended on
but
the
there are
max
definitely
rank like and curse
heroes
with the heal,
stronger
and the fact that you can
against
stay in like and
Stormland
curse like even longer.
there
I
are
think he really played around that mechanic of the ability so much better than anyone else out there. He was able to play on the outskirts of fights sometimes and hop back in to get the quick kill, the heal, and then they continue to just you know run them down.
That's what I mean.
I think he's probably been hit the most with it. But the thing is, I still feel like he can make Silver work, but it's not very often you see him go 0-11. It's not very often you see Vrake go 1-11. So whether it's a mix of Buffenger's not playing well and Abraham's playing exceptionally well, it's still yet to be determined. But the fact is, who didn't have this anywhere near the same level of impact they normally would have. Actually, in general, their front line didn't. Hoot, Vrake, and Listic. I can't forget about the 3 and 12. I think the 3 kills doesn't really make up for 12 deaths either. It's rough times, man, for them.
Mystic and
I gotta say, I didn't feel the presence of the Geist in this game, and I felt like that's generally been my experience with Geist whenever it gets picked for quite some time. But there's so many interesting things here. You know, we had Zagi playing 7, for example. This felt a little experimental in that respect, you know, because 7 after the nerfs, is it still as good? I guess maybe Buffenjoy's felt that it was. You know, throwing a Calico in there. The Calico pick is interesting because Calico is definitely strong, but it just didn't seem to be strong against what Abrahams were kind of rolling up with. And you can see 15 kills to 58. This was kind of teamfight dominance from the beginning of the game to the end.
I think it's I made that sound just because I think it's really hard for like 7 to carry this game when your front line is collectively
together and
8 and
enemy
22, 35, 47. So yeah, like 47 deaths collectively between your front line. You can't really do well as a 7, but also I feel like the Calico and a Silver can't do collectively well when the front line is also dying so often. They're so far behind in souls. I think it's just kind of one of those things that where like one problem becomes a bigger problem, and it continues to snowball that what your comp is meant to do can't execute that because of how far behind you've fallen.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you looked at some of these mid-game team fights, you would have thought Buffenjoyers were doing better. They were able to grab, you know, a couple team fights back, you know, like shutting down one of those big sets of rejuves that Abrahams was able to leave the mid pit with and capping an urn in stride. And then you look at the kill feed, and 15 to 58 is a monster beat down. It also means that the net worth doesn't tell the full story, that Abraham's getting a ton of those permanent buffs from the Sinners and sort of scaling in that way as well. So it's a resounding match victory for Abrahams. It really sets the table for them to maybe retake this championship, and it couldn't come at a worse time, really, for Buffenjoyers coming back with the new brand. I mean, impressive performance. I feel like it's a little bit of a back to the drawing board for Buffenjoyers here.
Amazing game. I do wonder what the meaning of this is going to be from Buffenjoyers and from Abrahams. You know, but Buffenjoyers, you know, the question is with Hoot, does he feel like, oh, if I made some of these adjustments, the game would have gone better, and then that would have just like set the trajectory in a way that this would have looked completely different, like you were pointing out, Jason? Or is it a case that like, oh man, we actually need to ban Holiday over Doorman, and then does Doorman get picked, and then there's Doorman the counter to kind of the you know, Silver? Like there's like there's so much interesting stuff here, and Billy was like actually really insane too. So I don't know what's going to happen because there's too many problems. I don't know what you guys think they should. What do you guys think? What's the prescription for Buffenjoyers?
Maybe they need to first pick the Holiday. I think they probably still want to ban the Doorman, because honestly, I think even if you ban Holiday and you give up Doorman, you sort of just replaced one huge problem with another. I still Doorman hasn't been seen as much in the Night Shift because he's permanently banned by Buffenjoyers. Like they never let him through, but he's still incredibly powerful, still really sick in a team play environment, and presents a lot of the same problems that a Holiday does, especially after all these buffs to Holiday. But maybe you can do like a both banning one and picking the other. I think Holiday, even more than I expected, does feel like the hero of the patch, like somebody who maybe needs to go in either those opening bans or the very first pick.
I think the beginning of the game also got out of hand for Buffenjoyers. They lost all 3 Guardians before they got a single one. Tass was also roaming really early in that game, considering what we saw in the first game of the day with Leviathan against Abrahams. I think that kind of like set Hoot behind. I think he died fairly early because of that, and consistently early. because of it. I think their comp was fine, honestly. I don't think they really need to change too much. I think they just got caught off guard at the beginning of the game, and they just didn't expect to be that far behind, that problem just continued to grow into a bigger problem later on.
Yeah, I'd love to see Viscous even be contested too alongside the Silver. I think that can really, you know, let her unleash and be a lot more aggressive and actually survive through some of those plays with the help of a cube or maybe a rescue beam from the Viscous. But of course, it's up to the Buff Enjoyers to figure out how they want to approach this game too. Down 1-0 in the series, not an uncomfortable spot for them, but you know, they're an experienced team. I have a lot of faith in them to be able maybe show us something better in the future games in this series. But of course, all that and more is coming at you after a short break. So stick with us when we come back to the conclusion of this series.
BRB. Dee-ba-doo. Dee-ba-doo-bee. Oh, I didn't even know that. Nah, I was just trying to change my stream scene from BRB to live. Oh yeah.
Welcome back to the night shift. If you're just joining us, it is surprisingly Abraham's up 1-0 over the newly renamed Buff Enjoyers, of course, back in the lineup here on the night shift. I mean, some resounding performances from the heavy hitters on Abraham's, and a lot of what has
heavy
worked
hitters
really well for this Buff
indeed.
Enjoyers team in the last few weeks
I
kind
got
of
a
fell
big
flat
ass
today. This feels like an
slice of
Abraham's
chocolate
who came
cake.
prepared and feel very dialed on this patch, guys.
Yeah, what's cool is that the current meta, I think, allows for so much diversity in the heroes. But it's also been interesting too that I feel like what Buff Enjoyers, what they have been winning with, one of the parts of the core was Viscous. And last week I was asking the question a bit. No, but nobody seems to be attacking the Viscous part of their core. And today we saw that. And today also with the new patches, the patch changes, the addition of Holiday, people kind of finding more value in Billy, that seems to have actually shifted things in such a way that now, you know, there is a real challenge to the core that has been working for Buff Enjoyers. And as we saw, there's enough counters in play for Hoots, Silver. Suddenly the odds change. And so will that continue? I'm really curious.
Do change.
Yeah, I think we also brought the topic of Doorman versus Holiday of a priority ban, Silver versus maybe Holiday as a priority pick. I honestly, with the way Buff Enjoyers seem to go about drafts, I wouldn't be surprised to see them pretty much go the exact same route with bans. And the thing is, they lost, so they also get choice of first pick or first pick or second pick. So they'll probably take first pick again. They're probably gonna do the bans the same way. They're probably gonna first pick Silver yet again,
54.
and then maybe do some adaptations from there. Maybe try to take Viscous away in their next two picks instead of letting it go into the second round of picks for Abraham's. Could be the play
mate,
for them.
ordered that Ethernet cable.
Yeah, I do think the way we saw Silver fail in that last game suggests to me that the hero at second phase, if they can grab the Viscous, they actually do go for second pick in this one. So they prefer the other situation. I think with Holiday being as good as she is, maybe there's a real prio to being able to grab her in the top two. Abraham's, though, I feel like they might just grab her first pick. It wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I honestly did forget that when you are in the champion match and you're the defending champion, you have first pick, first ban. I don't think it's a choice. I think you just have that naturally. But to see them defer to second is interesting, as you just mentioned, Jay, because now they technically could get Silver and Holiday in top two. They could get Viscous in top two if they wanted.
I do wonder what you guys think of. There's a couple of things. I wanted to mention that Off-Hollow didn't get selected. I don't know if that, you know, we'll see a difference in NA, but I wonder, like, does Yamato rise in stocks at all as a helpful counter to a Holiday? If Holiday is going to be coming back in, because Holiday, you know, I feel like it's kind of wrecked by Yamato, the Spirit Burst and the ability to chase her down, no matter if she's like, you know, aerial or not. I feel like, you know, Yamato's kind of a nice counter, but we haven't seen Yamato, even though I think she's kind of good still.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think the pro teams have strayed more and more away from Yamato. I think she's just a little maybe inconsistent after, you know, like the early game is strong, but if you don't snowball and find those early ganks to tempo out, you're not a particularly fast farmer, and you know, I think also your damage is kind of capped to like 2 big power slashes in the fight, and if those aren't getting killed, if you're farmed enough where those get kills, you're dominating, right? You're taking over. If you can get kills without even popping the ult, you're crushing the game. But if you fall behind a little bit, you don't really have any utility, right? You're all damage on the kit, and so I think people are maybe a little hesitant to draft for an advantage game. And Abraham's, I understandably grabbed the Viscous in top 3 here because I think it's one of the only tools that could potentially save people from these Holiday ganks or even Silver.
Yeah.
I hope we don't see GT come in out of Buff Enjoyers. Oh wow, okay. One of the few times I think we see Buff Enjoyers actually play towards a support hero, like a more full-on support hero, like a Rem. I'm kind of hoping they don't go GT this time. Cosmetical obviously not going to get the chance to play Pocket.
Well. Yes.
I would love to see a Shiv. I think Cosmetical has a really good Shiv as well, and we hardly get to see him play it, funny enough, because normally it's taken away, but it's also not necessarily part of the plan Buffingers like to go with. But we've already seen Buffingers being pushed to something else. I mean, being pushed to a second pick, being pushed to take Holiday, being pushed to take a Rem as well. This is interesting, and I'm kind of happy seeing Buffingers having to dig a little bit deeper in their backup plans. You're not happy with something, Dan? You said?
No, I said they should ban Warden, is what I said, because I felt
like
the
Rem,
DK just said. Is kind of a signal that they pick Warden for Zergy. And if you think about Zergy with 7, just kind of how that worked out in the previous game, kind of feel like they're probably
when I save up a bit of money, once I've paid off.
They do pick up Mirage, so I feel like Warden's still pickable, but yeah.
I'm gonna buy a new webcam.
Victor is something that also buff enjoyers tend to go to, but for some reason that's disappeared, and I'm not sure why.
Well, I'd watch the night shift, but it'll be
Victor
more
got a couple nerfs to the cooldown of the ultimate, and I think those just start to add up. Where this effectively is like what you pick the hero for is like suiciding it with your ultimate. And aggroing people super hard.
I highly reckon
that ultimate being just a few seconds longer.
His main is
like,
Paradox.
Means you're basically not fighting for those few more seconds. So I agree. Maybe it's an overreaction to some of these changes. I think there's maybe still a place for Victor. But with as good as Billy has been, like the frontline role is premium right now, right? Like I guess it has been for most of the competitive history of Deadlock, but. I mean, Silver, Billy, Abrams still going consistently top tier. Shiv is getting pretty deep into these drafts, though, so there's a lot more room for people to grab Shivs if they want them. Buff enjoyers go with the Bebop. Actually, a really weird Bebop pick from my perspective. Maybe they just feel like it's something that can lock down GT, but they already have Holiday, so they didn't necessarily need this.
I mean, you can cube one
technically, the way I'm streaming it right now is illegal. But
I will say it's actually very good against cube as a save because you just hook somebody in the cube. They're like a free hook, right? Like they need to get cube to be saved from something else, and then you just hook them and pull them so deep. Whereas the cube expires, they're dead anyway.
Interesting. Yeah, because I feel like I feel like
Race
so Shiv has gone missing in this draft, and maybe I could see in a world where you wouldn't get the Shiv, you kind of need that hard damage carry because Great Talon's kind of your spirit burst. And Wraith is really good to kind of split between gun and also spirit damage. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Shiv went missing here is really...
We definitely know
would have expected it, honestly, is in the Bebop slot.
I'm going to say Taz.
I guess a Buff Enjoyers is where it would have naturally fit into this draft. So the Bebop's interesting.
I'd be surprised if they don't put
different build.
The Paradox
main
on the same
Bebop build, right? That's sort of like more kind of like gun build, just a bit tankier. We're going to see like what I see in my matchmaking games, right, where everyone still goes Spirit and Echo Shard, you know, on the bottom.
Rem, like
I don't think Echo Shard, but I actually, it's hard to say. I mean, historically, Bebop has had a ton of build variety. I do think Gun Bebop's probably the best right now, but I mean, it's been a little bit untouched for quite a few weeks, so it wouldn't shock me if Buffingers comes out with a bit of a different theory craft. I'm also curious to see just how the farm priority goes. Maybe they just feel like, hey, the Bebop gives them better early game, and last game they just got kind of dominated there early, right? Like the lanes went bad, they lost a lot of Guardians, they were on the back foot. They're a strong team defensively, but I think they want to try to snatch a little bit more tempo in this series with Rem pushing a ton of lanes, Silver trying to get active. Maybe they can make that Bebop really work and snowball this game. It's going to be Buff Enjoyers on their last legs here in the money match. Abraham's up 1-0, trying to finish things in 2. Dan, Jason, take it away.
You see the start of the challenger match?
I did.
Eaton.
Would you like to?
Would you
like to go first, Jason?
They just kept switching lanes.
No, I don't want to go first.
I think it was.
All
right then. Okay, so
Billy
the Bebop Holiday. That is kind of gross, actually. I'm I'm not sure I would ever want to be up against this, but that should help to win this mid lane. They're against Talon and Paradox.
Yeah, I mean, I know Listic was it a few weeks back was spamming Bebops in his games, so it's not too surprising to see him playing the Bebop. I think for me is we haven't seen Drake play Holidays.
But they ended up using the teleporter at the shop to get back on the same lane.
He's got Mystic Burst.
And they've done that like 6 times.
Dan, you didn't tell me you were E6.
Oh my god.
You ranked up, man.
Well, sometimes still people will get the Mystic Burst because it does like it's actually a really nice efficient item even if you're going gun because you're not going to get Spirit, so like it gives you more power in the early lane.
No,
so
I think
we might still see the regular builds just with that kind of
push the team
the
forward
early lane.
This game.
find out. I mean, they already chased down an initial kill.
Over.
Cosmetical with the first blood coming on through. Also interested to see that, like, he's going to be on the Mirage. Bye-bye. So yeah, and then again the Vrake on Holiday, like we've not seen Vrake play Holiday in Night Shift at all, because it's been a long time since we've seen Holiday be a main staple, and I think a lot of pressure actually goes towards him on being able to perform. Considering what we just saw last game with Task like on the Holiday. So yeah, Vrake for me, I think is going to be probably one of the big linchpins of this team and how he can perform.
Yeah. But I think I'd rather it be like that, where you can literally pick anyone.
How do you feel like the
and it's the way you play that character that will matter?
Because Bebop Holiday is dangerous. It has both the diving threats, the hook threat, so you can't really be in the air as much as Talon, because you can get hooked. Obviously, Talon's a little more mobile than it used to be, but still.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, speaking of dive, we do have Zergy getting taken out straight away.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the mid lane. Like, the poke you have as Abraham's with the Paradox and Great Talon together is quite heavy. It is quite disgusting when you're up against like a Holiday and a Bebop, and you need the ultimate before you can get the last cell. The hook has a very limited range early on as well, so really all you have to do is play around the hook in the beginning, and you should be relatively fine. You just got to keep your distance, keep the poke coming. Obviously Bebop has a lot of extra regen based off of just like his base stats, but I don't know, I feel like Buffingers, you don't really win that lane until you get ultimates online, and then you have a decent chance to do so, unless you're able to get some crazy hooks early on.
Well, let's have a look at these other lanes as well. So Rem's paired up with Silver, so you know, if you're going to try to help Hoot to have a good game, you know, the Rem's nice. You know, you get the Spirit Resist from the little helpers, and you also get, of course, the tag-alongs that will keep you more protected on the dive. Also, when nap time comes out, it can be a really nice setup with Lycan Curse to ensure that you can just absolutely shut down people and close those kills. So it's definitely a nice combo, but it is up against Viscous and Billy, which we saw did extremely well in the previous laning phase, in the previous map. Both the splatter damage and the save with the cubes is just phenomenally powerful.
Oh, there's the hook. It's actually caught on the wall, so MGM is not going to be too pressured here, but the bombs get connected, level up at the perfect time. That should be a dead Great Talon. Listic gets the kill, gets the stack, up to 2k souls too.
I think if
and there we go. We kind of got our answer when it came to mid lane. Just got to avoid those hooks, and MG Dreams, just one hook is enough for him to be finished off.
Could do something here.
There's a Rising Ram, some pressure. My god, the splatter, it's disgusting damage.
56
Honestly,
damage.
Viscous is very fun to play. I feel like they did a great job kind of capturing the personality with the
splatter. And Overkim can stop them
bounces and just the noises and just, you know, that you can kind of slide more on the goo and stuff. It just like added so much flavor, I think, that in a way that's both fun and practical for how the character plays. So
yeah,
I
think they did such a good job with Viscous recently.
Kind of wish they gave Viscous that skin that we saw, like the World Traveler Viscous skin.
If they
reminds me of the little Boy Scout kid in Up,
like Arzo.
Remember that movie?
Yep.
It looks so weird and funny, but it would kind of I feel like it suits the voice lines and like
get strong before they can even think about
of Viscous as well. Yeah, I mean, like Viscous is definitely one of the most unique heroes in the game for sure, and entirely like how he works.
Because you can get those characters really strong.
Here they get the catch on a task. Another kill coming their way, and
because you wouldn't.
He was on 2k souls
maybe like 12 minutes into the game when Earn first spawns is when you would think about like
it's really interesting.
First team
something we haven't seen. I don't know that we'll see it now, but
like you ganking lanes in between is perfectly fine.
But on heroes like Abrams and even Bebop, you know, depending on your build, can be very, very nice. But yeah, I wonder what he's saving for right now.
Yeah.
Because if you're going Headhunter quickly, which sometimes you'll see, which is part of the gun build, it's not really part of the gun build.
Saint saved.
Disgusting, isn't it? This Viscous Billy thing is kind of cool.
One parry would have ruined Together's life right there, but he's able to survive and come out with like half health.
Yeah, exactly.
From the healing right plus the minion. That's dirty, man. That's
I didn't even think that
together. But sorry, continue your thought.
Viscous ball would actually do much, but because it stunned the red
first, so it is really interesting to see. Oh no, sorry, the headshot booster. You see that first at least. So I'm really curious. Like, it definitely looks to be going outside the normal programming of the gun build. So maybe we will see something spirity
And with him losing their tower in the mid lane too, he's actually starting to rotate onto the right-hand side. It has a spot up Amjadreams to see the hook of doom come out. Not quite able to catch onto the old man's toes. And who just sticking around for a second to make sure that Obikim has a way to get out here from the pressure that's come onto the lane. And my God, how does the old man in the sky move that fast? That is just so
they're discussing it too.
It like no clip, to be honest. With you, it might be cheating. I don't. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Ooh. What is happening right now?
I was gonna say that could be dangerous.
There's the bomb, not doing too much damage just yet, even with the Mystic Burst. Did he buy an item yet, the stick?
No.
Okay, is he saving to like 6,400? What is he rushing right now?
Oh, he's gone.
Okay, slap of the bow is enough to finish it off. The nerf bow.
He bought Headhunter, so he did go Headhunter, like you're talking about with Headshot Booster initially, and then into Headhunter.
Okay. Just wait to like not get
was
the
stronger, but it's now definitely bomb
at some point. It's only 800.
Just wanted to keep us guessing, you know.
True.
Yeah.
True. Like oftentimes,
so that's the thing. Like most people that aren't pro players would easily say that we're now itemized in the Spirit Man,
going for a DK,
which is fair because it seems like that, but it's more balanced than people realize.
I need to catch onto Arzo, but again, the last didn't last long enough, and Arzo was able to escape here with a little bit of a teleport.
Yeah, but the average player would still say it's
just get two Guardians down on the left and the right hand side of the map as
purely
well.
because you see more Spirit
lead that Abraham's had,
but you need to buy more Spirit items because
finally go down.
The general weapons are quite
been a little bit of a pain in the backside for Abraham's here so far, but they have been able to stabilize.
Like our lobbies.
Okay, well, right now the creeps are crashing into the right side walker, so Buff Enjoyers will be getting some chip damage there. One little helper here as well to just get bit of power in there.
That's what I mean. We're in the lobbies where that
Ren
would
was
count,
actually on a creep. I didn't realize Ren was actually on one of the games as well.
Very quick.
So that's gonna be a death, but was it worth it? A lot of Buff Enjoyers players are quite weak. The Sinners did spawn somewhat recently. It will get found as well. I'll have to keep a track on Hoots, see if he's having a better game than previously. So far, so it's not too bad.
Can we maybe get a tap check in again? Because the last game was like
maybe not
like
50
something to 20 in kills or something insane like that. And it feels like we've been going a very similar route here. Yeah, we've got a lot of early kills, at least in the mid lane, go the way of Buff Enjoyers. But it feels like Abraham's just been picking up kill after kill, like 11 to 5, so over doubling the amount of kills so far.
I would now probably...
Out of Buff Enjoyers is Abraham's here. With 4-0 for together.
I'd now probably say
1-0 is also good. 3-1 for Taz.
I'm always playing.
And Vreg does have the 3 assists, so definitely making his losses work so far.
Level in low alchemist, yeah. So I'd say that's average.
Invasion coming from Abrams.
Yeah.
Let's see what the bird is going to find.
I got so good with movement, and then I just stopped because Doorman
just getting some
can't
information.
really use the movement that I learned.
Definitely. Added piece of value from the guided owl is just all this info you get in mid and wherever else you're going to send it.
I was watching drone racing for a second there with how fast he was going.
Yeah.
It's like some
honestly,
crazy.
Jason, someone's going to make some like drone racing maps, custom maps, where you just like 5 people are piloting birds against each other.
That would actually be sick.
We should make it actually.
Like a training map.
I need to get a bit closer to my mic for stream.
You have to do like some crazy turns and like navigation. Yeah, man. Someone, come on. One of you modders out there. I'm sure it already exists.
Go
like,
XLR.
Did you ever play Hogwarts Legacy?
I have not. No.
Okay, well, do you know anything about Harry Potter?
Yeah, but don't.
Is that the one where
he's just said he's close to his mic?
I can hear the troll coming from miles away.
And he's like fighting off an alien race.
Yeah, Go XLR isn't a thing anymore.
Anyway, so in Hogwarts Legacy there is
they're not updating.
Kind of thing where you have to like race through a bunch of different
I can do some
stuff like that. We could do a version of that, but with the owls is what I'm saying.
Because I will probably end up replacing. Yeah, exactly. I need something cheap as well. Mine cost 250 quid and they stopped updating it, so I need a new one.
With a lot more initiative than they were in the previous game.
At least you caught my Ender's Game reference, right?
Mine will be alright for a while, but if because you haven't got one, don't buy it. Is my advice.
I read that not too long ago, like in the last 8 months.
Yeah.
I think I read it in high school. Pretty good book though. I wish they made the
I
am. I would be down to watch.
Fully tempted to do Nicewig style watch parties content.
I'm sure there's someone
because that format works really well for a majority of esports games.
And by putting together, I mean we'll
and also,
I like
who doesn't love that? If you don't really want to watch like this Night Shift,
getting the survival.
There's plenty of other people out there. I think Vegas, who's really close with Yoshi, does it. Ido's done it a few times when he hasn't played.
Buff enjoyers, it's kind of just hoot. And he's still at 9.4, so it's not really that far off for him. But it's going to come down to an interesting time when both teams have to meet towards this tournament.
And this was just nice. Like if me and you done it, that would be great because we talk so much about what's happening.
Un's been grabbed.
Dispel magic, counter spells.
And the last game, if you guys remember, didn't go too well for Buff enjoyers because together we're stealing it constantly. We'll see if he's going to perform similarly
sort my
here.
webcam out because the wires a bit broken.
Together is in position somewhat to at least contest.
He had a disco.
But again, you gotta be cautious that you're not going to lose objectives at the same time. That's often what happens with the first turn. And do you have some rotation? Cosmetical will have the ult online, I think. He's looking to defend the left side Guardian. So more players here to pressure. They want to turn this one in.
You didn't say the line, Callum.
Buff enjoyers. They're going to play defensively with the urn for now.
I wish we had a counter for the amount of times urn has been dropped by someone, but like not like yourself, but someone's knocked out your hands, because I'm pretty sure together would have had like 18 for the last match alone.
Like a dead zone issue.
But so far in this game, I mean, it's still just a 4K lead for Abrahams, and the urn is just going to be sitting and returning back towards its spawn once again. So neither team really looking to dunk this one on through, and Buffalo is actually playing the defensive at the moment on this right-hand side.
Yeah, so it's just intervention.
4 players in the area. It looks like Tass might be trying to pick it back up and run it across, but we might run into a little bit of skirmish towards that position.
Instead,
both teams like, you know what, we're just going to continue to farm, and you know, maybe there's a world where we need to make this first urn worth a little bit more, because teams don't really seem to mind too much to go for something like that at such little cost. I mean, we saw in the last game that first urn resulted in Abraham's getting what, 5-6 kills and urn turn-in. It was insane of like a lead they're able to bolster from that instead of just letting the urn go for Buff enjoyers, where they lose 3k souls, but then they would gain, well, they would keep everyone alive.
It does seem like the way that the meta is developing with the new urn is that the first urn is not really necessarily receiving that many deposits, and oftentimes walkers get traded off of it, and it seems to be somewhat consistent at the top level so far. My games, Jason, people still ignore the urn as though it does not exist.
I think that happens a lot, honestly. I think in every rank that happens, it only gets slightly better the higher you go. There we go, first turn. Gonna be pushed in initially by Abraham. So comes in, catches out onto together. The chain gang was used. I'm not sure how many people actually caught onto here, but the hyper beam from the backhand side going to give a little bit of advantage for Buff enjoyers to play around this one. But the knockdown comes on through to dismantle that one, and the fight will continue to carry on forward.
And right now, it does look a bit better here for Abrahams. They've got a lot more players in the circle, and Buff enjoyers playing largely outside. So
he's gone.
Really in a good spot positionally, and a lot of damage and kills now being racked up by Buff enjoyers.
Hang on.
Starting to make this one look a lot better. They've managed to force Abrahams out of the circle, largely speaking, and it's just going to be Sanya Sniper, who is just stuck in there on the Abrams, running around the pillars, trying to survive for as long as possible, but at this point, it's not looking all that good. There's the gut shot straight into the wall. The charge, though, encounter to try to do some damage back, but it's just not the follow-up behind this one. Although off the rope, we will have Hoot now coming in to try to make the assist happen. And Abrahams they're flying players in here.
Respawns.
This urn is going to go up in smoke.
Okay.
Wow, the respawns came on through here, and in the end of the no way, Abrahams.
If anything, that helped Buff enjoyers.
They get Zergy down, they get Listic down. Sanya bought so much time there, basically by himself. The Q came in from Saint last second, and Dreams gets a kill into Obicam. I think that one was maybe with the owl, because I heard the owl go off. I feel like Abraham's kind of indirectly won that. I think maybe the one downside is that they forced rotation of Arzo to help out on the right-hand side, leaving Cosmetical to his own to get some free farm, as you see him trying to get this Guardian on down, gets telekinesis right under the Guardian. It's exploded right at the same time the Guardian goes down, as he takes it with them. The lead's still only 2k.
Because of them killing Cosmetical
Abrahams right now. Yeah, the build is looking is basically the same build, or pretty more or less. Weakening headshot in there, which is obviously got buffed recently as the fight gets taken. Still two buff enjoyers in this close space, trying to protect the Sinners, but they're Sinners.
I didn't realize Sanya was in there.
Like Abrahams will disengage now that they've got a lot of numbers to play against. They don't like this fight anymore, and this could really turn on them in a really nasty way that I don't think they were expecting here. They look to take the fight to deny the Sinners, and now they might just
my mum's failed her driving test 7 times.
Lost in the effort, which is not what they were looking for that invade.
Okay. Who gets away? A hook? No way, they caught onto together? I'm not sure how far away that hook was, but they get the kill as well in Listic, man.
So if he's that good at driving, why can't he drive an F1 car?
That 12k souls, but creating a lot of impact here around the map, especially in the mid lane early on.
Bro, this RAM movement I need to learn. Holy.
Well, after all said and done, it's 87 to 88k, so there's just negligible difference between these two sides. One of the things we can check in, though, is that also he is well farmed on Wraith. We saw that in the first map of today in the EU. A challenger matchup, it was a very undefined Wraith that was very problematic. And, you know, awesome from production to bring up the soul differential here. You can see the swing that just happened.
And in 5 seconds.
Well done to Buff Enjoyers.
This is the most even earn ever.
Also, there's a problem, though. He's had a lot of space to work with in this game, Jason.
I mean, with a beefy front line, it's pretty easy to do so. What a great knockdown. Right before the lasso came on through, Reg had no chance to get away from that, even with the hook coming out of Listic. The owl on top of this as well. Maybe they can get the kill to get some stacks over to the teammate of Empty Dreams, but I think Listic survived just long enough. Maybe Obikim will get away from this one, being forced to use the nap time, more importantly. But with the urn in hand too, it looks like Abrahams might be able to get a massive lead off of this one. Picking the urn back up, it's going to be Sanya.
Oh, they're going to get Zergy.
They're not done with the fight. Even ours is going head to head against Cosmetic on the left-hand side, or at least trying to keep him away from the Walker.
Again, more fights around this Sinner's position. Abrahams, they're very good position here. I mean, if they get more kills in this engagement, as they're retracting a little bit from that position, so that they're in a better spot. That if Buffalo keep pursuing, they'll get more kills. And, I mean, you got to be careful because I feel like mid boss, you know, if one more kill kind of went the way of Abrahams, there mid boss was definitely a vulnerable.
You can say it's not automatic.
Objective. And is up. It's a really interesting game so far, Jason. It is very even at this point now.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure whether because you transformed it.
Yeah, it feels it's even, but it also feels like it's not even for some reason. I think that first urn was really interesting because Zergy came in with like a double kill of Iradomini when we had the urn being dunked. And then like Sanya was able to just survive long enough for the reinforcements to come on through to kind of equalize things in terms of kills, but it still feels like it has been going the way of Abrahams when it comes to these head-to-head fights. It's been mostly the opportunities created by the Listic that's been able to net them quite a few kills. As we saw there out of Rake, he gets knocked down in the middle of a lasso. I think he didn't get a launch pad away and he just got stuck in the enemy territory. Forced to drop the urn to look for an engage here. Lasso up in 1 second. I mean, Vestus would be the ideal target. You don't have to worry about the cube coming on through, but again, he gets caught out here. The jump pad gonna buy him a little bit of time, but he should be still falling. His task is able to confirm that kill. So
I don't know why he went in so far.
I wouldn't say misplay, but a shutdown more so on the holiday.
And there we go. The chain gang broken somewhat. However, Buff Enjoyers with 2 players down don't really want to be taking this fight. Buff Enjoyers are in an interesting spot here. I do feel like Listic on the Bebop is underfarmed for the gun build. I feel like you kind of you get to a point where you just really fall off, I think, if you don't have enough farm with Bebop, and Listic's a little bit behind. Mid boss is under threat. 2 players are still down. Yes, there are some ults available right now, but this is going to be a very challenging fight for Buff Enjoyers, I think.
No nap time, and I think that's the crucial one. Here we go. Hoot jumps in to the pit first. Gets pushed away here. Listic's able to get the first region and the second. His task takes one for himself, but now it's about if Buff Enjoyers can survive this one. They lose both of the regions instantly, but so do Abrahams, and a big nap time comes on through, catching on, I think, 2 or 3 players here. Obikin bouncing around the edges. It does open up an opportunity for Buff Enjoyers to win this fight. Zergy comes on in, high breathing out of Listic. And Abrahams, they started the mid boss, but they might have regretted it. They lose 3 players and give Buff Enjoyers pretty much a full walker in the mid lane.
Yeah, not the desired outcome, that's to be sure. Mid Walker goes down.
Holy shit.
Urn has been collected. There's not going to be enough players up in time to challenge it as long as we get a clean run here.
Gonzalez.
And I mean, they could actually try to challenge it. Abrahams could try to go for it off the rope,
the chance,
and it looks like they're going to do that.
Mystic didn't fuck up the start.
I
don't think they can.
But I like the way Buffingers are positioning themselves to catch them before they get to the Urn turn in.
Everyone
they do retreat back here, realizing, oh crap,
yeah,
they're on the way here together. Openings up initially onto Vrake, who's going to fall once again here. The Urn actually hasn't been put on in. I think Buffingers aren't feeling confident enough to secure this one as Tass gets the initial kill. Doesn't have swap up just yet, and it's just still together leading the way on the front end. Even with Metalskin creating some space, but I think that's a smart choice. Buffingers realized they probably couldn't win that fight if they were forced to defend the Urn actual turn in, so they take it, they back off. This actually could cost them a walk here on this left-hand side with 5 players there.
Yeah, very awkward position for Hoop because he was kind of isolated, and it kind of created a scenario where Buffingers couldn't keep pushing. And now, like you say, the Walker is not necessarily the only thing at risk here, because looking for fights is the rest of Abrahams who were gathered around it. Just looking for a pick. They can't quite find that. This did go down earlier, but this gives a lot of priority as well, because having to leave that right side lane gave control back to Arzo, who got to farm more. And it's just now taking one of the enemy sinners. And so Arzo,
as Vrake and Listic dying
was
there,
a big winner in terms of the macro, how the macro effects
purely
were applied based off the left side lane action.
Yeah,
I think the one problem
for
him though is,
and rightly so,
a Venator I think is going to have more impact in these fights for now than a Wraith will.
I think the way to play this game is you want
it's going to kind of alleviate
up to
maybe the weakness he has at this point, but I still think he's another 10k souls off from being as effective in fights as like Zergy is right now with just Iridoni maxed out. That true damage. You really can't match that in souls. Like, you can't be equal to a Venator and expect to be able to do as much impact as a Venator can. I mean, the gut shots as well creates opportunities with the stun, the traps. All I really have is Wraith is just pure on damage, and you kind of need to activate that once you get items online. But
you're gonna try it again.
Still in the hands here of Buff Enjoyers and Cosmetical and Co. Might be looking for the turn in. Vrake actually isn't even gonna be here. He's defending that right hand side by himself. And Abrams don't really see too keen on contesting. It looks like they're actually trying to go for a catcher, maybe a push on the mid lane walker, but they catch out Listics. They eliminate one of the 2 initiates out of Buff Enjoyers. And Vrake's going to have to retreat if they want to go for an Urn turn. And I mean, he's going to have to back them up. But even then, it doesn't seem like they're still going to go for the Urn anytime soon.
That was close.
But all that's, you know, after all this said and done, is 127 to 127k. Yeah, that thing goes fast, man. It goes
leaving it
fast. His little legs doing some work. I feel like we should have like make the legs should be more buff, because that thing really goes fast.
Those legs are very 3 hours of this.
I actually don't know if the legs reflect how fast it's going. Is it just the same animation as it used to be with the Urn, or did they actually speed up the little legs?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Less CP replaced.
Ouch. Oh my gosh, that's not good. So Obikim is taking damage. Cosmetical gets caught out. Abrams still have players on this left-hand side. They also have,
a lot better now.
Looks like ours are running the Urn across the map. He's a free walker to take on this right-hand side, but instead he's going to go for the team play here while getting a movement buff at the same time.
Oh yeah, it feels like a good play, because there's no one to defend against the troopers on the right side, really.
Good job that he didn't release that bird.
The Urn can be deposited right now, and with the player advantage in the actual battle, this might actually be a solid move. At the very least, looking for the telekinesis. Can't quite find it there onto Rem.
Missed the card.
See if there's another target to be had here. Telekinesis is surely going to be coming in soon, but I mean, might not be necessary. The cards are flying, and they are exploding people.
Oh no! Oh no! He gets caught off guard. The knockdown. He falls. He gets 2 kills before he does perish. But still, Abrahams have lost so many players from this one, which looked like it should have been an easy fight. It's down to a 3-on-3 now. Urn's reset once again. And Buffingers are in position to push this walker if they wanted to, though they should probably back away from this one, considering Cosmetical's not there either. That looked like it should have been a fight that Abrahams was going to win pretty cleanly.
Cavalry. They are. I was facing a...
the sole difference back to parity. Well, slight edge might be possible.
Wraith.
For Buff Enjoy. Well,
actually, 15k souls above everyone.
There's 3 players dead on Buff Enjoyers and 2 dead on Abrahams, so...
Done half
Again, picking up the urn.
Because she just wasn't.
Wow, big hero damage from Zergy. Zergy really putting in the work there.
I wonder how much of that is just from Iradomini. Like, I'm actually really curious. I know we can't see that yet, but it's got to be a large portion of it, or a decent amount of it.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see.
And you got work as well.
Well, both teams converging once again for the urn fights, and there's the dunk. Now the timer has started. Buff Enjoys getting the initial capture, and right now nobody, not a single player for Abrahams is in position to stop this. Looking to dive in at the last second, getting right in there, and we'll see what they can do with this one. Looking to go and just brawl. Charge doesn't land on anything just there, and it's going to be a very, very difficult fight here. But Hoot now is in the Lycan Curse form, so that's going to be very, very dangerous. And that's on the outskirts. That's not even in the circle just yet. Abraham's looking like they've got a good command of the position initially, but Buff Enjoy is now coming back in with Hoot on the Lycan Curse, are going to secure it. And that is a phenomenal turnaround there from Buff Enjoy. Looks like they were in control pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, Zergy is the one that's carrying this team forward right now.
And Zergy hits a gut shot onto Arzo, which just shuts him down for such a long portion of that fight and forces Arzo to actually get back completely away from the rest of his team and retreat. So he couldn't continue to pump out damage. Like a really small individual player, Zergy, just kind of
who goes where.
gives him some really good control of that fight. Not to mention, like, Sonya got chipped away at really heavily. Tass was immediately forced to run away too, considering the Iradomini literally right next to his head. And now Buff Enjoy is getting themselves a free rejuve. I mean, they obviously fought for it around the urn, but they get the urn, they get a rejuve, they get a 12k lead now, and finally, for the first time this series, seems like they're in the driver's seat.
Especially now that they're more synced together. Overkill on
It really does. And with a 10k difference, I mean, it would surely balloon, I would imagine. It's going to be very hard for Abrahams to find the pickoffs. I mean, they do have, paradoxical swap in some of these tools to maybe start fights, but this is definitely problematic because I don't think Oz is going to find the space that he needs to be able to farm up. And a lot of the farm that Oz might be looking to take is going to get just attacked here by Buff Enjoys. That's going to be one of their jobs, is steal away some of this farm away from Abrahams. And there's not much that can be done about it.
What's tough too is that even while he was ahead of Zergy, he wasn't, in my opinion, like truly ahead, because I think Venator just has much more power earlier on than a Wraith. But now the fact that Zergy's ahead of Arzo, but also Cosmetical, who's the Mirage, like the second M1 of the team, is also ahead of Arzo.
The fact that Zergy
it's not a good sign, honestly. I mean, we're looking at a big disparity now in souls. We're looking at a big disparity in where the souls are allocated as well. Like, the one upside is they do have dreams at 26k, and they have at least a front line who's decently fed.
Until, like,
Buff Enjoys, with not really playing with the front line, have been able to just overwhelm Abrahams, which is pure damage. It feels like when it's come to these earned turn-ins, it's really becoming a problem for Abrahams. And getting back into this one, I'm trying to think what can they really do? Like, what's maybe their win condition? And at the rate it's going, it might just have to be we have to wait another 10 minutes for Arzo to get farmed up enough that he can kind of 1v1 Zergy, or like 1v1 Cosmetic, or maybe even 1v2.
They'll walk right into this.
Let's push York.
Siphon Bullets online. Yeah, starting to look scary.
Let him come for me.
I think it also depends.
So left side Walker under siege. Come back unspawned, so maybe there's something to be said if that can stay up, once the rejuves have maybe timed out. Maybe that's something to be looked at. But for now, gotta try to defend this left side Walker. They might look to give it entirely. Might not have an option though. The fight getting taken straight to Abrahams.
A bit of a misplay with that barrel. It actually got launched itself, but it didn't really matter. Sonya still went down. So 2 ultimates for the kill. Feels like maybe a little bit more in that. And looking at the top hand side of the screen, they also get another Walker on down. At least while this is happening together, was able to get the urn.
Because we won't know.
Losing 2 and a Walker is not going to be a trade that you're still going to be happy with. And with still a minute and a half left to go on the rejuves for Abrahams, you're just kind of stuck waiting in your own base. Like, can you realistically contest this one, considering you have a last you have to worry about? Obviously not up just yet, but also the hooks consistently coming out listic, that it would probably net a kill for them if you get caught.
Yeah.
It's like Abraham's just playing full defensive mode now.
Hang on. What if Ental strats, right? Buff Enjoys knew that GT will be weak
the siege of the base.
Esports
to claim this first shrine.
So they went him in the first game because they know it's a best of 3.
Zergy is so powerful right now. Definitely having way more enjoyable game than the 7 game in the map before.
Because that's what Melee
looking to tie this series up. And I mean, I wonder how much the first game was experimental.
Like, Overkim on Ram,
that they have a game
Cosmetical
to
on Mirage,
to test stuff potentially.
Boot's doing a lot better now. Zergy's cooking. Listic, I think you're right, is doing pretty good right now. And Vrake is doing what he needs to do.
Yeah.
I think they just kind of fell behind in like the key players that they needed to stay ahead. I mean, again, like how often do you see Hoot go? Was it 0 and 11? I think once, and that was that game.
Yeah.
In the entirety of Night Shift.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a statistical anomaly. That's for sure. Taking a challenge for this. Okay, maybe there's something to be done here. The rejuice have expired, although Taz goes down very early in this one.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much them realizing we have to do some sort of contest here. We also have the advantage here with the urn, and actually do get the cap onto it while also getting the kill onto Vrake. But can they escape with their lives? Cosmetical, he took down Arza 1v1. There should be no chance Abraham can win this fight anymore. Buffendor should completely just walk all over them, especially the fact that Zergy's alive. He also has Iridome, and the rest of Abraham's are just turning tail and running. Saint and Anti-Team trying to get back to base. Yes, you get the urn.
Just don't die solo.
Price here, and this should be the second shrine and probably first stage patron falling now.
One thing that's cool to see here as well is the crippling headshot onto Listic's build is definitely very nice and helping to shred those more tanky heroes. But we're going to see another shrine go down. And at this point, again, the entire map is to play for Buff Enjoyers. Mid boss is also up, and Buff Enjoyers could easily find a pick into that mid boss as well. I mean, they're in such a commanding position.
I don't know. Cosmetical's gone for a little spike now as well.
At mid boss, you're gonna have. I mean, I guess you're technically not gonna have that big of a window to play with, but you can force the fight there by just making.
We got Callum in the call.
A 30k lead, and then you make it scream, and you run it, Abrahams. You hold W, and if you catch any of them out of position, which you probably will because you have a lasso and you have a hook. Then you have a 6-on-5 fight, and you already have Zerg at 42,000 souls and Cosmetical at 40k. Like, that's what do you do to stop them? We've seen some disarms picked up for Abrahams. I don't even know if we have any suppressors, but there's too much damage coming your way now with Cosmetical and Zergy together.
Nap time's up too as well, which is a very powerful tool.
Oh my god,
mid boss. Okay, players flying all over the place due to the various utility usage. And Buff Enjoyers, I mean, they may not have to force the fight. The fight is going to come to them here in this mid position. A last stand from Abrahams, looking to try to do something in this one. Look at the shutdown.
Get that kill.
Way harder to shut down in this particular map. Much stronger, much healthier. And you can see that Abrahams just had to force their way back out of this one. They've lost a player,
and they go mid boss.
One of the most important ones of these team fights. And just like you said, Jason, that's really all that was necessary to take down this mid boss.
And now you have telekinesis.
This is it.
Like you don't really have.
They don't even need that walker.
To get them away from the rejuve. Okay, a shoulder charge at Sonya. I mean, the thing is, we're still going to see them contest it because, I mean, you have to. You're going to lose if you don't contest it.
Yeah,
that's excessive.
When I noticed it, Cosmetical was at the end of his
away any kills, and Sonya also gets hooked away from it. So he doesn't have a chance to go for the contest. Saint already has fallen. All the rejuves were taken. Saint dies as well, and so does Tass and Empty Dreams, and so do the chances of Abraham's winning this map. That means we're going to be going at 1-1 apiece here and into a third and final game of the series here in EU.
I made you eat your words.
Very big step up indeed. And very informative. I think a lot of important information in this.
Abrahams, I still think overall was
not working. I do wonder if Warden would have been better
because they don't take as long to gel
for Abrahams. If Warden, especially with the buffs, would have had more staying
power
power in some of these objective fights, be less of a target to get picked off because of the tanky nature that Warden has. And just add to that front line, and obviously, I think Warden also with the cage.
And this goes to game 3 now.
That's quite helpful, when you're fighting for the urn, and when you're dealing with Silver. I definitely think that there is more of a place maybe for Warden. If I was to nitpick a little bit and think about, how could you have improved the drafts?
Either way,
but
both
at the same time,
can be happy with
there's not really any teams that tend to favor Warden except Buff Enjoyers.
And if you're talking Warden, there's one person who's going to be here on the desk here momentarily when this game finishes who loves to talk about Warden and Viscous. But we see Buff and George still have to close up the game before we can get to that point here. I mean, the patrons has no help. It's basically dead. The fact is, Abraham's are just trying to do anything they can to stall buy some time, maybe have a Hail Mary play happen, but when you're down this many souls, there's really no chance of that fourth quarter comeback. And there we go. Buff and Joyers tie the series up at 1 apiece, and now he's talked to the Warden main himself. If he thinks, Jake, Warden would have been a better pick here than Wraith.
It's a tough call. It's like they need so much damage, and they probably don't mind having a bit of it, you know, spirit flex there. You know, it's never an easy call to make when it comes to picking your M1 carry for the draft. But honestly, I got to give it to Zergy, right? Put him back on something classic and reliable like the Venator, and he absolutely delivers. Another player who impressed me this match was Listic too, lighting it up in the early game. Through the mid games, tons of hooks for him. We were questioning, at least I was, hey, Holiday Bebop, is that a little bit too much? But not at all, man. They both really made it work, both having huge fighting potential throughout the series. Even with the Viscous Cube saves coming in, they were able to stick through those fights.
This was amazing.
So a huge win here for Buff and Joyers. But it was close. It wasn't an easy one, despite all those heroics.
Yeah, really impressive performance. And I feel like, you know, we didn't even talk too much about cosmetical on Mirage. I think Mirage definitely looks like he's kind of back right now. You know, I think Mirage did a lot in this game in terms of, you know, help with the macro and giving you more options, and especially like we're talking about with the first urn so often being about you know, the macro where
I mean, I've noticed his attitude
left up for grabs. It's definitely a good answer for that. You know, seeing just generally GT not being in a position to perform as much. You know, we saw Paradox too, in not having quite as much power as maybe you would be looking for in some of these team fights. I don't know, it's just interesting how Buff and Joyous just looks so good here. I think one part obviously is that we saw who getting to be able to come online in these fights in a way that he wasn't able to in the previous map, and so maybe this is just a reset to normality.
Every player like that, or that
character not going 0-11 and having impact in the game. You know, who would have thought that those kind of go hand in hand? Can I just bring up a topic though? Are we seeing, I guess, teams realize that Mirage can't just be a solo M1 carry like you can see with the Venator, and we sort of seeing being paired up now with like more of those solid M1 carriers, because that's where we've been having success with Mirage today. I don't know if correlation is causation here, but running Mirage is kind of like a support utility M1, and then having like a mainstay M1 like Venator has really brought some success to these teams.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out, Jason. I mean, Mirage is such a uniquely survivable M1 carry, but he kind of pays for that in his ability to just deal raw frontline DPS to like a heavy tank hero, which is something that you really need out of your M1. In this case, Venator in the game, whose stats are reflected. But I mean, look at all the debuffs, right? Just by virtue of putting Inhibitor, Jin Smart, Toxic. You know, he's just stacking up tons of debuffs on the enemy, and really almost playing like more like an Infernus, more like a semi-carry role. And I actually think it's a good call. I think Mirage feels way better in that kind of a spot, as evidenced in this game, especially with somebody like Obakim on the Rem. Huge heals from him. I think he's a big part of the success, not only of the frontliners, but also of the carries, right? Keeping people up through the fights, giving Huda a much more comfortable match to play. And then the initiators, you got to give some love to Listic and Vrake, both piloting their characters really well. Not afraid to die at times, but always in service of making plays and progressing the game forward. I'm curious, Dan, how did you feel about this draft from Buff and Joyers versus Abrahams? Do you think this was a pick element that got them the edge here, or do you think this was more on just a much better execution?
I think if we go against France,
I think better execution largely, but I do feel like Zergy's impact on Venator, we saw it throughout the game. His damage statistics were really, really high. He had so much more impact playing this than he was able to at the early to mid stages of the game previously.
They're not necessarily stopping kind of black players. It's more Middle East,
the best M1 in the region right now, just because of his consistency and his overall impact.
Yeah, but that's not because he's South African. If you read up about it, there's other reasons. He was affiliated with Middle Eastern stuff.
I think the draft is obviously really nice because they do get the holiday.
Have you read up about it? No. Have you read about it?
And all the pick opportunities.
Exactly. So shut up. I have. No, that is not the case.
He's looking insane right now. So
he was affiliated with something to do in the Middle East, which I don't particularly want to get into whilst I'm streaming. So they stopped that, just like they stopped all Middle Eastern players and referees at the border.
You kind of can't do it alone. Like, you can't solo carry, at least in that case as a 7. He definitely relies on teammates that have success. I think you know, players like Listic, Vrake, Cosmetical became created the opportunities for him to be so successful as well.
Yeah, definitely give him a more stock standard carry, one that is a little bit less cheesy than 7. A little bit
Trust me, if it was
in just
because
the
they were
heads-up
being
brawl,
racist,
and,
there wouldn't
proves
just
to be
be one
exactly
or
what they
two
needed. Still,
black
the kill
people
score
being stuck to the
drastically
border.
closer
It would
this
be
game
all of them.
than in game 1. I mean, despite Buff Majors winning with a comfortable margin on the net worth, they had to scrap and battle for it. Abrahams was contesting them at every step of the way. I fully expect to see more of that as we go to a decisive game 3 in the series. And honestly, it's exciting to see Abrahams back and really pushing Buff Majors to the limit. I mean, Buff Majors for a while, like last few weeks, they kind of dominated everybody. Like, it was kind of close, but not really. I mean, they were a little bit head and shoulders above the competition, at least here in Europe. So, you know, something feels
England
right about these two teams going to a game 3, about this series needing to go full duration.
But it's Spain and France are more likely to be favorites.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm like, okay,
because we fumble.
Because I feel like I should probably do that whenever there's a pause, because Jason, I think, is
Jason's baiting you at this point. Jason's making you do it every time. But
yeah, he's trying to prove a point. You know, I'll just walk into it. It's fine. I'll talk. But yeah, I'm really curious about how the draft's going to go, because we've seen a lot of different looks here. It does feel like Silver is regressing to the mean here. Like, it is a problem. I still feel like it's a problem.
If we win the World Cup this year, it'll be what, 60 years?
That seems like kind of a problem. I feel like, do you ban Pocket at this point?
That's why I said if.
Holiday. That's one of the things I'm thinking of for what Abrahams should.
Alan, we always do semi-decent in these events, and then just fumble
I mean, people have been so
important
conservative with the pocket bans. I think they're very scared of what's possible with the hero, but it also feels like, hey, maybe you could let it through and try to just kill the pocket off before he can get down his impactful afflictions in the late game.
I want Scotland to win the World Cup.
Options, decisions, but only one last chance to decide what direction you will take it. It is 1-1 in this series for the EU money match on Night Shift 43. The conclusion and all that and more coming at you just after a short break. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
I know him. I only know Saka because one of the other kids that loved him. Okay. Who's he with now? What, at all? Didn't he go to good or something? I don't know. Oh no, I'm thinking of Rashford. But he went to Real Madrid, didn't he? For like the club team. Sterling was Man City. At this time, but it's like Messi and Ronaldo. This is probably their last. I can't see them being in anything. I don't know. Yeah, he is. Only because he's on the he's on the cover of the highlights, so. Yeah, I was gonna say, Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton get paid way too much compared to others. Although I will point out, F1 are more performance-based. But same. But for me, football will never beat, like tactic-wise, the difficulty of F1. Yeah, physically and mentally. 250 miles an hour. And in football, you get a break. Just saying. Yeah. And I would just like to point out, I know it's to the rest of the team, like the managers and stuff, behind the scenes people. Yeah, but they're not hired by the football. They're the event managers. Because that can make or break a game, to be fair. No. This is why the FIA is a non-profit, because then they can't accept bribes. Yeah, but Callum, it would literally be like in FIA, the race stewards. Mercedes pay off the race stewards so they don't get a time penalty for exceeding track limits. Like, it's the same thing. Their job is not dangerous. Their job, they're in an office building and half of them aren't even at the race. I would like... Callum, the maximum pay for a race steward is 200k a year, which in motorsport terms is cheap as fuck. Yes, but they deserve it. Do you know how much a junior race engineer gets in F1?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Night Shift.
Like,
I'm your host, Jake. I'm joined, of course,
put it this way:
Dan
imagine you working in a cafe as a junior
so
chef, like a cafe that's not well known. Imagine that. That's basically their role, where they barely get to do anything. They just watch. They get paid almost 185k a year,
I'll go to Dan
purely because they are like subs as well.
Ooh, I like it.
They're needed in
we have
that
some
sport.
new music. Is this some new music on the show, Solomon?
Smooth.
Everyone's needed.
It's a very special song.
I'm telling you now, it might seem like a lot of money because you're not
okay, I was about to say, I think I could hear what it is,
but in motorsport,
I wasn't sure. But I'm enjoying this jazz
team
version
personnel
of
get paid the least out of
song
anyone
that's out there. Which I think still falls under the copyright. But yeah, no, it's been a very interesting series actually, because it's been a long time, Jake, since we've seen a team push buff enjoyers like this.
Probably 180k.
Also to see Abraham's looking good, it's been, I feel like, a long time.
And
Dan, you had the craziest point that you made as well with Jake bringing in that question, but you're muted, so you can tell us what it was now.
The race weekend.
Well, I was just going to say you can't bet against buff enjoyers. I think you know, we got to
they're
see
constantly
the reversion to
working.
the meme with the hoop performance from Silver. Abraham's, I mean, maybe they throw.
Well, that's why the cost cap
maybe
for F1 teams is usually between 150 million to 200 million, depending on the season.
To play what he, you know, is more comfortable with.
Obviously, if McLaren have the least amount of money to spend because they won last year's Constructors' Championship.
I will say, Holiday is what, 3 for 3 on the day now. Maybe it's time for her to cop a band,
the person
or even go
the
first
role
pick.
in
Like,
F1 that gets paid the least
in the
is
first
probably
slot.
the person that
And obviously, it's a very small sample size, you know, too soon to tell just yet. But I think we can say pretty definitively that it's going to be a Holiday
and that's
patch,
like,
right? Like, she's been out of the meta at the top
75k.
She looks to be back with a vengeance here. Jason, I'll go to you with this. Do you think it
yeah,
really
but
needs
it's
to be going
arguably
in
the
one of
only
those
thing
first
that
slots, or do you
can
think
stop
teams can
a
maybe
race
get
from
away
happening?
with, as they have been, you know, second, third picking it?
So
I think
they also control the safety of the drivers. If not every driver is able to start the line,
I love how ZP like
they are not allowed to.
But it always rings true when we ever see like buffs and nerfs. I feel like it's maybe an overcorrection
That's why
So
the
Holiday
person
buffs, I obviously like Holiday.
that's
is a
why
pretty
the
big buff
person at
for
the back
sure.
of the grid
But I think
waves a green flag
people
because
also forget
everyone's
when you don't
not
have
like
a certain hero being
waving
played
their
for such a
hands
long
in the
time,
air
how
or
good it
struggling.
is, and then it
If
takes
they
you a
can't
little bit
get
to
off the
remember,
line
and this
because
would
their
be
car
counter. I
just
think we've seen
hasn't got the
Viscous be a
momentum,
pretty
like
good counter to that.
power
with the
outage or
great
too much
barrels.
wheel
Those had some,
spin,
like, really good
that's not
knockdowns
down
as
to
well in the break.
the
In
FIA,
particular,
that's
that
down to
game,
the team.
whenever he was going for last, he'd be knocked down right away, so he actually couldn't escape with the person he was trying to snatch away.
Well, no, but each car should be able to start the same, no matter what.
Like to the point that you have to maybe, or sorry, is she?
There's,
Not so strong
Callum,
that you could
I
pick her
know
later in the draft.
each F1 team
like
has
teams are just too hyped
fundamental
about it right
things
now,
like that
and
you
the options she can create
start
to,
from
like, not
scratch
pick her
each
past
team.
top 3.
And obviously
But could
it's
she go later in
whoever
the
has
draft?
the fastest engine package,
Yeah, but I don't see why
aero
you
package
would
is
pick
the
her,
fastest
like,
car,
after
right?
Paradox or pick her after Bebop. Like, I don't see why you
Each
would
team
prioritize one of
has
those
to
other
have
two heroes
fundamental
over her right
things
now.
that are the
And we
same.
typically see
For
those
example,
heroes, or at least
they have to
Paradox
have
go
the
top
same
3. So I don't
component,
think we'll
the
ever see
number
her
of
move out of top
components.
3 in her
They have
current
to have
state.
the same start procedures
Still the pocket denied.
with the same amount of
Cosmetico's
power
not gonna get his
revs,
hands on it
the
in
same
this
amount
series.
of
Abraham's really respecting it. They do love to
engine
draft
modes,
frontliners,
things
so
like
for a
that.
team
They
that
have
likes
to be the
play
same.
this sort of death ball look, maybe you can see why pocket is just anathema to them. They can't let it through the draft. They don't want to play against
Exactly.
it.
So everyone getting off the start line, if your aero package isn't good, you're not going to accelerate that fast because you're relying more on your engine.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly
Which,
what it
if
is
your
in
engine's
particular,
also
but
not good,
to be
then
honest, he was really good before. I
yeah,
think it was
you're
just
fucked.
interesting because we had.
But at that point,
Abrams
you'd
and
already
Victor
be
just
at the
get
back
more
of the
priority
grid
of the
because
circle
you wouldn't
meta,
have been
so
able
there's
to
a
set
variety
a
of
fast
reasons
quality
maybe
lap.
why. People feeling not that
Anyway,
before
enough of
Quali as well,
F1.
but Holiday
I'm
first
watching
pick,
this.
no surprise for Abrahams. Obviously, they could steal the silver. This is
What
their
do
chance.
you
Get
think?
together on the silver. That would be, I think, a huge blow. Or the Viscous.
They don't need to
which one do you
reduce
pick?
that much weight.
I like the Holiday Silver combo together. I think it's like
The-
Silver has all the
An
damage in the world
F1
to
car
follow
is
up on those
probably
kills when
going
they're
to be
fully
lighter
set up
than the
for
car you buy,
and
Callum.
even can have some nice follow up, right? You end with the entangling bola right as the lasso ends, and people are just stuck in the mud for a hot second.
They're like
So Abraham's
780
in
kg.
control. Buff Enjoyer's pretty quick to go to the
Bearing
rim.
in
They
mind,
could
at
add the
least
Viscous
200
here.
kg of
So
that is
I
the
think a pretty
engine.
different take on the meta from Buff Enjoyers that they choose Rem over Viscous this early in the draft.
And another 80
It's a good
kg
point.
on top
I mean,
of
we've
that would
seen
be the
Viscous
driver.
be very successful in one way or another when it comes to these cubes and the splatter damage, as you mentioned. Okay, why not get both?
Never mind. Why not both?
Yeah.
That could be huge.
I'm intrigued by this. I do think the spirit resistance from the little helpers on Rem is going to be fantastic against Holiday because almost all her damage is coming from the barrels, or the stomps. I mean, it's pretty much
Taking
all spirit
everyone.
damage in the build
Yeah.
you're going for here. Abrams
Who do
respond
you
with
go
the
now
Abrams, so
then
kind
for
of
the
more of the
bans?
same. What's been comfortable for them. But I will say for Buff Enjoyers, this Billy is going to be hard to bring down. With Cube and Tagalong behind him, there is going to be monster sustain for whoever ends up tanking the ganks on Buff Enjoyers.
I'll return to my training.
Warden.
I'm just thinking to myself, and I know it's probably not going to
okay,
happen.
Yeah.
But Dan, I'm just like,
That's for Zergy,
is that, can we
probably.
finally see the Hoot Viscous? It's been so long, and he was
Did they
one
go
of the
maybe
craziest
Paradox?
Viscous we would see. He was.
He
I mean,
might.
I think
On this draft, he might. Maybe it'll be Vrake, though. I think
Alex
Vrake has
says
played it a little bit
Yeah.
more recently. And I think they do
That
tend to
makes
give Hoot a
sense.
little bit more of
For
a carry
Samuel.
role. I was telling you, I've been doing a carry Spirit Nuker Viscous build. Don't think that's coming out in the night shift. It's a little bit of a grief, but maybe.
I love how I've just had
Viscous
that
better
whole
Viscous,
argument while
but,
streaming and no one else
it's been
can
a long
hear
time
anyone
since we've
but
seen a
me.
Viscous.
It could be a Victor game. Well, I mean, because I feel like Buff Enjoyers have often gone to Victor over Shiv. I don't know if it, again, like, it changes a little bit because maybe the valuation of Victor is a little bit lower right now, but pick one of those two for sure because their front line's kind of lacking right now. GT for Cosmetical makes sense, but yeah, like if who plays Viscous, what's is it Listic playing Billy?
It should be, you would think. I also think you could look at something like a Venator here as like sort of a supplement to the front line, and yeah, they do go with that. I think part of the problem is Shiv is going to be so hard in this game with every single character that Abrahams has picked has a pretty hard control. I mean, not exactly hard stuns, but everyone has pretty meaningful lockdown.
I want to say Obi
that's
Kim
what Shiv
Rem
hates most of all, I
Listic
think, is damage over time and lockdown, just denying your mobility.
Venator.
Abrahams, it's their turn to go for the 7. I mean, every single character
Vrake
has a stun on this team.
Viscous.
It's getting kind of crazy now.
And Hoot.
Last time Abrahams played 7 was D-Mauve when he had the punch build. It just stands out in my head. But yeah, man, that's crazy amount of control that they have right now. That Viscous has to put in overtime for sure.
7
On the other
Sinclair.
hand, the purges from Viscous are going to feel amazing this game. Like Max Cube is going to be a pretty sick timing. And then Rem is going to be able to maybe put a lot of work in with those saves. I will say the prevalence of a lot of ulti stuns is actually going to be nice, maybe for knocking the Rem off of those tag-alongs.
Yeah,
and they finish with the bebop.
I think
actually
they're
kind of
gonna
like
go
this draw from
knockdown
Buff and Joyce.
anyway,
I think the lack of a
because
front line
you've
is kind
got,
of supplemented by this double support. Like Billy is going to be
7,
almost a one-man front line.
Abrams,
I will say he's going to need some debuff
Silver
resist
as
in this game
well.
of all games.
Holiday is quite mobile.
Who's Vraic on?
So
who's
Probably
Listic on?
Viscous,
Who's Hoot on?
right? Probably,
So-
I would think it's Viscous Rake. I know he's played it relatively recently, and then Listic already played Bebop, so that's the obvious choice to
But
continue.
Hoot Billy? Because I'm looking at this, Jake, and I'm thinking
No, is
it's
it
got to be
Hoot GT?
Listic.
No?
Bebop, right?
Listic.
No, it's got to be
Billy,
Cosmetical GT.
I reckon.
And who does play Bebop?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So in my head, I'm like,
Everyone's
okay,
gonna
if
die.
Listic's on Billy, then we at least get the Hoot Bebop, or we at least get the Hoot Viscous. And I'm just as excited for both if that happens.
This draft for Abrahams is interesting, but I feel like they may
don't
have
think
almost
it will work.
over-indexed on stuns, if that's possible
I
in
think
Deadlock. Like,
Abrahams might have.
I feel like these, like the
messed
debuff
up
removers, the debuff
with
resist.
the
It's like
7
drafting a team that does all spirit damage. Although
And thinking
it's not the gun
we'll
versus spirit
take
damage. I
the
think that's relatively
characters that
balanced in their
we
draft,
played
but it's really
well
just
on, and
I can kind of see an
Char-
issue where debuff
their
resist is
character.
such an insane stat in this game with so many lockdowns enemy team is invested into. Curious to
I
see
think
how that actually
Holiday
plays out.
they've
Also,
learned can't
the
be
stolen
countered.
ultis for
Buff and
Sinclair.
Joyce have learned that.
There's nap time.
And then
it's okay.
Silver,
it doesn't feel amazing though.
again,
It's sort of an interesting
proven
Sinclair pick. I
Silver
think it's
can
more
be
about the rabbit
hard.
hex and about the fighting potential. But
Abrams,
overall,
I
this
think
is sort of an odd draft for Abrahams.
pretty
It's a lot of
normal.
characters I wouldn't necessarily expect to see paired together.
Mirage again.
think it might
Sinclair,
have been
we'll have to see
a
because
protection pick?
that's an odd one out. And
Possibly.
7, I don't
I think I might be
is
like honestly talking
good against this comp.
Maybe
snap right
Lasso
now.
is a decent steal.
Purely
I guess.
because-
I'm not sure actually.
Billy's
Stormcloud's
fairly
also a good
mobile.
steal.
Great challenge
Traveler, so you
mobile.
can match Sinclair against Mirage,
The
and then
other
you can
guys
just travel where he
can
goes as
fight
well.
in
I don't think I've ever
move
seen a Sinclair
in time.
steal the Mirage
So-
ult. I mean, not like meaningfully. It's like I don't know.
Or end fight.
It's like a way to counter his pressure that he applies on a split push because you can just follow him along.
Seven's
you
going
just
to be
keep
key
it
in
6v6.
earn fights, and I
It's
think
true.
that
You
think
might
they
be
were
want
right.
him in the side lane. You just die to him. You can't even stand there to like steal.
Well,
the ult.
maybe at your rank, if
Wait,
a turn is 6, you
Sinclair
can, but at
copy
my
teammate
rank, if a turn is
also.
6, I still can't.
Okay.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I do think
you imagine
teams
two
underrate
two
Sinclair because of
7
how
ults?
hard he is to play. I think it's maybe it's fair to say I think Sinclair is probably like the hardest hero in the game in terms of like
Yeah,
all
but I
the
think Silver's
variables
too
to keep in your
countable,
head and all the complexity
too
with the
weak.
spell casting. So I think there's always room
Especially
for just
seeing
like
as
a huge
Sinclair's
pop-up
ult's not going to
performance.
be as strong
But I
as
actually
the
think,
original ult
weirdly
anyway.
enough, this double support look from Buff and Joyce is awesome. Both Rem and Viscous have looked great today and in this series overall. And maybe it's odd to have them both, but they can both build a
It's
lot
not
of
as
damage.
much
Like they're
damage
not going to be like
either.
this passive
like-
characters. Both Rem and Viscous can
No,
build a ton of those
I read
spirit
somewhere
actives.
it's like
I think
normal
Buff and
ult
Joyce
is
found
at
something
1,
really
right?
innovative and powerful.
Sinclair's
I think
ult
they're
is
set up
at
for an
like a
advantage here in game 3.
0.95.
I'm curious though, Dan, is there anything you're seeing on either team, but especially for Abrahams, that you think is going to be like a particularly critical combo
Pretty
to getting
sure
them the
that's-
advantage?
It's probably still Holiday, I think, just because of the impact for with the lassos and so on. I think in the previous game we saw a lot of counterplay to the lassos. I'm trying to think if I mean there is a decent amount of counterplay to the lassos. I mean, you know, Rem could like do a tag along. There's nap time. There's cube. There are lots of answers to that. So I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Honestly, I do think this is a super interesting draft from both sides. The fact that we get both Sinclair and we get 7 for Abrahams, and then Buff and Joy is going with their like less frontline heavy look. It's going to be very interesting one way or the other.
Pretty sure it's like
Absolutely going to be an interesting one. It
0.05
always is
less
when these two teams face
overall.
off. This is the night shift number 43. Buff and Joyers versus Abrahams, 1-1 in the finals here. More than $1,000 on the
obviously,
line
the
just
main thing
for
is
EU. We're
not
almost
as
through with
long.
our first region of 2. Dan, Jason, take it away, guys.
All right, let's do it. We start off with a pause. Why not? To be honest, we haven't really had any pauses yet. So I feel
Knock
like
on
we're
wood
just...
right now. Right now.
We're
Everybody,
saving them all for NA.
everybody
Yeah.
just...
Yeah, I got NA for that. So, okay, we're going into this one. We're going to get to see the lanes play out. Interestingly, not going with the Billy Viscous combo that Abrahams were favoring. They're actually splitting it up. So Viscous is with Venator, which I imagine Zaggy's on Venator again. And Billy Rem, that's a pretty classic matchup as well.
But Listic's on Billy, Hoot's on Bebop. Man, we haven't I feel like it's been forever since we've seen Hoot on Bebop. To be fair, it's probably actually been forever since we've seen Hoot play
I think
Viscous.
Mystic Billy was the better
But
option.
him on Bebop, man. I don't want to like show my age once again, but like the first time we saw Hoot play, that was in the Fight Night days, was on a team called Mydong. And his Bebop like, really set the tone for that match because he was so aggressive with his very early ganks. I think he took like hook, I think like level 1. He was already ganking like right off the bat. He had crazy impact with the accuracy on his hooks.
You can already shut down
it's been,
7.
I feel like so long since we've seen this, and I think it's going to be a treat. Like,
and I reckon
it doesn't matter who wins this game. I'm going to be happy either way because we got to see Hoot on Bebop.
Yeah, I mean, it's so.
I mean that in terms of
so rare to see now because
they don't have all their.
I feel like the last 3 weeks, he just gets to play Silver every game. So, so finally, Silver was taken away from him.
Yeah, these lanes as well. I mean, like that mid lane is also very scary. Like Cosmetical and Hoot together in the hooks. I mean, at least it's gonna be a little bit, I guess, more difficult to get these kills because you're up against a Mirage and a Silver who can both, you know, do decently well with the escapes, unless you kind of blow your two a little bit early here for Sonya. But I think you know, a pivotal point here for buff enjoyers is getting Cosmetical going, and when you have like a Viscous and a Vendor in one lane, you have a Rem Billy in another lane. I think you have a lot of potential to get kills and to get stacks early on here with these owls. Oh my, did he just straight up ignored them and took the minions instead because they were stealing them away.
I think he got a melee on both of them at the same time. Yeah, just doing a lot of work. But speaking of hooks, I mean, you do have leap to try to get away from the hooks. I mean, that's one of the things that's really tough. Is taking all that tower damage from those hooks, but actually getting away somewhat unscathed. Suppressor already there for the Mirage for Empty Dreams to proc off of the Jin's mark.
Yeah, interesting. I thought he'd actually want to go for monster rounds in the beginning so they can continue to shove this lane in, but at the same time, do you want to shove against a Bebop who can just hook you under the guard, and it kind of works for you and works against you at the same time. But look at that early parry onto tower trying to chase Hoot, and Wei immediately realizing he's low on health. Also doesn't have any abilities up. Oh, there's the hook. It does land eventually. But it's not enough damage to get Sonya low enough with the help of the Guardian. So they're really asserting their pressure early on here, and even forcing maybe some rotates to come in. You can see Obi-Kim's rotated from the right-hand side to help out in the mid lane. Even Rake was thinking about
just in general, but yeah, I will go with that specifically.
I do love the suppressor early, to be honest. Like the enable like better trading early on, like just proccing that constantly, reducing the fire rate. So Bebop, who really needs fire rate, and then also Talon, who also needs fire rate. You know, it's definitely a good way to kind of neuter the damage output in the trading from that lane.
You get unlucky.
Because you're not getting as much good damage off of the bombs or the power shot. It's all about the gun damage. So it actually makes a lot of sense as a way to kind of win your mid lane.
Yeah, I know.
Good read as well here of Abraham's realizing that Obi-Kim wasn't here anymore in this lane. Able to punish Listic right off the bat here with that kill. Get some early damage onto the tower as well, down to just about half HP.
Callum, my sister is there in that situation.
So far, I mean, Abraham's off to a fairly good start here.
It does feel that way.
Well, my sister, she's 15.
Oh, but be careful. Okay, this might go very, very wrong.
No, that's too old for Ben.
Taz is on such a
it's also too old for P.
Gonna have to reset back to base, surely.
Akim's not touching her.
And great push on this lane. I mean, you would kind of imagine it. Rem and Billy is.
I'm not allowed near her.
Charging in. Oh, okay, that's not where you want to be. Might be able to finish this one off the cushion. It's still available. Good movement to really block the line of sight, but look how much damage they might get off of this.
Yeah, my.
How did Arso get so high in the air?
Would be my stepmom.
I don't know how that was.
Black hair, and my dad has.
I don't think he wall jumped. I wouldn't have gotten you that amount of height. It looked like.
Well, or hat. Sorry,
maybe this fever is a lot higher than I thought it would be right now at this point in the night. Oh, we can still be chased on. You can see. Oh, if that barrel connected, it might have been enough to actually pick up the kill here. Obi-Kim, I think, escaped in towards the subway. And he's still being.
Oh my god, the escape of the century.
Great.
What an escape there. That's crazy. I feel like it's so hard to make those escapes because you're always taking damage when you're getting actively chased like that, so that you can't get through the little hole. That makes it work. And, oh my god, they're just so consistently pressed up against this tower, looking for the dives. Just massive dominance from Sanya's sniper, as well as Empty Dreams in middle.
Yeah, I like the position that like Sonya's fighting in as well. He's making it so Hoot can't really hook him under the tower. He's like using Hoot's position against him. So now Hoot's just constantly paying the price, and yeah, they're keeping this aggression on. And the tower's still really healthy, but it feels like they've been the aggressors for the majority of this game here. Cosmetical's only at 3.2, and they're competing up against people who are going to have ultimates online. I mean, Empty Dreams has it, but Sonya, sorry, not Empty Dreams, yeah, Sonya here at 3.5, about to have it available. And when that Lycan Curse comes up, I think you're going to have a guaranteed dive come in. And Hoot's already been sent back to base to heal once again. He's at 3.3, and they're getting camp stolen away. This is a very strong start in the mid lane, and I think this like indirectly punishes Cosmetical now, because the longer it takes Results to come online, the less chance of stacks he's going to have, and another hook not going to connect. Lycan Curse, I mean, it's pretty much ready to go and rip.
There it is. It's like you said, but the thing is, I think you mentioned it. They've been handling this diving so well, and you know that's the job. You know, they know that this is a losing lane, so they just have to survive the dives. They have to slow the tower from going down, and they're forcing, like, not necessarily overcommits, but they're forcing whatever damage they're losing to be made up for by the fact that Abrahams is charging into the tower and taking all the tower damage, and that then sends them back. But it does give them all the space in the world, and it does feel like overall Buff Enjoy is having a pretty decent time elsewhere.
And they have really strong lanes in theory too. Like left lane, you have a lot of safety to play in here with the Viscous and the Venator together. The right lane, you have a lot of safety to play with the Billy. You just can't really push out a lane too easily with the backup out of Rem, as long as Obikim's there, obviously. But seeing the mid lane struggle the most has been kind of unfortunate for Buff Enjoyers. But then, you know, if you're winning 2 out of 3 lanes, you're still going to be happy either way. I think it's just coming down to what I'm looking at with Cosmetical. The chain gang had gone off, it looks like on the right hand side, into a nap time here on a task, and they convert it into a kill. And the bird wasn't needed, so no stacks going to be accumulated just yet. And I don't think they're going to be able to kill 7 enough or quick enough to get the plus 10.
Don't hear noise. I heard everyone else that's gone say good night, but I didn't think.
It's like finally this right side tower's going to go down, or looks very close at least.
Yeah.
Okay, the target Zergy.
I think Ben
Zergy is quite low, and I don't think he's getting out of this one. Stomped as well. Q comes in, that might help him survive a little bit of extra time, but ultimately getting mauled by Abrahams. That's such a good pick to find. You got to keep Zergy honest.
Will Buxton,
probably the best pick actually, considering how he seems to run away with the game every game.
First,
like he gets so far ahead in farm. Kind of similar to OCs, right? Like we always see OCs just consistently farming the entire game, then he comes out and is really impactful in his fights. I think maybe Zergy and him are a lot closer when it comes to play styles than I had previously thought.
Qualify
so I think
you start last.
I feel like Zergy was always more willing to fight, and Zergy didn't really play like Mina in
like,
matches that we've seen.
The best,
but I feel like Zergy finds his
best
farm,
part
whereas
about
OCs
it
was
you
given
know
farm
it's not
more
him
so.
that's
right. Yeah,
actively coming up.
That's a great way to put it. I like that.
It's him being forced
this mid guardian
read a script
does go down, and we have this looks like it could be a dead mirage. All the scarabs helping. Nice parry there to deal with the puddle punch.
No.
But I mean, look at the damage still piling on through. And there goes Empty Dreams. More chasing and diving coming on through though. Abraham's looking to finish off here. So weak one. Wow, through the void, the veil, whatever you call it. Good find.
I think that.
Oh man. Billy is a problem.
In general or in this game? Because I'd agree to both.
Both. Yeah, pretty much both.
I feel like we haven't seen really a bad Billy game so far today. In the 4 times we've seen it, I think he's been picked banned 4 times now. Well, picked 4 times, not banned.
Even in the game where Billy was on the losing side, it still looks really, really, really good.
Yeah, but you got to remember they love being behind.
Had come up. Unless they will be split 1-1 again. Let's to get movement. Together getting gun. Arzo on the 7. I think that's maybe something that we can discuss is, do we expect Arzo to have the same level of impact on 7 that Zergy had in the first map of this series? Will they get the same level as farm as well?
I think the thing
I think we've been seeing so far in the series that Zergy has been able to outfarm him decently well and
not
consistently.
Cocky, just confident.
But I think if if you're 7, you really have to hit the farm. I think to me again, it's like similar to
and
Ray.
then another
Zergy,
one of their team.
he might be behind 1-2K souls right
because
now,
of
but
that,
I still feel like he's going to be ahead when it comes to power.
Another team member of yours.
I think 7's need a lot more farm to come online than
all of a sudden they're only
good damage output though from
2k souls behind you from
Arzo. But
15.
What's also interesting is maybe you have to hold that thought actually, because
they're worth a lot more now.
It's like we had a team fight brewing there, but
recent patch.
Yeah, what's interesting is, you know, we see Saints on Sinclair going the gun heavy opening, which
Comeback
honestly does make sense because,
more.
as we discussed, this is less of a ult game that is more of a
you can
game. But at the same time with Sinclair, who does have an excellent gun,
because
oftentimes we see Sinclair's kind of start out kind of gun heavy, then switch into Spirit. Oh my god,
that's one thing I have noticed.
He's just staying in the bird form. It must be really sure that he's gonna get a kill off of that.
In esports, mostly,
oh my goodness, it's like that's a level of kind of meditative,
they don't go for cinema,
like transcendental states. Where he just
because
does not care. It doesn't feel
farm,
the pain just getting
like,
smashed.
it gives you buffs, right, which are very important.
I'd imagine there's a world his teammates are telling him like, no, you're good, I got you, keep going,
bridge
keep going.
Buffs, off of that
gets
team,
a kill in the Saint, though,
and
still
you constantly pressure that
not
team,
gonna be
no
as strong
matter
as the
what.
original.
Those buffs on one character won't do much for
already
the
had a blind shot and a hoot through a veil. Looking for like a blind lasso there would have been pretty crazy to hit.
Which is what separates me on Rem and Overkim on Rem, for example.
I know on the way of Abraham, but with Listic joining the party at 12k souls, he's trying to change that.
Like, I will happily leave some
silver once again.
for the
Sonya
team.
being hooked
and I think that's the right thing to do, but I need to not worry about leaving them for the team.
But really, it's more about survivability than turning their damage around.
Yeah, and the drop off right now is kind of more in control of Abraham and Arzo on the 7. Arzo looking really strong. 14k on Arzo. We haven't looked at his build, but he's certainly going to be very threatening in the cloud form, the storm cloud. And yeah, you can see this kind of classic opening items there. Arzo to farm really fast. Nice bird. Takes down Sanya Sniper, and this Guardian's going to go down. In the meantime, the urn is going to get turned in, and there's not going to be the players there necessarily for either team.
Yeah.
Buffett is just trying to use the urn as a bait now so they can get a push on towards this walker.
There's also a factor
James will be there. Task back on the attack, forcing Cosmetical back, who's had a tough game. And not necessarily just him and Hoot together have had a tough game, especially in that mid lane. Who's only at 7.8k souls. Currently the homeless one on the team,
more
but
team wealth than
you know, again, Hoot, one of those selfless players, I don't think is going to care about having the soul income. Considering Listic's at 14k. If you talked about before, right? That like Listic is going to need the support. Like you and Jake were discussing. He has Rem to help him with the healing and a little helper for Spirit Resist. He has Q. Also, having the most farm in your team helps too. When you're having to fight up against the entire squad out of Abraham's here and be the solo
they
front
respawn
line.
relatively quick, so
I think they're setting Listic up for success, honestly.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And now, you know, it's a team fight once again over this deposit spot. Nice capture with the lasso.
Yeah.
However, Abraham's still looking pretty strong. Arzo still has that storm cloud available. Ooh. Let's go down on Abrams. We can clear that path for the deposit now. Buffinjoy is looking good for that deposit. In the meantime, there's the Traveler. It's going to be able to reinforce the defense, or the offense, I suppose, into this circle now that the deposit has happened.
There's no way Buffinjoy wins this, right? They have 2 players not even here. Stormcloud on top of this is what of ours, though. There should be no way Buffinjoy wins this one, but Zergy gets 2 kills once again here at the Iridomini. Buying time for the reinforcements to get here. Finally, Vrake is going to show up. Listic gets the kill into Empty Dreams, and how the hell are Buffinjoy going to win this one? There should be no way they were able to secure this.
Well, it's looking kind of nice right now in terms of the numbers. It's a 4v3 for Buffinjoys. Hoot coming in over the top with the ultimate. And he has he max leveled ults? Or at least level 2, where you get the extra DPS. Because Hoot is underfarmed. Hoot's once again in that like silver territory of the first map, where he is kind of starving the farm. But more at the level 2 ult with a DPS, you know, that's still very, very threatening. Yeah, he's got the level 2.
It might be underfarmed when it comes to souls, but I don't think he's in mind if he can win another 1250 to put in his pocket today. Well, obviously not the entire 1250.
Yeah.
Got split that with your team.
Wanted to call them Loki up. You can't let buff enjoyers.
Yeah, so they get the earn turn in, they get more kills as well.
Struggle.
11k lead, 15 minutes in. This is scary. You also have Sinners basically respawning back in. A lot to be taken on the left-hand side. A lot of jungle as well. As Cosmetical might be in a 1v1 up against Empty Dreams on that lane.
That they have
Just forced to back away, play around safety. This is a big lead for Buff and Joris to float now this early into the game. Put himself in a really good position here, honestly. All you really have to worry about is Arzo at 18k souls, but Listic's able to match up against him. Zergi's at 17k. I mean, it seems like every time there's an earn fight and he's on a Venator, he always picks up 2 himself.
Yeah, it's Bird. This is tight, very tight navigation there, but it's gonna work out. Extra stack 30 for Cosmetical.
They've warmed up before their match.
This is looking pretty dangerous. The start right now from Buff and Joyers.
And then they've
got so much momentum already early on.
Best of one. And seen how they played that game.
I gotta say, I feel like
characters they
Viscous seems to be the winning element.
Work out a draft from there.
Where the hell did that go? That's bad.
On the bridge.
Hit the curve or something.
Yeah. I think, okay, looking ahead though, Dan, we have 1 minute and 20 till earn. It's gonna be a comeback earn. So if you're Buff and George, how do you set yourself up for success now, knowing the earn's gonna be picked up on the other side of the map? Do you try to go for the contest on it? Do you try to go for a push on towards a walker? They have the left walker just, being hammered away at by minions, I should say, for Buff enjoyers.
But it's like half the
I think this is where you have to kind of make those decisions of like, what do we want to get out of this next earn? Do we want to contest it? Do we want to take it? Do we want to take objectives around the map? Do you want to force a team fight before that breaks out?
Yeah. I still can't believe Boston ran out of alcohol.
Them get lane priority,
that is insane.
And get people over there and then run it. Because even potentially give up a walker for it if they can, because they can get that walker back.
It was just Scottish fans.
And also it's a way to have a team fight.
Half of American fans watching the World Cup are supporting Scotland because they are the massive underdogs.
See, they're so good. They're the only team out there.
And then obviously people from other countries as well. You have a lot of Scottish people.
It makes Great Talent look so good. Not that Cosmetical isn't good on Great Talent,
just them.
But they specifically facilitate him to perform exceptionally well because of like letting him get the stacks. No team does this.
More Americans as well as any other continent.
And then on top of that, it's Cosmetical, so
population. Yeah, we can still outnumber them.
Cosmetical is probably the best talent that we've seen across Night Shift in Night Shift history. I think it's
Europeans are a different.
Easily, yeah.
That's interesting.
I think who could give him a run for his money?
That Decay, or is that?
But I think that's the only one I can think of.
Yeah.
That's Decay, isn't it?
Sorry, my dog is just begging me to go outside, and he has to wait till this game's done, unfortunately, because his mom's sleeping.
All right, well, it's a 14k difference right now, so not the end of the world, but definitely need something to go your way for Abrahams. Oz is still staying on par with Zergi, but the problem is that Listic's also looking really, really strong right now too on Billy. Good catch though onto Zergi. If they could take down Zergi quickly, that'd be really nice. He gets caught. He's down to 30% HP. They're able to find a way to finish off Zergi. He's really low. Zergi goes down. Brilliant pick there, found by Abrahams. So maybe there is something to be had here for this earn turn-in fight. They do grab the earn once again to look to turn it in, but this is the other problem player. Listic is taking a lot of damage here, but has managed to also catch out together. He will disengage.
Hood actually steals away the urn and runs it away. I actually thought they would want to go for the dunk there, considering they knew 3 players of Abraham's were on the right-hand side of the map, trying to go for that kill into Zergi. Instead of playing it safe here, Buffenders, they don't want to fight into a not so advantageous position. So they lose 1 to keep urn out of their hands. That's not a bad trade, but to lose the walker thereafter is obviously not ideal because it's taking the lead down to now only 5k. Abraham's closed that gap, and Arzo's getting scary because that's a 26k 7.
Also, is a bit scary, but I don't think that
is very scary.
Yeah, like he was 22k when Zergi was 22k, but then Zergi got picked, and in that time, plus 4k for Arzo. Yeah, very scary indeed. I'll have to see how he's able to leverage that advantage in fights, though. There's the owl doing its thing, making its way across, getting the information.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like,
they can clean up a wave or find something useful to do.
What they discovered, the appeal, is correct, but it's not just him.
That's horrifying, by the way.
How fast they
watching the big blue beast
yeah.
on a stroll, like, oh my god.
Yeah, Usain Bolt mode. Just sending
that's I think a horror films right there. That's the creature of the night that you're not supposed to look at. It's also a mid boss being done. Okay, so Abrahams is trying to run the urn. In the meantime, Buffingers, they want to go for a mid boss fight. They get the pick onto Tass with a good hook out of Hoot. But are they actually going to finish this off in time?
Because Arzo has all the wealth.
It's questionable. Oh, the crystals are coming down. Arzo still has the storm cloud, but he's getting locked down. Two players will go down. That's Abrahams getting those kills and the crystals as well. Abrahams coming back in with a vengeance onto this objective, and now Buff and Joyous, maybe they regret that one, as they're going to be losing maybe just everybody, looking to try to survive, trying to disengage from this one as best as they possibly can. But Sanya Sniper not allowing them to get out of this fight. The chain gang there to me deters some players, but ultimately Abrahams, despite having just one Riju crystal left, you got to say they're coming out really well here right now, looking to continue the fight. If they could take down Listic, that would be a massive pick-off. As you can see right there together, getting locked down a little bit, but it's just too many players that are an advantage for Abrahams to send this one into their favor.
I believe they had is completely gone now. Urn and mid boss being taken of Abrahams, and potentially the fight thereafter. They're still sitting on the one Reju, though they're trying to do everything they possibly can to save this one, while Buffingers are trying to chase this one down. Cosmetical had gone on the respawn as a hook catch. Just saying here, Cosmetical expecting the Sinclair to get further away, and they finally do take him down, so they keep, at the end of the day, a 2k lead, but still they lost, like, was it a 12k lead before this?
I think he might already have.
Really well done by Abrahams here on the urn turn-in and the contest right after.
Insane punish, absolutely insane punish. I mean, it's really smart for Buff and Joyous to kind of be like, oh, this is an opportunity where we can just sneak a mid-boss. But it really did backfire. You know, Abrahams had people in position to react really fast to that one. And with that now, you've got an even game pretty much. And it's going to be interesting to see how this goes, because if we go back to this, you know, you can see that Arzo is maintaining that 4k lead he has over Zergy. 30k 7 at the moment. And we can see how he's building later, but he's at the top of the scoreboard. Zergy slightly behind. So the scaling battle, I think is really interesting. I think Abraham scales really, really nicely. It may be better. I feel like Abraham scales better than Buff and Joyous, so this is kind of dangerous for Buff and Joyous.
I mean, the fact that Buff and Joyous had a 15k lead and it's now down to 4k, it's a really worrying sign. I think maybe the one upside is that, at least for Buff and Joyous, that, you know, together's really not that far. 19k. Sinclair I'm not going to talk about, because you don't really, I feel like you don't really need to be super farm with Sinclair because of how impactful your ult still can be, even if it's just for nap time steals. But obviously if you're trying to steal away, like a hyper beam, spirit power is going to matter, etc. And of course Tass as well, as long as you have the lassos landing. But and you have Empty Dream still doing well. Arzo, he still hasn't gapped Zergy as hard as I thought he would have, considering he was up to like 26k. I think he had like a 6k lead over Zergy, and right now he's sitting on like 3 to 4k. I think Zergy has been able to catch up decently well. But we are hitting that threshold where like 7 can start to run away with this game. But we might run into that same problem we had before in game 1, where there's just no protection for Arzo. There's no front line, with Together being kind of so squishy. And I guess Son is really not that squishy, but he's still squishy enough that, you know, Iradomini can just eliminate a front line.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how it plays out here. You have an opportunity for Abrahams, maybe the lasso, trying to like turn that one from like a pick attempt from Buff and Joyous into a pick attempt for Abrahams, but it's like
headshot and
a neutralized attempt on both counts. All the ways crashing against Buff and Joyous walkers at the moment, and there is a walker advantage for Abrahams too, so they're really liking the macro right now. Looking to go for the deposit on the urn, so another urn fight here.
I want to say since the new urn mechanic.
There's only 2 players though that you can kill permanently, because that Reju still has 20 seconds left of time.
You obviously have your
able to contest without losing anyone, waiting for the Reju to fall off.
You have your initial
have to commit things here. Cosmetical takes that together. Actually, they take off one of the 2 players that they could kill off at this point.
I don't think there's any 20 minutes
to go here. With Urn still being contested. Stormcloud up above here out of Arzo. They're gonna have to chase them away, and this should be going the way of Abrahams here. But the refight might kick off. Reju is now gone. Urn has been locked in, and Arzo MVP of that fight, creating that space they need as the Owl. It's going to connect onto 1 onto Empty Dreams, but I don't know if Buffingers will have the damage to finish off much more kills than maybe 1 or 2.
Abraham's looking to try to get some more value here. Like Inform, ready to go.
Gone.
See what else can be found. Abraham's getting chased down very effectively. Buff Enjoy is picking up a lot of kills here. Who might go down very low at the moment, getting chased.
Hang on.
Looks like he might get out.
Oh my god.
It looks like he will be saved. And he's going to get tag along. So healthy and now going to be able to rejoin this fight against this Walker. Massive conversion.
This is
in the
huge.
meantime.
Walker for Walker.
The mid Walker under attack. And I mean, that is one thing Sinclair's very good at is just killing Walkers with Vexing Bolt. Does insane damage. And he will take that one down. So Walker for a Walker is actually a good way to at least make that team fight sting a little bit less.
And no, this
They're not done though. They see it together in the left lane. They know
unless they get the shrine
here,
here,
they want to take down some base guardians for free here. Open up that shrine.
They've screwed up.
I don't think they're gonna commit for it, but at least make it possible to be backdoor. Because remember, I mean, I guess, yeah, because they did change it where you can't take down shrines until you take down a set of base guardians.
Yeah. But they can easily access that shrine now.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Arzo, I think they got a curse. I think I saw them curse him in the previous fight. I think there might be a curse online. Let's see if we can get a check on that. But
yeah.
What, your curse? Oh, I thought you were talking about your curse.
No. I
don't think we have the stats for
curse
that.
relic or whatever the full name is. We would just say curse. But yeah, so if they do have that, then it means that Arzo can't really Stormcloud. Because they'll just be holding it, waiting for him to do that. So you kind of just incentivize to just never Stormcloud in these team fights.
Well, I always get confused
because get used.
I always forget. Does Curse cleanse Unstoppable from you? Or does Unstoppable prevent Curse? I can never remember. I've like learned it before, but I always seem to forget.
I want to say
okay, so Curse doesn't take it away. So you can Unstoppable. So you can at least use like you can use Stormcloud during the time of Unstoppable. But like you can get cursed once Stoppable's down.
Is Unstoppable on Arzo? I don't know if we can get an item check real quick.
If you're at 36 and you don't have Unstoppable, then what are you doing?
Yeah, yeah. That's fair. That's very fair.
Spellbreak and Buffett Taz.
There we go.
Yeah, he has it.
Okay, Unstop, yeah. Okay.
Let's go blue.
I don't say Cursed Relic though for buff injuries here though, Dan. Or am I blind?
There is. Who has it?
Who? Oh, he does have it. Yeah, I am blind. Thank you for confirming. I need to go to the eye doctor.
Yeah, two knockdowns, a Curse Relic. That seems to be about it. So yeah, lots of options to deal with Arzo.
Honestly, that curse though, I think it can go Arzo's way, but also could just whoever you hook in, you curse them, they can't get away from you. Like they can't use any movement abilities, and they're probably just gonna die, which is also like a big win.
Okay, 7 does not want to be chain ganged. I can tell you that much. We'll see what else is able to do here. Unstoppable is forced to be used there. So I can't use that for the Stormcloud now. So that's an unfortunate start there for Abraham to see if they can do anything else to turn it around. The Blood Tribute activated, just getting sent back by that Zero Dominate. The knockback does feel amazing.
Plus 10. Oh no, not plus 10. I thought Cosmic just got into the kill with an owl here. So he just gets the kill outright up against Saints. A big kill, 2 kills coming the way here of Buff and Joyce with the nap time on top of this out of Obikim. Nets him a 3rd as well. Mid boss has spawned in here, and maybe finally we can have Buff and Joyce get themselves a mid boss relatively uncontested.
They are kind of losing a Walker, Abrahams right now as well to the troopers on the left side, so that kind of sucks for them. It's like Sanya's gonna clean that one up, but this is starting to feel pretty bad. And I gotta say, Buff and Joyce are so good at doing what we just saw. Like finding those picks and those invades at this time of the game. Is there going to be a challenge to this one? And Stormcloud's available. I would imagine Unstoppable is off cooldown by now. But there's no support. And that's it. Losing all the Rejuve crystals.
Wait.
They're going to try
oh my god, look at the shine.
It looks like a very
and they're not
rough
defending
situation
it.
Indeed. Billy running at you with Blood Tribute. Yeah, that sucks. And you're talking about getting a debuff reduction. Obviously, Blood Tribute is one of the best items for that. I'm sure that's part of the reason it got picked up.
I mean, again, he's also 32k. Like we talked about ways to activate Listic here and giving him a Viscous support or Rem support and giving him farm. It's really hard to take down this Billy. Like Cosmetical can't do it 1v1. I don't think Arzo can really do it 1v1. Now they have the Urn and Rejuve, like, and they're gonna take down the last walker of the game. Like, this is gonna be an explosion of souls in their pocket as the lasso comes through. A great little Q comes into buy time for Vraic here. Entirety of Abraham's trying to collapse on this one to look for kills to take away some of the Rejuve charges, and they do get one, at least onto the Goo Man. But that walker's gonna fall, and the rest of Buffingers are gonna be here ready to fight
for a long time.
Yeah, going into Stormcloud, it's kind of a desperation play to get the life leech maybe, but not going to work out. And I just saw
Analytic with the
Zergy's got 4,500.
It's over.
Or 46, 18. I'm sorry. This is a very tanky M1. I mean, I guess that's what like Zergy likes to play, right? He, you know, Warden, Venator is very tanky too.
They got 1.5 shrines left, pretty much.
Right, well, it's interesting because you can see the itemization for Hoot here is very utility heavy, like Curse, Slowing Hex, the knockdown as well. Big focus on supporting the team, setting them up.
Player is better than.
So if you're wondering kind of how Bebop is being utilized by this team, it's definitely not glamorous Bebop, but it is the Bebop that is securing and setting up the team.
Yeah, I always go for objective automatic.
Yeah, you might have to solo this one down. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm definitely having some good old internet or Italy internet issues right now.
Aha. Okay, well, I will just keep talking then. Well, I don't know how much there is to talk about at this point. You can see that Abrahams they've fallen extremely far behind, still 2 Regis active, and the entire left and mid lane are pushed. The troopers streaming in. They might just stay here, Jason. They might just finish it right now.
I mean, why not? Like you said, the 2 Rejus, they're insanely fed. Chang'an coming in here to pull them away. It's just the Soul and Chang'an to actually maybe pull them back into the Patron to look for a curse kill. And Zergy takes down Saint. The Era Domini is just overpowering. Another time that Zergy's able to pick up 2 kills quickly with that ultimate online. Hyper Beam from range as well to give support to the players on top of it. Maybe Listic will lose his charge of the Reju, but it's gonna be cute. Look at this.
That healing is crazy.
The tag along, 2.4k health. Like, how can you kill Listic? How do you, how little
did you see that healing though?
Yes,
2k.
And it's not going to be possible. The game's going to end here. And it's Buffinjoyers bringing it back. Maybe there was some moments of doubt. But, I mean, we all know. Buffinjoyers still the GOATs.
The GOATs.
Welcome back, Buffinjoyers.
Huge game from Billy. The debuff resist coming in crazy. The supporting from the Viscous and the Ram looked just unbeatable. And so Abrahams, despite throwing a powerful punch in game 1 of this series, the salty run back from Buffinjoyers to hold on to the series, and I think an important, series to win just after rebranding back to the old team. This is good juju for Buffinjoy.
4 hours, 14 minutes.
Yeah, good point. That would probably be the worst thing to happen is if you name change back to your old name and then you lose the first time in Night Shift under that brand. But yeah, it did look a little bit more sketchy, and I don't think that was necessarily them playing worse. I feel like they played equally well in every one of the series, but that first game of the series against Abrahams, man, they had their clock read perfectly. Like, Abrahams knew exactly what to do. That whole triple dive kind of comp that they were running got completely shut down. Again, like, who went 0-11 in that first game of the day in this series? Was it Listic was like 1-12 or like 3-12? It didn't get any easier for them. But then eventually, like, Zergy, like the Venator plays back to back. Every time we went to a team fight, he had a double kill to kick things off with, I feel like, with Era Domini alone.
Yeah, it was a really, really powerful performance once again. Zergy just ever the picture of consistency. And it's interesting because, Silver looks insane in the hands of Buffinjoyers, but definitely looks a little bit more suspect sometimes when you see it out of the hands of Buffinjoyers. Arzo did a really good job, I think, in just keeping this really competitive, but it also kind of felt like, again, Arzo wasn't able to get involved maybe in some of the fights to use the farm in the ways that I think you would have wanted to see. And I think that was part of the problem for some of these fights for me.
And in this game,
maybe a different carry there. I do feel like people are sleeping on Warden right now. He just got some buffs. Zergy already showed in the previous patch. He was already very good with the right support.
I was saying Buffinjoyers,
but I can see the logic.
Use momentum to their advantage.
Let me pick your brain though, because like Arzo, he had a ton of farm, yes, but again, it seemed like a case of game 1 when Zergy was on 7 that the front line just didn't have enough tankiness to allow the 7 to come on, not say to come online, but to get his damage out. I mean, in this game, Listic, he was 7k ahead of Together. Like, as an Abrams comparing to a Billy of like the true front line, there's no comparison in that situation. If Listic can 1v1, Empty Dreams against a Mirage that equals souls, who's the other supposed to 1v1? He can't kill Zergy like that in that situation. There's no way. He's too far behind.
Yeah, Zergy had so many of these high impact fights
this is why,
in this
I mean,
game 3. I think
Seven's
Mystic had a
in
fantastic series as well. But ultimately, this is because of both enjoyers. They've become such a strong team together, right? This is no longer a collection of individuals. They really rise to the occasion. We talked about the selfless builds from
like Wraith, it would affect
even from Drake, like a ton of support coming in.
Seven just
you know, in a meta that we've been talking about is like, oh, people aren't really playing support anymore. Buff Enjoyers, I think they have a different perspective. It's just more nuanced than that. They can be on supports and still be bringing that fighting power. They you know, they have that clear vision in the draft
you will
to do
just get shut down.
A resounding victory for them. Another run on the streak of championships for this squad. And for Abrahams, it's tough to find yourself once again in this spot. You dominate in the challenger match. You look fantastic, but you just can't quite get it over the line against the champs. Buff Enjoyers running away with this one, 33-10 in game 3.
Incredible display once again. What do you guys think it kind of comes down to in a way? Because I feel like, I don't know what the stats are on Viscous, but I feel like they're pretty good in the last couple of weeks. I think Viscous is one of the core pieces that gets underlooked, like the save, the damage output. It seems really, really strong in the current meta.
I'm always so torn with Viscous because everyone like always talks him up so much, but I still am not really a believer in the goo man. I feel like the best success we had, and maybe because it's so easy to see, it was so memorable because of like wow moments, is just watching like the majestic leaping splatter combo with him, and not even that too far back in the day. Thing is, I know this is impactful because like obviously he's being picked in high levels for a reason, but for some reason, Jake, maybe you can convince me here, but I'm just not really seeing necessarily the same level of impact that you guys are.
I mean, a part of it is that something that doesn't show up in the stats is like the impact of Cube. Like Cube is a modest heal, not really that significant, but being able to block all incoming damage for, you know, 3 or 4 seconds, buying time for your teammates to show up to the fight, it's game changing, right? You could be blocking effectively thousands of damage and just in a way that isn't showed up in the stats. So the ability for the rest of your team to just be unhinged with the aggression, knowing that they have a bailout behind them. And on top of that, I mean, look at the damage from Viscous. He goes knockdown, decay this game. This is not like an all-in damage build. He's got a good amount of defensive tools as well. And he still puts up 28k player damage, right? That's significantly more than even Bebop. Like that's like in the neighborhood of great talent this game. So for me, it's like, this character is a little bit, and I think I see the success of Rem in the same way. Thinking of them as a support is almost a misnomer. Like for Rem, buying things like Scourge, you know, it really changes the narrative. You're not just keeping people alive and stabilizing them, you're allowing somebody like Listic on the ability to go completely crazy. I mean, he's 9-2 and 16. So for me, that's where you see the impact of these characters, not in the stats on themselves, but really in how successful their teammates can be and what they can do as a unit. Buff Enjoyers fighting back from a couple down numbers fights in that particular game. But then again, I'm a Viscous spammer. I'm about as biased as they come. Happy to see my boy succeeding here on the night shift.
That's fine. I wanted to get one of those kind of answers from you anyways, because you know the ins and outs of Viscous, so it gives you a better perspective on what you look for out of a good Viscous player than what you look for at like high level play and how you can really activate the hero in general. But at the end of the day, man, Buff Enjoyers, they still look good. 2-1. Again, we got to see Hoot on Bebop, which felt good to see, though I have to say Listic's Bebop had more impact in game 2, but I mean, okay, it's fine. It's not necessarily like they needed Listic or Hoot to do the same thing when it came to game 3. He still did his job well.
He was a team Bebop, man. He had the knockdown, he had the curse, you know, he had the slowing hex, you know, he was building for the team and not for himself, you know.
Where's the Mystic Burst and saving up
Jason
3,000 souls for like a headhunter, man? You know, that's what I was looking for. But I don't know. The thing is, to be fair, if we cast our minds back to how that game began, they got dominated in lane really hard. They got shoved behind tower consistently. They got dove pretty consistently, and yet they were able to kind of bounce back and carry through the rest of that map to success. Like Cosmetical had really good stacks in that game.
I thought maybe when he was saving all that money, we were going to see like the XQC, you know, build where you get Ricochet first or something, you know.
Ricochet on Bebop. I don't know if I've ever seen that in all the time they played Deadlock. Truly would be a devious build. But of course, that's enough about this particular map. We got to look at the series as a whole, and that means it's time to crown our MVP for today. So let's unveil it show the community who we gave the honors to this time had to be Listic. I mean, this Billy performance with, you know, he has incredible pressure on him. There's basically 3 supports on his team. It's like Rem, Viscus, and Bebop are all setting him up for success. He has to deliver in this game, and he did in spades. Always iconic to see him on this. And we talked about this, it was really his Bebop that kind of turned the momentum in the series. Like game 1 was pretty rough. They needed something to come out of their hat. We weren't expecting the Bebop in the draft, and Listic really made it sing.
Yeah, totally. And I gotta say again, like shout outs to the blood tribute here. You know, Jason highlighted at the beginning, or maybe it was you, Jake. You know, there's a lot of like stuns and CC, so you got to get that debuff resist. And like I feel like when you're also with the healing support that you get, like the blood tribute actually looks like such an insane item. Because also not to forget, Billy has some of the best gun DPS in the game as well. And so like became like extremely dangerous in so many different ways. And I loved how Listic, you know, really took that to you know, this dominating level, taking all of the space. You could see he was like constantly just pressuring the opponents. It was a really, really cool performance from that perspective. Like just getting to see Billy play to this level is always very enjoyable. And just look how just horrendous it is to try to get away from it.
I mean, this is a mirage too. This is like, you'd think one of the better heroes in the game at these sort of like 1v1 debuff wars, and Billy's just so resistant to it all. He just runs it down, shrugs off all that kind of pressure coming in. So definitely a nice feather in the cap. And I think for Listic, really another validation of this guy being one of the best frontliners. Well, if you're one of the best frontliners in the EU, you are one of the best frontliners in the world, if not the best. Hats off to Listic with an MVP performance in this series.
You just indirectly say again that EU's better than NA.
I mean, they won the NA tournament on ping disadvantage. That's until it goes back the other way. Even as an, you know, an American, I feel like it's just, come on now. Let's be super realistic about this. I'd love to see those matchups again, right? You know, I think there's always going to be an attempt for NA to reclaim that throne, but we got to be honest about who holds it for now.
I'm happy you can be unbiased about this. I agree.
I've got to be unbiased because, of course, we're only one half of the way through the night shift. We just finished the EU region, but up next, we're going to be going straight into North America. In the pre-qualifier match, we had FPS Lounge winning with a dominant 2-0 over Work in Progress. FPS Lounge, a drastically reworked team, bringing in a lot of the best players from Floorman to make kind of a new NA super team here. It's still early days for them, and they're going to have to go up against Bird with Clock here in the challenger match. Then, of course, the finals, Melee Creeps await their contender. They have been on quite a historic run. I mean, think about this. The top 3 teams, right, in EU and NA, right, respectively, are kind of back to what they have always been, some of the most storied teams and franchises in this game's history.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. I also think that Bird with Clock is quite the dark horse because they were kind of silently getting better and better, and it's a lot of tenured players that we have seen over time, but kind of finding a team that kind of works together. They've been working on it, they've been finding synergy, and it was Night Shift Open was when they looked really dangerous. They took Melee Creeps into a best of 3 and looked convincingly like they could have won that series. So Bird with Clock is another one to keep an eye on, and that's another kind of new look to the NA region.
Yeah, man. I also can't wait to see some Work in Progress come back, because it was so cool to see them come in week 1 and actually make it through to play against Melee Creeps. I think, unfortunately for them, there's definitely some outclassing when it came to that final series, but to see some new and up-and-coming teams that we haven't been able to see because of the Night Shift Open, because of seeing the Open Qualifier come around, having some new blood come into this one was very cool, and hopefully we get to see them maybe next week.
Yeah, NA has always been a fun region to watch, and always historically in the Night Shift, we've had 2 teams or 2 regions rather, with very different takes on the meta. So for a lot of folks playing Deadlock at home, want to see, you know, what are the top heroes, what are the interesting builds, what do you want to try in your games? Well, of course, NA isn't also a great region to watch, in which we'll get a little bit more variety potentially than what we saw here in Europe. But of course, that should be it for our European portion of the show. Dan and Jason, that's it for you guys as well. So thanks for the wonderful cast. I'll still be, of course, hosting on NA. And that region, by the way, guys, is coming right after you, right to you rather, after a short break. So go grab some water, grab a snack, get ready. We've got a whole other host of matches coming at you. So we'll see you right back here in just a few minutes for the NA portion of our show.
Right. I will be back. It's it. found out? I can put discounts on subs to Twitch, but I can use. I have 48 hours till November. I think I need to read into it. So I could use all them hours at once. I think, or I could do it in like 2-hour bursts or something. Because I think you can use it 6 times at max. Obviously, it don't matter because no one's subscribing to me, and if they do, I don't get any money for it. I also need to work on sub badges and bit badges. Customize my channel a bit more. Because now I can do it. I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So I think I just need to customize, make it more appealing, and yeah, actually do shit. Not just say I'm gonna. I do think Deadlock and Dead by Daylight will be my main content games now. I do want to be seen as like a average player, not someone who pretends to be good on it. Which I think I'm doing anyway, so. Bad times, DDK's gone. And Jason.
Welcome back to the Night Shift. If you're just joining us, we are getting into the NA portion of our show. We just capped off an incredible championship in Europe with Buff Enjoyers, now again renamed, of course, with their iconic members, and getting another win, another feather in their cap. I'm Jake, I'm your host today, and I'll be joined for this NA portion by Mitch and ZP. So guys, welcome to the show. First, let me ask you, Mitch, how are you feeling, man? I know you're always like jet setting around the world. So where do we find you here on this wonderful Deadlock Night Shift Wednesday?
Dude, I have a break in my work schedule, which is kind of why I'm able to be on this show quite a bit right now, bro. So I've been straight chilling. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow morning. I'm off to Europe, but up until this point, I've been chill. Even play a bit of Deadlock as well, and obviously get involved in Night Shift. So great to be back. I think 3 shows in a row has got to be a record for me. Like I don't have this verified, but I think we're killing the game. Honestly, it's crazy.
It's ZP, man. How you been?
No, it's been good. It's been good. We got a new balance patch. Things have been shaken up once more. Holiday is back in the meta. Also, same with Calico, and seeing how NA adjusts to the changes is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, hey, even sneak previews here. FPS Lounge in the qualifiers, we had a Page sighting. It wasn't on stream, but Page, in theory, is within the calculus of NA teams now. So, you know, it's a small balance patch, but it has some real meaningful changes. So seeing NA's take on these things now is going to be pretty interesting.
I gotta say, I'd like to see Paige maybe buffed back to the point where she does get a little bit more playtime. I think she's an interesting hero. You know, when teams at this level can make her work, it can be pretty exciting to watch, provide some of those big moments. I know you, ZP, are quite the holiday enjoyer. I don't know if you've been experimenting with her on this most recent patch, and how you feel about, you know, whether EU's overreacting or whether this really is one of the best characters in the game right now.
I think it's a little bit of both. On one hand, when you look at the numbers, barrel is actually, okay, if you landed all your barrels pre-patch, it is actually worse until level 3. Because of its scaling. So in theory, her laning is a little bit worse. In actual practice, though, I think the consistency of hitting barrel has gone up so much that you still benefit. And then, of course, you get the better spirit scaling and the better damage once you hit level 3. Yeah, it comes at the cost of displacement. But overall, I think the key thing for Holiday is that her consistency has gone up, and that's made her feel a lot better to play. And then on the spirit scaling, she's still hitting for more damage into the mid to late game. So it got short up. Is it being overvalued as super high pick? We'll have to see. I think that, again, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit reactionary, but she also did get quite a bit better.
Dude, and I also, like, on that note, excited about Calico, because the changes to how, like, the stacking of the melee resist debuff works with gloom bombs, it triggers straight away, and it's now additive stacking as well. So she also got like a decent treatment on some of her numbers. I feel like she's going to be in a pretty nice spot here.
melee resist to play on impact rather than explosion is, do you think it's only a small change, but I think could be really quite impactful.
Yeah, it's quite nice because you're going to throw the Gloom Bombs and then immediately go in for that melee hit. And so, maybe it's going to be a little bit more of a natural synergy to how people are playing the character. A few changes here and there elsewhere, but I agree. I think those have felt like the most impactful, really, in terms of, what has really shifted the meta. We also see, something like Victor not really being picked as much. But Silver, despite the nerfs, still looks top tier. We see Viscous, we see Bebop. It's been a really fun meta to watch with a lot of interesting changes. I think in general, all these changes seem to have hit pretty nicely, right? Without any, major issues in the meta. Like even Holiday doesn't feel so broken that it's unbeatable, right? The responses are still there. Didn't get to see any Warden. It was banned in one of those games in Europe, but there's a possibility, I think, that these changes move the needle. Although for me, these buffs, they don't feel so massive to me, right? They don't feel so game changing. It's like, I guess there's buffs, there's nerfs, it's nothing particularly, but mostly just the ult is a bit better and some of the other skills are a bit worse. So maybe incentives to play a little bit of a different style on Warden.
I also like very quickly, I'm going to force Prod to scroll all the way up the top here as well. I kind of like some of the quality of life changes for Apollo. You can now you can parry during flawless advance, which is actually quite nice. And also you can now recast disengaging sigils. So really locks in Apollo being that kind of movement based character. I did like, getting some stamina refunded, on hit at T3 in rather T2 in the past, but I kind of like this. I think it's going to be pretty interesting. Also, you get like a fire rate and bullet velocity increase as well off hitting that sigil. So definitely a couple of interesting directions to take him. And Apollo still promises to be that early to mid game monster. I just kind of like that we're leaning a bit more into that hyper mobility that he offers, especially to keep him relevant when he falls off a little bit in the later game.
Okay, while we're interjecting with points of note here, before we give it back over to Jake on the hosting end, we can go down the Silver. That's right. Bring us down the Silver. I need to call out the Silver community as far as Reddit goes. Everyone was acting like the world is ending, going, oh my God, Silver is dead. I was looking at this and going like, no, it's actually still completely fine, because you look at how Silver was being played, even in the previous night shift, there were so many fights where these changes actually would not have impacted what had went on. Yeah, Silver isn't going to be able to 1v6 quite as much in, close fight like mid boss, and no, you're gonna feel more of a pain than you used to if you accidentally pop wolf form. But Silver in general is still a massive threat. Most of the things she was still good at, she's still really good at. The world is ending. Silver is still, as proven by EU, a very top pick. So let's relax. The character is still good.
Yeah, it's good to see Silver still being played after these changes, but it does feel like, okay, maybe the punish is more real, right? Can you burst her in the human form, not let that Lycan curse come out? We saw some success of that in Europe, but of course, North America, there's always going to be a different take, maybe different supports picked, could change the way Silver ends up playing out in this action. Speaking of that action, though, let's take a quick look at the format here for North America. Check out the matchups that we've got going in. It's going to be, of course, our first matchup is Bird with Clock taking on FPS Lounge. It's a best of one in the challenger match, the winner of which is going to go on to face Melee Creeps in the final. I know any avid viewers of the night shift, they're already going to know this. It's nothing crazy, but just wanted to go back over it for the people. Let's talk about the competitors. That's what people are interested in here. And today, the FPS Lounge roster are who I want to talk about first. This is a team that is quite revamped, and I'm curious if we can go to FPS Lounge. Yeah, and ZP, I'm curious your take on this hybrid new roster.
Well, what I'm curious on too is I have to look back, but there was a little bit different qualifiers because they had Zerbzy playing. I don't know if it was a sub or not, but for FPS Lounge, I think, look, this is a squad that tasted the top in their original incarnation, and then they've kind of struggled to find their way back. And I think it's a team that overall you have a lot of veteran talent in the NA scene, but it hasn't fully come together in a way that may have been expected when it was first formed. I mean, the wins that they had in Night Shift was back when they had Erebus on Bebop basically being the ultimate raid boss of the character. They weren't really able to show multiple looks that they were able to win with, and after multiple disappointing performances, including falling out in the NS Open, not making the final day, they go, okay, we're gonna like merge with Floorman that was also on rough times, and you know, ideally, if this roster is better than either the old FPS Lounge or Floorman, this would be the week to see it, because you don't necessarily expect a team to show their full power the first week that they're together as a team. In theory, you know, now they're gonna have more time to actually work together and bring things up to a new level, and we'll have to see if the scrims went well. Pure Content was off on Twitter saying like, yeah, you know, we've really improved. This felt like a good week of practice. We're ready to bring the fight, you know, this week. So we'll just have to see if all that holds true.
Yeah, definitely look to players for me like DMB and Average to have these key performances. I think of them as really strong in that coordinated team environment setting. And then I look to individuals like Lomane and Leffa to have that sort of like spiky individual crazy pop-off performance that you may need to drive a victory in this level of competition in Deadlock. So definitely a team to watch. Things changing both in the meta and for their roster. Now let's take a look at their opponents. Bird with Clock, as you mentioned, Mitch, this is a team that has been grinding it out on the outside, right? Slowly working their way up the ranks. And we were talking about, oh, other teams struggling against them. Maybe other teams are weak. No, I think it's become clear that this is a serious standard bearer, gatekeeper style team here. Arctic has had huge success in the past. Look at like Matt and Strider also being particularly valuable. Looks like a pretty solid team. Is there anybody, Mitch, that you're looking for on this roster to have maybe a good moment in this meta?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Arctic. I think that, like, you know, this Bird with Clock team is pretty dangerous. And last week, I think they showed us what Shiv and Yamato are still capable of doing. You know, if you remember, like I thought FPS Lounge had a really solid comp, because FPS Lounge like picked the Venator, they got Grey Talon, they got Abrams, like really solid core. But Bird with Clock end up getting some pretty busted picks like the Victor, like the Silver, but they have this Yamato and Shiv look, and frankly, they both look incredible. So Arctic's a standout player for me, someone who, you know, I'm really expecting to have a big impact over the course of this series. And in general, this team, I think, a very well-deserved number 2. I think they dismantled FPS Lounge in that game. It wasn't even a 30-minute game, so I'm expecting them to have taken their own kind of leaps coming into this week.
I think.
So I have an update before I even get to my Birth Clock part. I just pinged Pure Content for you know, not update on the roster situation. I forgot that this was a thing. So Zerbzy was subbing in, and the subbing in was for Lomane on the qualifiers, where Lomane pulled an Ido and broke his PC while trying to upgrade it. He went for the PC upgrade, did something horrifically wrong, and the PC was down for a few days, and now he's good to play today. But what I'm learning here is that FPS Lounge, you know, they offer a bunch of coaching services across multiple games. How about we offer PC building coaching to Deadlock players? Because apparently your best players in Deadlock cannot put together a PC. It is unreal.
I fried a PC once when I was trying to put it together, so I'm not going to judge them.
Like, I'm a glass house liver, man. I buy pre-builds, man. I'm gonna cop to that in front of everybody now, and it's a little embarrassing, yes, but you know what? I stay in my lane. I let people who are incredibly good at building PCs handle that for me. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm gonna bring like a $5,000 graphics card.
The USB ports on a motherboard look really similar to an on-off button piece. Just don't get them mixed up. Don't do that.
That sounds like a story that we'll see if we can get into that another time. Production, if we've got the 1v1 ready, we can go to it, but I don't know if it in fact is, so we'll have to see. I do think I'm curious to see who ends up being the representatives for these two squads. I feel like those little mini 1v1 storylines are always pretty spicy. Somebody's just in the air, man. They're hiding.
Yeah, bro. Okay.
Who's up on the wall like the whole round?
They're behind Mitch's forehead. It's an unbeatable strategy on our screen. Here we go. FPS Lounge. They're in the blue, and FPS Lounge gets to write the first or second pick. I don't know who A was. I just know in the qualifiers that was the name they were under. Deadlock players and actually staying on their actual player name is an impossible challenge.
It's too easy to change them. You know, I kind of get it.
It's the
as long as they sort it out for us.
The Steam reality. We're gonna need some, you know, competitive formalization to change that. But I'm gonna guess it's Average for FPS Lounge. I mean, that would make the most sense. TBD. He is one to love the name change, of course, going now by Average, not AVG. I'm relearning that one myself. But Bird with Clock with our first pick. Let's see how the bands break down.
What was I thinking?
Pocket. Okay. I just want to surface this idea. We're seeing a ton of Yamato in this region last week. She looked very powerful. Not something necessarily being picked up to the same degree in Europe, but we're reckoning now also with how good Calico and Holiday are looking. And,
so tired.
Paradox is also being highly prioritized, especially between these two teams. And even with that reduction of spirit scaling on Corbell, it was really only a very mild change, very Yoshi-esque change to Doorman. He is still taken out in our first rotation.
One thing I will say with Pocket and Doorman being near permaban, I think the reason why FPS Lounge went second pick is I think second pick probably comes at a bit more of a premium, because I think in terms of the overall pick priority, yeah, Silver did get hit a little bit, so like the premium of like absolute first pick is a little bit lesser, and getting the next 2 picks is still pretty high value. Like FPS Lounge, they can come in here and you think about what's on the table, right, for top picks. They're gonna, okay, they are gonna go with the EU and grab Holiday, but now you can back it up with something like Abrams if you want, or, you know, we'll see what they're valuing. I think Bird with Clock actually tends to like really rely on having Billy at times recently, so maybe they steal that away, but I don't think you can go wrong with the early Abrams pick either.
Billy looked amazing in Europe. It looked phenomenal, and they go for it here. I kind of agree with this. I think, you know, these earn fights, like Chain Gang forcing the issue immediately in an earn fight, and then Billy being able to scale into like a pretty serious gun carry himself. This character also feels like one that got buffed little by little, and sort of we forget that Billy, when he first dropped, was completely broken, like hard first pick every single game.
I just love that you can work on his gun while also giving yourself that debuff resist that Billy really wants, obviously, with Blood Tribute. That was fun to see in Europe. So see if that's going to be picked up. Obviously, Abrams, you know, gives you that super reliable front line here. This Bird with Clock composition feels very classic of this era, right? You've got your M1 carry. Venator is the premium option in that slot. So FPS Lounge are going to have to look further afield.
Do they go Silver is the question. Already Silver is getting a little bit of a lower priority than what we saw in
already, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm just wondering. It's like, no, they're gonna go with the Calico. So NA is letting Silver drop way more than EU was. So that's probably the most notable regional difference to me as I look at it. But Calico being picked here makes a lot of sense. I think especially giving up Calico Abrams, while we did see it lose today, is still, I think, a really deadly thing to give up. And ideally you either take it or you ban it. In this case, this side, we're gonna take it. We'll save the ban for Paradox.
Yeah, the ult, obviously Calico just got better in general, more damage, more healing, just a more highly impactful ability. We also talked about, of course, how our Gloom Bombs are operating right now. So Paradox taken out here. That means that like you don't have any of those point and click pick options necessarily anymore. And Silver actually means a ban here for Bird with Clock.
Everyone just have a tankier lineup.
Yeah, they don't want to let that combo through. The additional lockdown to assist on Billy and Holiday would have been nice, but it's pretty wild to see it. I mean, I don't think, honestly, since Silver has been released, it has gone past the first phase, whether in bans or picks. And FPS Lounge go to the Mirage, which is another carry whose stocks are rising once again rapidly, right? There was a while where Mirage was really not getting played. People were looking other directions, but
they don't go solo Mirage is the thing. Like in one of the qualifier games, they went Mirage with Viper Warden. Just think, like, they are stacking the deck with characters that normally would all be position 1 in recent metas, and they're saying we're gonna throw all of them into the blender here. So now, granted, they also ran it with a bit of a support in the page in that one game, so I don't know if you're gonna go like Viper Warden to round this out, but based on their previous drafting, it's very likely that it's going to be average on the Mirage, and then DMB's picking up either the Warden or they're picking up Viper for Letha. That's going to go on here. So we'll see what the actual end result is, but this has been more how they've been drafting. Although, okay, the Geist comes in. Interesting.
So we are doubling in on this late game sustained gun damage, ricochet inhibitor, toxic bullets type approaches.
I do like when Mirage can just go for like all the debuffs, and then somebody else is really going to be the one to deal the main damage. Feels like Mirage suited really well to be almost an annoyance on the carry roll, and they're going to finish things off with the Yamato. So for FPS Lounge, there is not even a whiff of a support in this comp. Like, I'm kind of interested in it because I'm like, well, isn't someone going to build like knockdown for Grey Talon or like decay for Shiv? It's like I really don't see the character. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's Calico or Holiday. It almost has to be. But those are not. We typically see these characters also try to scale. Bird with Clock round things out with the Rem, so I think a much more straightforward choice for them in terms of the tankiness, the survivability, the sustain through team fights. And they set themselves up with a very nice draft. I think a lot rides on Shiv and Infernus. How successful can they actually be against the mobility and the evasiveness of some of these FPS Lounge cores?
So I would challenge that and argue a little bit of this, I think, lies on what is the GT going to do. If you think back to the finals that they had against Melee Creeps, Arctic had 2 really bad back-to-back games on GT. I'm not saying it was all Arctic's fault. Obviously, a lot goes into actually keeping your GT protected, but I mean, I think you could count the total stats between maps. It was like plus 10 over 2 maps. Like that's
I talked them up though.
Yeah.
I talked them up. I'm expecting a turnaround this week. My eyes are on Arctic here to sort of have a moment.
And FPS launch draft is wild to me. Like this is pretty oddball draft. It is a new patch, but you know, the EU has convinced me that Rem and Viscous are both really top tier picks, and to see Viscous go completely unpicked, not even considered, I would have thought it would have been a totally sensible final pick for FPS Lounge. A nice cube to save you from the Great Talon Owl, from Shiv and Infernus, burning you down with debuffs. I would have thought it would fit well, but they go with the Yamato instead. So we'll have to see if that pays dividends, if they're able to get all these characters scaling into the late game. It is NA, so whether we actually get into the game in the next minute or so is a contested question, as I think ZP can speak to.
Oh, I'll put him on blast here. In fact, this is what we heard from our lead producer here. Quote, this is an FPSL game, so they are being slow. Even with Hydration no longer on the team, the team spirit of simply taking forever to get in the game holds strong. Where, by the way, speaking of Hydration and teams coming back into the fray, I feel like we're primed now with enough like free agent NA players to get the return of Hydration at some point. Like, Hydration is free. Hydration can start a team with that branding once more. You know, the third or fourth or whatever iteration it is of Hydration. So you never know in NA what's gonna come down the pipe. But really, I'm just filling for time because players are in the bathroom, as is tradition.
I'd be down for the Hydration comeback, man. That's always a fun. That's always going to be an iconic brand in Deadlock, I think, for their year of dominating in our competitions.
Yeah. Who we pulling together though?
Doesn't
Vegas.
matter.
Let's get Hydration in Vegas, obviously back together. Who else are we working with?
Would Vegas even come back to compete? I feel like Vegas is killing it on the streaming front these days. Like, why change it up? You know,
Lido can do what he can.
So here's what I think. I think you get Hydration, you get Rocker, you get Flick. Like you get Flick back into the scene. Of course, one of the OG Paradox goats if you go back to early competitive, and you're already starting with a reasonable core. I don't know. Maybe you throw in Lord NM for the Ido rival boost. You're up to 4. You know, there's ways to make this work of players that are in and around the scene. That's all I'm saying.
I'm listening. I'm hearing.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll get into games just a little bit quicker. I'm happy, of course, to let the wheels of the bus just roll right over FPS Lounge because it's becoming a theme. It's becoming a pretty clear theme of them, you know, needing a few minutes to get sorted before we can get into the game with the draft resolved. Speaking of the draft, man, like I love what Bird with Clock. Bird with Clock, I feel like they've got all premiums. No?
It's just a good comp. For me, it just feels like it's very solid. Like Infernus gives you some scaling potential, but it's also really slippery and it's going to be able to nuke down those side lanes. Rema, great support. I don't know what FPS Lounge are cooking here. I don't know what's going to happen early in the mid game. They got a comp that scales really well with items and souls, but I'm curious to see how they do early, Jake.
They've gone for a heck of a gamble with this draft, guys. We're gonna have to see, of course, how it plays out in the server. Remember, this is a best of one. There are no do-overs, no take-backs. It's FPS Lounge versus Bird with Clock here in the NA Challenger match of the Night Shift number 43. Mitch, ZP, take it away.
Last week, ZP, the comp for FPS Lounge was actually like really solid stock standard, right? They had the Venator, Viscous, Grey Talon, Abrams, and they still lost. They had a comp that I thought on paper looked better. So they're on the bleeding edge here in terms of the new tech. Let's see what FPS Lounge are going to be throwing in. It says Yamato and Mirage in the mid lane. They're going to have the Calico and the Holiday off on the left-hand side, and on the right, that will be the Billy and Lady Geist lane.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing to keep an eye on, of course, is Holiday in the early game, especially once you get level 3 barrel online. That's where things get pretty ugly. And, you know, if you're playing a Holiday, you're expecting a game where you keep a relatively high tempo and use that to get kills and, you know, keep the other team on the back foot. Between the two teams, in terms of who has the better late game to early game, it's actually kind of interesting because I think overall FPS Lounge actually scales better into the late game here too. There's a few wrinkles where if like Flaws or Stride got over farmed that they would be fine, but I still think with Bird with Clock is actually under more early to mid pressure, and a lot of it comes down, can GT get online? And one of the big differences here, Mitch, from the get-go, different player on GT. It's not Arctic on GT this time, it's going to be Matt.
So obviously, like, you know, early on, we're having a shove back over towards mid. We're going to go to the left-hand side here because something is brewing. Arctic actually, aforementioned, under some pressure. Obviously, Barrel being sort of expecting to pretty darn quickly with the extra charge. So max harassment can be put down by Xeno here. And yeah, crack shot still pretty good in lane. Crack shot, mystic shot. I mean, you're hitting fairly hard. There's a decent amount of harass available to you. And obviously with Calico's innate sustain, assisted here, of course, by their first item picked up, you can play like this as much as you like.
Also, in terms of itemization, we'll see how much NA wants to counter itemize. I think whenever you're up against Calico now, mandatory buys, I think you should overinvest in rebuttal. Just even if you're not getting parries off, you still get the melee resist and close combat if it makes sense on your character, just to, you know, reduce some of the burst damage you're otherwise going to be dealing with from Calico currently.
So, you know, being an absolute nuisance. That is the very satisfying sound of crack shot. And yes, rebuttal is to hand right now. You see a bit of guardian pressure here in mid as well as the right lane. That's all there really is to write home about for the time being. But the Berber clock being very cagey in this lane. I think they're definitely respecting, you know, potentially get caught out by the Barrel. Also, Calico can trade with you really favorably, kind of out of nowhere, coming forward that leaping slash. With life strike as well, you melee life strike, excuse me, you trade up positively with a sustain in that head-to-head. So yep, there it is. Not much that Arctic can really do about that. Now the pressure is on. Not quite enough to take down the Infernus, but that's kind of the bread and butter here of this FPS lounge lane.
I mean, the scary part is that you're getting consistent poke in from the Holiday, where you even go a few patches back when she wasn't getting picked, her gun got buffed to be way more consistent as far as velocity, and you know, it doesn't do the weird recoil thing that it was doing at one point. And you're less likely to miss barrels, and if you get people down to half HP, that's about the point where Calico says, yeah, it's time to go. So this lane is pretty scary as it is. Quick attempt from Tanner to try and defend the tier 1, instead just getting poked in turn. And yeah, I mean, this is a lane where I think objective survive is where you're going to be happy if you're able to maintain that goal.
I mean, the fact that leaping slash does melee damage really unlocks this build for Calico. Obviously, it allows it to be a real nuisance with any of those melee scaling items. It's just, what are you going to do? Gloom Bomb slash, so you just get out-traded in lane? The fact that you can obviously like DI backwards with the S key sort of midway through that slash animation so you don't fully commit is kind of wild. So no surprise to see Holiday and Calico pop up now, but in the same lane, they look terrifying.
Other lanes right now, a little bit quiet so far. Again, the part where this game is really going to start exploding in all ways is once ults come online. You know, how Matt is going to control the pace of the game with birds, and also what Xeno's can be able to do on Holiday. You know, every last cooldown being super important, but things get a little bit skirmishy here between the Geist and the Shiv. Multiple knives landing on DMB.
I've seen FPS lounge so much, I want some new names again.
Yeah, some slice and dice attempts there over towards DMB, but again, it's kind of hard to trade against this one. So Life Siphon is available. Decent bomb connection. Actually, a very reasonable amount of harassment being put down on Gibbs there. You've got to respect Lady Geist, and you definitely don't want to get caught unawares by an off cooldown life drain exchange. They've actually sort of rotated off this lane though. This is obviously early, just looking to get some neutral pressure now as they've spawned up. They're going to go to work straight away. Buffs, of course, in play, and FPS Lounge really prioritize them. Getting, yeah, well, it looks like getting low main there above.
Also, as far as buffs for GT, doesn't get any better than early casting.
Yeah.
Gibbs on real danger, super low in lane. I think just barely able to get away. Taking a look at the skirmish here and wait into the pressure onto Gibbs. Gibbs, have you got away? No, not at all.
Yeah.
Still was in danger, and yeah.
I mean, Lomain had the one
really
cooldown, and of course you had a GC in that lane, so
very
adept at poking you down if you're overextended. That was just good pressure being put down on Gibbs. We saw some of those essence bombs also,
that's what it showed on the
you know, getting 2-for-1 value. Nice connections there in general. So, that FPS Lounge right side guard is still down to half, though. Bear that in mind. Looks like we're going to fight brewing though here. No concussive combustion quite yet. It looks like Xeno might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew there.
It's fine.
Now, of course, pressure on
the first part, you don't
looks like
really
our average was hit by an hour prior to that engagement, but still, you don't want to stick around for this. Chain Gang going to be active here. Lomain back with a vengeance, and Arctic has been snatched up.
Average not having the burn, return the shadow there, coming up towards the end of the fight, but that should be the end of the Guardian. And not going to be a super deep dive on the Tanner, who saw the danger approaching and says, yep, you can have it.
Hello, lane.
Quietly Stride looking pretty strong in this lane. Quite impressive, actually, this
Either way,
Shiva and Rem look. And now, of course, at the point where a lot of these key ultimates are in place. So that time's something you definitely have to respect. Stride also getting along pretty nicely in terms of that build as well. So I'd be keeping an eye out for him to be more than relevant later on. Restorative locket, of course.
Xeno's going in. In middle, goes for the lasso. Connects on the mat.
Curry wasn't quite there. Shadow transformation, not nearly enough. Matt just with a flyby is able to take Poppers out of the game. Here's an at time confirm on towards Lipper, and Gibbs just pops it.
Big difference already just with the change-ups from Bird with Clock. Again, I think, not saying, you know, overall Arctic's a bad player or anything, but in terms of the GT, this comp for Bird with Clock and who's playing what seemingly feels a lot better. Like there's already a clear difference in what we're seeing for Bird with Clock in this game than the GT comps they were running against melee creeps last week. So, you know, for Bird with Clock, gotta love some of the adjustments coming on through. Still a lot of game left to go.
Hot front already picked up people. Gibbs runs really on the way, even finding some time for the neutrals. Respect this, obviously, this is a push into FPS Lounge territory, but it's something brewing over towards the mid part of the map. Floss is there, and he's the one that's getting pressured down right now. Matt largely being overlooked, but he does have Owl at the ready. Is there going to be a fight to be had? No, just a tag along back to Matt, and that Guardian is seeing better days.
Elsewhere, looking at the left, Bird with Clock's time to get some damage here onto the left Guardian, and a bit of Flame Dash for good measure.
So annoying. In fairness, so annoying when you're trying to defend your Guardian here. And there's not a whole lot that for now Tanner can actually do. No ultimate available, so no real hard engage potential now. Sin is also being snapped up out from under his nose. Chase is on though. Floss being looked after here by Xeno. Trying to shut this Venator down early if at all possible. That's a nice little bash down connection there, and everybody got involved. Big dive in towards mid, back behind that Guardian. That gets taken as well. And FPS Lounge starting a trail here though by small number of souls. Important staging ground build up here in the mid.
One of the interesting things for FPS Lounge is that they do have one of these comps where, while it worked for them in qualifiers, not everyone is going to get fed. Like normally you want a rich Yamato, a rich Mirage, a rich Geist. Well, so far you take a look at who's getting all the money. The old money is winning with DMB on the Geist, and you know, left a little bit of a slower game here so far. And I'm just curious how they're going to manage the soul allocation as the game goes on. It's a lot more straightforward for Bird with Clock on who you want to get the early farm, you know, most notably, you're feeding everything the flaws.
Heads up pick up here for Tanner as well. 9 minutes into the game, a suppressor. Obviously, FPS Lounge with so many gun heroes on that side. Being able to reduce fire rate is going to be pretty important, and it's very easy to spread that debuff because all you need is the spirit damage, which we know Abrams can spread quite nicely. Now the fight though to be had for sure. Big collapse here over towards the mid-hand side of the map. That's going to be an Owl on towards average. What's the plan supposed to be? Maybe hoping for a little bit of lifesteal off that slash, but not to be. Concussive Combustion going to come into play. Forcing the return to Shadows. Shadow Transformation also going to be active though, and AVG, even with a bit of healing off that ultimate, not nearly enough. Drops the bag as well. That's Bird with Clock now. Looking to try and chase a bit further. Gibbs doesn't quite know where to put himself. Poppers gets caught out as well. Not a good look here for FPS Lounge as Bird with Clock get themselves a tiny little 5k soul lead off that exchange.
Bit of a brutal engagement, and I think some of these fights going well across the map. You know, I was just knowing the who you want to get farmed. It's funny, you actually have some of the least farm on Flaws right now, but I don't think you have to worry about it. I think the game is going to evolve to a point where Flaws is eventually just going to get soul lane and get far ahead. Okay. But, you know, for FPS Lounge, the thing I'm looking at right now and terrified is that a broke Yamato is usually a non-factor in the game. And that may be where Poppers is heading to at the moment. So, you know, that's one thing to take away from the early game. In a lot of cases, it's not even the aggregate so much as who's getting the farm and how's it likely to evolve. But for now, bit of pressure here coming onto low main. Gonna go for the Rising Ram out.
Sometimes I think could be best version of.
Yeah, I guess the cold front almost enabled them to catch low lane out, but I do think like forcing the Billy back in to really pressure this mid-side Guardian now. Bird with Clock getting very active across the map. And Zeno just has to give a lot of ground here. Pressure's also on the Yamato now. Lasso in and under the Walker. Tanner largely got perturbed here, but he's going to be stunned up. There's going to be backup though. Look at the Shiv chasing on in here. And there's just nowhere to go if you're Zeno. Gibbs does get traded out, but overall this definitely favors Bird with Clock, and that's going to be a mid Guardian now falling. They can actually keep this party going to some degree. Calico's turned up, Average trying to stave them off here.
Bird with Clock have already quietly, got 10k souls.
DMB starting to get quite powerful here at 11k souls, but Bird with Clock have been very active.
some faith in FPS Lounge. They're going to turn around the 11-minute trophy collector coming out from Xeno. And I mean, to be fair, I've seen players experiment with a little bit more. People look at TC and it's like, oh, you just got to buy this item super early game or it's not worth. I still think you can get some value off of it a little bit later in the game, but it does, you know, necessitate a big shift in who's actually getting the kill so far. In fact, can we get a breakdown on the kill death in this game? Because something tells me it's a bit lopsided at the moment.
Yeah, curious to see people's scores here. Is an earn pickup though. Easy enough Guardian take here for FPS Lounge. That's conceded by Bird with Clock to allow them to have this left side and mid presence for the time being. And okay. Not too lopsided, ZP. Unless I missed something.
No, not as much.
I see Abrams.
All right.
It's just so
There's
good.
convergence here of FPS Lounge players on the right side. Certainly well equipped to defend this earn turn in. And this early in the game, it is going to be important. Xeno, they're just forcing Tanner away. Was looking for a way on in. There's going to be a bit of a fight in mid. Dangerous here for Matt, completely caught out there. Just nowhere to go. This might have opened the door here for a start of this earn turn in, but Perfect Clock don't really appear to be in the best positions for this. Average is going to try and rotate over for the time being now. Some pressure on Stride, of course, who's far too early in the fight for him to build up those rage stacks. He runs into a very farmed DMB for this stage of the game. Hit by the Essence Bomb as well. Where's the help supposed to be here for the Shiv? Question is, well, there might not be any. Xeno, though, taken down. There goes DMB. Tanner and Floss finally touched down in this fight, and Stride stayed alive and maintained that position for more than long enough. Arctic at 14k soul swoops on into the coup de grace, and that's an earn turn in for Burber Clock.
Fighting through Flame Dash on Earn is incredibly painful. I mean, upside here for FPS Lounge, able to get the kill on the Gibbs towards the end, but I'm kind of curious on damage done right now. And then for Arctic just went on a massive uptick from that fight alone. Just again, it feels bad where it's like you have a King of the Hill mechanic. It's like, yeah, keep fighting in here. Oh, the floor is lava at the moment.
FPS Lounge. Again, try and stay relatively in step in terms of this soul deficit to get a 13 minutes into the game. That's pretty intense. We do have Shadow Transformation, Soul Exchange, both ready and waiting here for FPS Lounge. We've definitely shifted into more of a duck back, get your own neutrals phase of the game, with the exception of this left-hand side of the map. A lot of harass here with that Siphon. And DMB looking for fights where he can get him, and you can kind of understand why. However, Rem is going to be here to keep Stride fighting fit for the most part. He's going to be the cold front activated now. Looks like they might be looking for a fight. You've got to be aware, of course, of that Soul Exchange on this guy. And so no full commit here for Stride, but here comes Xeno. This is now getting a little bit more dangerous. They've kind of split themselves. FPS Lounge, DMB low, hoping for a good Soul Exchange, but they can never get it off. What? Maybe bled down. It's unclear. No ability to use that ultimate, though. That's punishing. Ow, connecting as well onto Xeno. Unclear if there's going to be a +10 opportunity here, but everybody from FPS Lounge is being chased down. And it looks like Xeno is just going to be able to extract themselves.
I
feel like this keeps happening in this game where FPS Lounge is going for these skirmishes, and Bird with Clock, there's enough between them in terms of map presence where they're able to rotate in and, you know, turn what could be a kill against them into something that works in their favor. Of course, like Guys for Shiv always gets a little bit dicey where you're going for Soul Exchange, but you also have to give enough respect to Killing Blow that you don't get crushed by it. As quick little snatch and grab from Poppers on the buff.
Sometimes there's the issue as well. You're just not in range. Sometimes you just like die. You just can't quite get close enough, out of stamina or what have you. Still a bit unfortunate though. FPS Lounge looked like they were in a powerful position, but at least Xeno was able to get away. Stride though, with a casting buff in hand, also Torment Pulse now entering the infantry. So already becoming quite a nuisance to be close to. That would have been a ridiculous flying. Oh my goodness!
Matt
That's
just
a lot
got
of flying out. Xeno just gets blown up there. Point blank, Matt able to connect with the new. Still got to respect this Shadow Transformation Yamato. Parry going to be timed out though, and there's another ill-fated exchange for FPS Lounge in mid, ZP.
I don't know if we have it, but we need the replay from the GT point of view stat there, because that was absurd. It opened with Matt getting hit by Lasso. Xeno wanted that fight, and post Lasso, just instant Bird blows up Xeno midair and then gets the fall through on the kill immediately thereafter. I mean, that could not have gone worse for a fight that started out the GT himself getting grabbed.
And look at the map control now. Berber Clock in a position to really snatch up some of FPS Lounge's neutral creeps. They want to fight for it though. It feels like they realize they've got a local player advantage here. Arctic, obviously on the other side of the map here, sort of not looking to intervene, but a lot of pings happening there. There's a drift across though for Matt. Stride in a bit of trouble here. Looks like they got out alive though.
Man, oh man. Back in the middle we go. More action going on in Poppers. I mean, not really built for this fight. Low HP, and here comes the bird taking cover.
God.
Ooh.
Matt's cooking with the birds right now. Holy shit.
I just about saw that.
Yeah, plus 30 at 16 minutes. I mean, it's respectable. It's not the highest we've seen. I think the record is still Cosmetical putting down plus 70 at this point in the game the other day, but you know, for FPS Lounge, this is scary. I mean, things are starting to get a bit out of hand. If you get a solo kill in the vent, it would be huge, but you're going to get gut shot right into the back, and you have soul exchange, but you don't really want more of this fight if you're DMB.
No, it had to be your spell magic used there, and the slip away for DMB. Nothing really coming up Millhouse for FPS Lounge at the moment. They've not really been able to take any good engagements either. Chase down Zeno, not a lot of souls on them, but still those barrels hit very, very hard. And I think DMB's got to be a little bit careful. Obviously, soul exchange is big as a nap time, though, connecting on towards Zeno. The follow-up is plentiful. Big burn damage here on this holiday. And Zeno is going to try and skitter away as quick as humanly possible. He's going to run headlong into the Grey Talon. Matt adds another feather to the cap, and that Owl is off cooldown.
Owl good to go, and Bird with Clock for now. Trying to get some push onto the left. Flaws, though, under the gun. Calco. Hot pursuit, lower HP Ven still trying to back it up, and here comes the bird. Is it going to hit the Calco in time to save? Over, and it hits, but it's not enough for the save.
Yeah, DMB's there to you know, steal that kill away from average, and no follow-up means that the Calico doesn't even get traded there. It's a bit of a power play moment here for FPS Lounge. They've got Floz and Stride off the map, but it's a question of what they're able to do with it. They've got to defend here in mid. They've got the urn to hand, but there isn't a lot of map control in this left side lane for that, you know, safe landing.
Still, 10K difference between the two teams. Still scenarios for FPS Lounge to bring this game back. Things are looking good for them. DMB good on farm,
and mid
Leffa good on farm, and arguably at this point, they've kind of had a bit of an underperformance, I think, where they haven't gotten as much from the holiday as they would like, but I think that can all change with a good lasso or two. I mean, we're still at the point where holiday still has a pretty big impact on the game. Now, though, this urn just going to be swiftly delivered.
Fail walkers. That's messed up. Holy. Damn,
you go free?
Okay, bro, free. Oh, and look at how the soul difference has shifted out. But, of course, there's going to be Berber's Clock looking over towards this mid-boss. Chain Gang, that's a big connection there, but who's going to be in play to help Low Main out? They've got some great sustain amidst all of this, though, and there's some pressure. Lasso going to be used there on the point. It's going to be Stride and Arctic, though, taking some region credits. Poppers at least gets one for their troubles now, but that fire rate reduction of the inhibitor is going to be a little bit annoying to play into against this Abrams. Bloz, Matt, Poppers all back in the fight. No rejuve credits anymore to speak of, and this is where FPS Lounge should shine, CP. They really want to fight in these enclosed areas. No Man looking nice and healthy here. Stride going to be flattened, and Berber Clock don't have any more staying power. They'll keep that small soul lead after even giving up the urn, but that's it.
I mean, look, in terms of making that happen, all eyes got to be on Low Main, where just a perfectly timed chain gang pulls everyone off the point and creates enough disruption for the rest of FPS Lounge to get over their post-urn. And in the end, I mean, it's a bit of a wash between both teams, but I would say you like FPS Lounge's position, given the fact that it could have been way worse, and they still reap most events of the urn. But look at that. The pull coming in from Low Main to open things up and create the opportunity for some parries, steal one rejuve away, and you know, even the bird coming in from Mad, it's not enough for Bird with Clock to walk away from that fight definitively.
And I think you really saw the 40% bullet and spirit resist part of Chain Gang go to work there. Low Main took 0 damage in the aftermath of that, was able just to bash them down immediately. Kind of sick. FPS Lounge have a nutty sort of team fighting composition. Clear to see that. Now, Poppers also has that Torment Pulse. So, Sticky Amato, broke as she may be, I think is still going to be a bit of a nuisance getting later into the game. Floz obviously needs to get mega fed. We're not quite at that 30k soul threshold here. So, FPS Lounge still looking fairly dangerous. I like that little owl turnaround here. And we're going to see the Great Talon peel themselves away. AVG doesn't fancy the fight even with that survival buff.
I think you have to be a little bit worried for Bird with Clock here, in the sense that a lot of the tempo advantage that they had is kind of fallen by the wayside. And even with Matt having a decent game, you look at how some of the last few fights have gone down, and you know the results of some decisions. FPS Lounge is really getting back into it, and you know, as talked about in the beginning, I think it's a small advantage, but I do think FPS Lounge has a better comp the later this game goes. So those Xeno's in all sorts of danger. You come with a Veil Walker, and now you're looking for the exit. But hey, your Holiday, you're well equipped to make quick escapes.
Floss is just not in position to really get involved. They are obviously still stuck in that sort of heavy farming phase of the game. So don't be asking for too much from them for the time being. I just see the Scourge picked up by the Chief, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get there though in just a moment. Tanky as low main is, do need to be a little bit careful here. There's a great talent also chasing it. The 3-on-1 in mid, and I feel like they've just put themselves in a bit of a weaker spot. The Owl is coming, and it's another +10 for Matt. Low main gets caught out. There's still a fight to be had. Matt eventually traded by Xeno. The rest of Berber Clock though are grouped up, happy to fight if push comes to shove, but there's a Walker being chewed up here. FPS Lounge getting that map pressure on the right-hand side.
What era is this going on right now within this game? We just continually see a cowboy tying up Great Talon repeatedly. Every single game or every single fight is what's going on. I mean, it's happened multiple times where Xeno's objective going on right now is simply to go to the back line, look for GT constantly. And in this case, even though Matt was able to get the kill on the Owl, it still got the kill towards the end and, you know, remove some of the sting from what otherwise would have been a good pick. Still get to walk away at the +10 though, I suppose.
Yep. Some consolation, but the balance of power in terms of soul total has shifted drastically with that Walker pickup on the right. FPS Lounge have now got themselves into the lead. And F has been studiously farming that right side lane for so much of this game. Flaws there. Wants to shove things in, does take note, of course, of 3 FPS Lounge players and expects probably like a rotation in from Poppers or someone similar. Chase here on mid. Once again, Low main has perhaps dangled the red cape a little too close to Berber Clock, but he'll be able to get away and buy some time for FPS Lounge to respond. It's a mid-present setup here.
I've been zoned out and they got mid Walker.
Things getting real close. 30 seconds before next urn spawn. Lasso up, gonna connect. If you get Flaws, it would be huge. One of the best pickups you can get against Berber Clock. Instead, the Urn's Domini turns the tables. Xeno, the master of dropping the lasso, and again the boom dropped on him in turn. Second time this game.
They really need Strike to be here, though. Tanner was essentially alone there. Good shoulder charge to break up the lasso, but I don't feel like the Shiv is really here when they need to be. Average here, of course, in Ava form, trying to quickly skitter on away. The chase is on, though, and it's a full bar of rage built up. Average eventually caught out. Was that another owl, perhaps from Matt? No, on cooldown still, but he'll take that kill all the same. Stride is in strong form right now. Nap time set up there, but unclear if there's any connection.
That was now. That's another +10. It just it comes off. It just goes real fast. So yeah, Matt plus another 10. I think he must be at like +50 or +60 now. Continuing to stack up, but Low main gonna pick up the Walker. FPS Lounge working with a bit of advantage economically, as now is there gonna be an intercept on the Stride. Certainly not looking to let this urn go for free. And overall, I think the opening there, even though Xeno got clapped, probably worth it. Like, you would sacrifice your Holiday for the Ven at this point any day of the week. So worthy sacrifice, even if it did get a little bit messy towards the end.
I agree. I think Average has been where he needs to be for so much of this game. Berber Clock, though, insisting upon this urn turn in. There is another good neutral objective across the map to pull FPS Lounge away, so there's going to be a fight. Remember, FPS Lounge, their comp is really nice up close. Scourge active. You can see Billy diving in, though, but again, Low main is just a little bit out of step with the rest of FPS Lounge. And Leffa didn't have Traveler available, so he is hot-footing it across the map, but he just might not be there in time. No Shadow Transformation up for Poppers as well. A power drop for FPS Lounge is utterly exploited by Berber Clock. Average is out of the game. Soul Urn picked up by Berber Clock, and guess what? There's a Walker waiting in this right side lane.
Urn +4 kills plus Walker. The only saving grace is that the timing is such that it won't be a mid-boss, but Berber Clock immediately back in the game, evened up, and actually a little bit ahead by the end of it. Now, maybe they get a Walker trade out of it. It's looking pretty good for Leffa. You know, he likes solo Walker gold as Mirage. By the way, Mitch, I got a note. We got the Overwatch special there. That was basically the equivalent of a control map where the first person to touch, the only person that can't touch is going to get sacrificed to keep the fight going. And that's pretty much what happened to Low main there, because for Low main, it was either sacrifice or lose your outright. And this side, we're going to make the attempt at the sacrifice.
Yeah, dead right. Less of being caught out, more of just needing to throw himself at the situation. But FPS Lounge is still without a couple of their players now, and of course, it's a pretty elementary move over towards this mid-boss. This one might be far less contested, even though Low main does try and step in. Leffa, rather, it was. Also got a Scourge to hand, trying to dust devil his way through here. The mid-boss, though, has been picked off. Can Leffa get away with this now? That solo player sort of sticking around. No, here's Rejuve's going over to Burber Clock. There's still a fight to be had though. Again, Billy now is here. Scourge active, bash down in play. Slowing Hex is traded out here. And a one-player chain gang catching on to Tanner is fine, but there's no way Leffa's going to be walking out of this one alive. And there's still much more to be done. Arctic here, flame dash on through, maybe just trying to be set up for their next target. And I don't think, Shadow Transformation would have helped Poppers much here anyway. They are very low. Stride did go down. Only one Rejuve credit left here for Burwick Clock, but that should be more than enough as FPS Lounge, imagine, have to give up this fight. No soul exchange for DMB. That health is their real health. And Arctic needs to be careful. It's a very fed Lady Geist and doesn't want to try and take that fight solo. But the cavalry arrive and DMB finally is pulled down.
We need the soul graph stacked because there's been a narrative going around in Deadlock saying comebacks are not a thing. You go down 10, 15K, game is over. Well, look at this game and how back and forth things have been. But it has been, Mitch, a relatively tragic last 3 minutes for FPS Lounge. They went from being the team ahead. They go to a ill-fated earn contest. The spawn timers actually do end up being long enough that they're not able to do a good mid-boss contest, even with the quad Dust Devils, just because they don't have enough people up. And a game that they were in the driver's seat on, now they're the ones falling behind.
Power spike though for the Abrams as well, ZP. Phantom strike into the infantry for Tanner. It's going to be now a simple situation to try and connect those shoulder charges and I guess go for the holiday early. There's not a lot of great targets here. Left looking dangerous. You notice like in that last fight, because FPS Lounge again had to throw themselves at an objective without proper setup just to try and contest it. They couldn't really get the Geist and the Mirage in positions to kind of do what they're supposed to do and put out that sustained damage safely. That's a +10 again for Matt. 35k on this Grey Talon. You can see just why he's so prioritized.
Okay, I need to see two things. One, we need the view of Matt so we can look at the stacks. And two, I need to see the golden statue buff so we get an idea of what the permanent advantage in the game is with all the swings. Because there could be a little bit more to look at there.
Okay.
And overall, we're pretty even across the board, really.
Let's try getting chain gang for what? Defend to this walker, I guess. Oh my goodness, what a stun there, of course. Phantom strike definitely assists with stuff like that, but that one was straight and natty. Nicely done by Tanner. Here comes a slam straight into the middle of the fight. Stride does eventually get taken down, but looks like he might have done his job. Shadow transformation in play for Poppers, but he's trying to use most of that duration just to try and get away alive. Wall jump attempts here, and here's another owl. Fire him up. It's +70 on that, and Poppers just vaporizes under that damage.
Damn.
Yeah, the owls have started carrying nuclear ordnance in this game. +80 on Matt. That is an obscene amount of spirit, and this is why you pick GT, a character that oftentimes can be a little bit more feast or famine, but this is the feast. And Matt, I mean, look, people make jokes about Rem, being the greediest character in the game. What do you say to a GT that has 80 spirit worth of contribution here, picks up the Boundless and the Spirit Burn? Getting hit by an owl at this point is going to chunk half the cast in FPS Lounge to 50% or more in one bird. In some cases, I mean, it's not quite a one-shot, but it's getting there for some of the characters less invested in the green.
I mean, no, if my Grey Talon is pulling up like this in the game with 80 stacks, I am giving him the fattest dowry. He's getting like 3 cows for marrying my daughter, no doubt about it. Straight up, like, I'm giving everything. This is pretty insane. 80 spirit, is just absurd. And this guy's hitting like an absolute truck. Hero damage here, telling much of the story. FPS Lounge, obviously across the board, kind of just broadly very solid. But you've got the soul allocation, you've got the stacks on the exact right play in this GT. Finally in NA, GT has not had great success in DLNS over the last few weeks, but now turning up in a big way.
I mean, this is why you pick GT, and also, I mean, I have to wonder if FPS Lounge was aware of the threat here. Again, Arctic's GT did not look super amazing last week, but changing up who's playing it, changing up some of the comp around it, not to throw too much out on Arctic, because there's a lot of factors that go into it, but they found a formula that makes the GT shine, which was just not how Bird with Clock was playing last week. Still?
There's a lot of jockeying for position here. The map control's not good for Burber Clock on this left side. The push is definitely favoring FPS Lounge, who've massaged this macro situation to favor them if it came to an earn fight.
Yeah, and I mean, for Burber the Clock, on the upside, you have a GT that's dropping nukes. On the downside, the engagement FPS Lounge is looking for, if they can get on Matt early, it would be completely game-changing. But they're deciding to start the earn here and now, and what could be the final fight.
Oh, they found him!
GT immediately! Matt is caught!
That is huge. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Well, he wouldn't be a good doctor if he was asking for that, but either way, they got rid of the Grey Talon. That is huge. Now, you might feel like you've got a real crack at this fight. In the middle of things, right where he needs to be is low main right now. Still, Stride the one taking most of the punishment here. Where's the damage supposed to come from on the Berber clock side right now? Popper's happy to soak it up as well. There's a leaping slash there from Average. Dangerous here. FPS Lounge. All of their players ready to throw down here. Naptime going to be catching on to Poppers, but Arctic got picked off. And FPS Lounge get the earn turn in. They are skirting around this Grey Talon issue perfectly. And look at the respawn timers right now for Berber clock. That is brutal. This is an easy transition into mid-boss.
Look, we laid out the game plan. You got to get on the GT. They get on the GT. It's a full team wipe into what's going to be mid-boss. FPS Lounge back in the game. And once more, can we get the soul graph? Because this has been remarkable just how back and forth this game has been. You rarely see this, even at the pro levels of play. But man, oh man.
Sine wave, bro.
Holy.
It's over. They're already attacking.
I don't know if we were able to catch that, but how did they get that GT? That is ridiculous. Berber Clock were really posturing very heavily, ZP, to try and get a good setup for that fight. But look at this, they're losing a shrine. Mid-boss being taken. Average just getting in here and snatching up everything.
Yeah, it's the worst of all worlds, where if you get full wiped like this, you not only give up mid-boss, you give up key assets in your base, and they're even delaying the rejuve here. So Lowman's gonna go back up to full HP, and you can wait so you get a little bit more time on the rejuve. It's not quite the old days where you grab 2 and then wait for the last hit, but when you know no one else can possibly be there, you got no reason to rushing the rejuve. Get a little bit of extra time for what could be a game-ending push coming up.
The game only gets more and more volatile from this point onward. And you better believe next fight, both teams are going to have all of those relevant ultimates online. Now I can see just how crucial Matt is for the overall game plan of Berber Clock. Can he stay out of arm's reach here? What? Yeah, 11k on average. Gonna be looking forward to seeing how.
Wait, the production is just destroying average by bringing this up. I didn't know we had this graph. There's very few reasons why you'd want to be holding on to.
Oh my god! He does not care. Look at the bag. 1600 unsecured. I'll spend through that for the love of God. Yes. Okay. Scourge picked up. Oh my god. Triple Scourge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, ZP the Transcendent as well. You've got Polar Blast. You got that Scourge cooldown you can throw back down. Yeah, this is that's messed up, bro. Holy Tank Buster as well. I respect that.
Man, oh man. Well, Reverb being picked up.
This is
for FPS Lounge. And
very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what really happened, there's a lot of that money came from the last fight, and it's just like, well, I got no reason to spend right now. We're not fighting.
A goated stat.
Yeah.
Good on your production. So, as a result of this, FPS Lounge, of course, especially with the rejuve buffs, they've been able to work the entire map. They're now turning that fight, from what was a 10 to 15k soul swing into so much more than that on virtue of all of these neutrals that are going to get picked up here. I mean, look at the bag that is being carried right now by average. So one way to get rid of it is to spend it. Don't know if he can though.
I think the problem for a Bird with Clock is that their window is likely over. I think that pick on the mat, I called at the time saying it's like that could be the last, real fight. And I think it might have been, because you look at the aftermath here, you're down 30k. And you're down 30k against the comp that, frankly, I think fights the end game better than you, or at least does on paper. It gets a little bit weird with the GT having this many stacks, to where I think it's more even than it otherwise would be. But that's only if Matt is able to stay alive. Bird with Clock, obviously, #1 priority into the next fight, which is still going to be difficult because Rejuve is... This guy right here on your screen needs to stay alive. Cannot be the person going down first under any circumstances.
All right. Defending the base. Not an easy prospect here. Shoulder charge does connect onto the holiday, but I think Xeno's pretty happy just trying to skip, hop, and jump around this fight. Gonna pull out for the time being now and let some of the teammates go to work. Here's DMB. Got that leech active, of course, Spell Slinger. This is exactly where you want to be as guys. 4.4k health, and yes, FPS Lounge off one pick. The way they approached their fight against Matt was absolutely sublime. Now they're in a position to clean things up pretty well. Naptime catches onto 2 from FPS Lounge. Popper's staying nice and tucked here, but diving towards Tanner when it needs to be done. Xeno, of course, is just going to get reborn back into the fight, as is average. You can afford to take some risks here now, but you still got to respect that damage output potential of the Venator. Floss is at 40k souls, but really can't stay alive. I don't know about you, ZP, but that was an absolute whiplash of a game as FPS Lounge get themselves into the money match this time around.
Well done, FPS Lounge. Well done.
Truly a clash of Titans. FPS Lounge barely scraping it out, but they had to work for it, man. It went back and forth, came down to some very minor individual moments. Definitely we have a strong battle in North America for that secondary slot, and maybe even the first slot. Of course, FPS Lounge, the winner here, they are going to go on to face Melee Creep, still with the shot at winning it all here in NA.
Base defenses.
Man, I gotta say, I mean, this match in review, it is rare to get a match that goes back and forth this way, but I also think it's kind of a testament to the swinginess of GT as a character. You think about how that last Earn fight broke down. Overall, Bird of Clock was in a really advantageous position so long as Matt wasn't the first to die. But GT is one of the characters in the game where he's eminently dieable, or rather diveable, and well, also dieable in this case too, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, you have the Billy as a lockdown threat, you have the Holiday as a lockdown threat. You only need one of the two of them to get the jump onto Matt. And in this case, I mean, he dies in that fight without putting out any damage, and what a different game you have. But until that point, it was kind of the match show where repeatedly Bird with Clock was just getting high tier owls, high tier power shots, and Matt, you know, would get jumped on it. You have stuff like this. That fight started out with him getting lassoed, and he still turned the tables.
I thought that the point blank hour was kind of based there. We did get to see some of the power of great talent, but it's so clear that Clock invested very heavily in getting Matt in position to take the game over, whereas Floss needed some time. By the time I think the Venator is really starting to become relevant, it's, I mean, you kind of already shut out of the game. I thought Arctic had great, like, you know, map-wide pressure in general. Tanner clutch with some of those charges here, but FPS Lounge have a comp that, boy, if you let them get to that late game, they are devastating. I thought that, like, Lomain, super active, really just putting his body on the line just to make sure some of those objectives are adequately contested. I thought, like, you know, obviously, you know, having that Scourge is, like, really nice. I just think, you know, Billy very powerful right now. The chain gang to interrupt the mid boss. FPS Lounge did the right things to keep themselves in the game until they found that golden opportunity. And that's a quality I think that goes overlooked too much in this game.
That's well put, Mitch. You know, the ability to just stick into a potentially a difficult game, even when it's turning against you, right? To find those chances. I feel like Deadlock, there's always the chance to come back. I mean, the game's built for it, but you've got to be able to find those opportunities. You got to know when to throw caution to the wind and just dive on that main threat. As we saw, they were able to pick off Matt in what will become kind of the decisive earn challenge of the match. It's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, Melee Creeps waiting in that money match are an even more fearsome foe, especially with some of the roster changes they've made as of late. They look to be in top form. So FPS Lounge, they're going to need to bring everything into this next match if they want to stay alive and continue their winning ways so far today. They've definitely shown that they can do it, though, right? They've faced adversity already. And here, take a look at some of the stats.
Yeah, I mean, the stats, they're real interesting, and of course, you know, a little bit sad as a Bird with Clock fan, where you could see even from the stats, Matt was pumping damage throughout the entire game. I think one of the stats that's kind of interesting to me, even though it felt like a rougher game for Xeno, where Xeno was not getting away cleanly on a lot of the lassos. In fact, many of them got turned the other way around, and it felt like Xeno was stuck in the world of trading. A 1-9 Holiday still put down nearly 40k damage, which is probably a testament to, you know, some of the power of barrel consistency and the spirit scaling being brought up to par. So I don't know. I feel like if you're having this impact on the hero in a 1-9 game, Holiday's probably pretty deserving of her top pick status. After
Wait a minute.
This.
Look, I'm not a like super prolific Mirage player, but Leffer's build, I don't know if like this is sort of common, but bro is echo sharding Dust Devils and just like spreading Scourge in the fight with escalating explosion and using E-shift. Like what is this, bro? Where are the gun items? Bro does not have any. It's like QSR and a Mystic shot. That's crazy.
Well, I think a lot of it is that you get a lot of damage from Jin's Mark off spirit scaling to begin with, but we saw it in the mid-boss contest where FPS Lounge made it a really big priority that they wanted good mid-boss contest options. You get Chain Gang, you get Quad Dust Devil, you have Yamato to go in, and you Shao Transformation to get priority for Rejuve. Like, I think for FPS Lounge, they definitely wanted to be able to play mid-boss to, you know, high degree of proficiency, not deficiency, and Echo Shard is Echo Shard Mirage definitely helps in that.
And this was a draft we sort of talked about. They needed to do something a little different here because essentially they're all scalers, right? Like there's no, I mean, I guess Holidays to support, but you know, really very few as by way of like active spirit catch items bought it all in this game. So maybe Lefa recognize there's not going to be necessarily the space to be like the pure, you know, late game carry. You might have to get down and dirty yourself, get into the front line. But of course, who did that better than our MVP of the series, which we can show now for FPS Lounge? It has to be Lomain. Lomain for me has been such a fun player to watch. Whatever he brings out, the Billy was like not one that I had on my bingo card for him, but I'm not surprised to see he has another big game here, basically on any hero he chooses to bring out.
During those
this is obviously this is just great gameplay, obviously from someone we know who you know could really take a game over themselves. Just great pressure early. I thought this lane was really quite oppressive, so it looked good there. And this is obviously the mid-boss fight where all the regen credits are forced out, and that's you know, off the back of Lomain starting with a big, you know, like 4 fire player, maybe chain gang, and then a really nice conversion here. This kept FPS Lounge well and truly in the game because they also got an earn off that exchange. So this catch, man, this catch was everything. Beautifully done. And you can see that Lomain was a huge component of that game-winning play.
I mean, for me, there was 2 really key moments for Lomain beyond just generally good lane play. It was the play we just witnessed where he was part of the catch on the mat, which was absolutely necessary for FPS Lounge to win this fight. And it was also when FPS Lounge, they got earn, and Bird with Clock, they go mid-boss. And FPS Lounge is able to go in, and the chain gang buys just enough time to get the rest of FPS Lounge in to make that fight basically a wash rather than a full-on advantage of Bird with Clock. Those 2 plays for Lomain, really, really critical to keeping FPS Lounge in the game and eventually winning the game.
Yeah, Lomain's always going to be one of those players to watch. That's why he takes home MVP off the back of a huge comeback performance here in the challenger match over Bird with Clock. Of course, next up is going to be their battle against melee creeps. Take a quick look at the bracket here. That'll be a best of 3 here in the finals. Night Shift number 43, gentlemen. Can you believe it?
See some last gameplay, I reckon.
I mean, all these 43 night shifts I've been a part of, Jake. Honestly, this is definitely one of them.
A little bit of that.
It's been quite a run. You know, I feel like taking a victory lap at this point, honestly.
We both sort of take a drink of water, and at the same time, we both almost spit it out on camera.
Hey, you guys, you brought, like, you backed up the Brinks truck for me. Like, what can I say, bro? I mean, like, you guys deserve to have me here. Like, this is crazy, but I mean, dude, I really enjoyed that game. I think it was fun. I thought we saw some like alternate build paths taken by some heroes, and we got to see why Holiday and Calico are so like prioritized right now. So I'm really loving this. I don't think a lot of pressure got put on melee creeps last week. Really feel like they were pretty strong in both those games. I'm hoping FPS Lounge are the ones that can step up and really put some pressure on them. Maybe give us a 3-game series, who knows?
Metas differently.
I think everybody in the chat
would
agree.
The standard meta is silver is no longer S tier.
No, that's pretty much it. I was just gonna glaze the game where, I mean, look, it was back and forth.
The strongest character in the game. This is one of those
games where even though Bird with Clock lost, I think you look back and you go, hey, we still played really good. Just you know, tip your hat to the pick on Matt at the end.
Holiday as the strongest character in the game, whereas NA so far are using
wow, I feel bad about
Holiday
this.
as
I don't think
more of a support character because they're good, not because they're the
both teams had
best.
great moments. You know, unfortunately for Bird with Clock, their run today ends a little bit early.
The differences between
always the bridesmaid, seemingly never the bride for this squad. Maybe someday they'll have their day in the sun, but it won't be today. Of course, up next after a short break, it'll be melee creeps trying to defend that
games like
champion
this,
spot against
you'd
an
expect the
insurgent
highest
FPS
rank
Lounge
to
off of
be
the rebuild.
close,
Excited to see
if
melee
not the
creeps
same
with some
level as
potentially
esports,
new
right?
players in the roster.
In this
maybe
game,
fan
it's
favorites for the show.
completely different.
All of that and more is coming at you right
Like,
after
you
the
can
break.
be
So grab a drink of
E6, there
water,
are so
be back in
many
your seats in a
E6
few minutes,
players,
and we will get on,
but
of
then
course, the
esports is
championship of NA.
one whole level above you at the very least.
That's the end of my run. I had to make 7.2 mil, and I've made I've just the maths. I made 3.3 mil. Win without playing it straight. I didn't even realize I'd done that. Max out interest for 10 consecutive rounds. Discover any planet card.
I think Matt alone deserved to win that.
Yeah, awesome, good play.
Yeah, I think silly plays Bird with Clock that got them. I I'm going to say FIFA on Mirage is one of the reasons why why FPS Lounge won that.
Yeah, it's the spirit is
Like
just so strong.
Even though getting the walker itself might not help or hinder you as a team, but it's more the fact that that's one less objective for the rest of your team to get after they fight the team. It's already one step closer to winning, and you just took it with ease. Because like walkers used to be very important for that extra flex spot, but nowadays it's not as important. You don't always need that extra flex spot.
Yeah. Lucky my brain is turning off, mate.
It's more so what do you call it? Object in the way.
Yes.
So why my brain's shutting off? Well, but I'm trying to keep it on.
Admittedly, like,
if you want to go to bed, go to bed.
Look, I want to watch MLC.
Your choice.
But like, yeah, I do not expect any more content out. I think Callum took the last of kind of like what I had.
But not you that's making my. I shouldn't have to rely on others.
Yeah, well, what I mean is like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You would be talking practically to yourself a lot of the time.
I do that with F1.
Because I'm literally just like looking. I just had a really good run on Balatro, and I think that is okay. Well, it's kept me awake because I was actually like focusing on it.
The thing is, the more we do this, the more we kind of get used. But again, because you with work, you can't always stay up.
I'm about to say I don't want to do this.
I can now do it every week, but any more than this, I won't do.
This is where I'm just
like if I set up a schedule, a streaming schedule, it was going to be Monday to Thursday, and then the F1 would be my still thing eventually. But because of how long night shift is, I might just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
That'd be fair enough. Why do MLC have to win so much, man?
Why do I have to be so interested?
I just like watching Ida. Is it wait? So Ranger's gone back to coaching. Who's their sub? That's part of it. But if the first round is kind of like a stomp from either side, I will go to bed.
And my activity feed's gone. I can't see.
Oh yeah, I think I have about one more match in me. Then we go to bed. Because this is my day off tomorrow, so I'm literally just gonna play the game all day. It's like what I want to do.
If you really wanted to, other match
Highlights.
Yeah, all the highlights today.
What was the point of that shadow transfer from Poppers? What are you doing?
This is what I mean. There were some silly mistakes, but Bird with Clock made slightly worse.
Oh, I thought my PC turned off for a second.
I looked on every fucking monitor. I was like, no. The CPU's been 3.5%. I'd have thought streaming would have taken up a lot more, but it really doesn't. I should should have a better Ethernet connection as well. And if that doesn't fix my cutout issue, then I'm going to assume it's...
Okay. Wouldn't it be thing? The supplier?
No, because it doesn't cut out on any other device.
Welcome back to the Night Shift. I'm your host, Jake, and I'm, of course, joined
Hey,
for the wonderful NA cast
taking
by
as much
Uber and ZP.
as
Gentlemen, we
internet
just
as
witnessed
your
a pretty
PC load.
impressive result. FPS Lounge battling back, making multiple comeback performances to survive that challenger match against Bird with Clocks. Some great flanks there by Low Main to kind of bring things back in a crucial moment. Now, though, they're faced with the toughest test yet of the night. A Melee Creeps who seem as strong as they ever have before, with some new upgrades to the roster. It's going to be a fan favorite squad that FPS Lounge is stacked up against here in the money match. Let's take a quick look at the history, kind of set the stakes for what this team has accomplished in North America in their reign of dominance historically.
It's been pretty good as of late, right? 3 in a row for this Melee Creeps roster, and that was obviously with,
I think it's Ethernet cable
probably coincided a little bit with Florman's demise, or maybe it was a key component in it, but obviously that team goes and reforms and, you know, gives us the NA landscape that we sort of see today. These guys are looking really good. Obviously, household name in this region. We know Melee Creeps, it's, you know, Saya and John, the engine room of this team.
We had to staple
success
it
even
to
when
the
Ido blows up his internet, or his PC, or his house, whatever. If he gets played alive, clearly not an issue. They're ripping, they're tearing, they're ripping, they're tearing. Ido can't play, and they're still able to find success. So this team is solid. They were dominant in their sort of money match last week, and tend to have been. So I hope that this series is going to be an adequate follow-up to the one that we just saw, but it's going to be asking a lot of FPS.
Here we are. So we've got League in.
And League is, of course, joining this team now. And League has been personally a really fun player for me to watch. I think he was one of the first who I saw go for that Infernus build a couple metas ago, where you did not buy one single gun item, like all in on vitality and spirit, and just playing a different style. So it's been a really fun player to watch in that sense, who brings that creativity. I feel like he's actually a great fit for this squad overall, and it only adds to the roster of threats alongside standbys like John and Ido. You got to look at like Do and League as having just as much carry potential, especially if they're able to get a little bit more of that farm. And Fishcake and Saya are no slouches when it comes to holding down the playmaking and flexing to whatever the meta asks of them. I mean, ZP, how do you think about this roster shift for Melee Creeps?
Currently,
I mean, overall, I think if any team can weather, it's going to be Melee Creeps. Clearly, Ranger was back to active play and said, you know what, I actually just want to do more of the coaching role. I do think there's a little bit of performativeness going on for Melee Creeps in public, where they're like, Melee Creeps Academy, come try out for the last spot. It's like, let's be realistic. The way this goes down in esports, it is like 99.9% likely that whatever permanent member they get is likely going to be a known quantity in the competitive scene. Could be, you know, maybe we get surprised by a diamond in the rough, but usually that's how those things tend to go down. And in fact, I mean, the reality is, if League has a good performance tonight and Melee Creeps easily like 2-0s, we could just be looking at, by the way, the new permanent member is League. So I think you kind of have to be looking at the roster changes with this in mind a little bit. But I mean, overall, Melee Creeps is as good as they are because this is a roster with a lot of flexibility. And you know, people often focus on players like Saya, you know, in terms of Saya's ability to swap roles and be effective. But you know, players that I look at and go, wow, okay, they've really upped their flexibility. Are players like Fishcake, where, you know, Fishcake has added things like Viper into the mix and been a really big threat in recent times. So I think this roster has gotten better.
Sajam is her close friend.
Yeah, they've just gotten better and better. And of course, same goes for Do, where you look at the Night Shift Open, you know, Melee Creeps, they don't go as far as they do in that tournament without Do having a really good time.
Albeit different games.
Yeah, Do bringing some of the versatility to match Ido as far as those spirit carries go.
A potential,
you know, really, I think adds a lot of the excitement around watching this team. I think especially Saya could be doing really well this meta, right? Especially if something like Holiday ends up in his lane. We know he's really comfortable on those pick heroes and the supports as well. But let's take a look, of course, at their opponents, the team who had to fight tooth and nail to get here through a qualifier, through a challenger match. Now they find themselves here, best of 3 against the top dogs in North America. It's FPS Lounge. You know, some huge plays from Low Main in particular, but also Lefa showing us some great build diversity in that last game. Xeno having a big game on the Holiday. This is a team that is still very recently reformed, you know, a little bit primordial in their current state. But it's clear that these players can, of course, be part of a successful roster. I think pretty much all of them have been on very winning teams in the past.
Yeah, and I expect great things from them. I wonder if they're going to attempt to draft anything that resembled what we saw in the Challenger game, because it was a wacky composition that featured some pretty interesting builds. But these guys look fantastic. The Calico priority, I think, from them really paid off. I think it's great to put someone like AVG in a very like omnipresent hero, someone who wants to get across the map as often as possible. Lefa spent most of the previous game farming, like you mentioned. It was a really interesting Mirage build to be picked up there. So these guys look great.
This draft is going to be quite interesting.
Next up energy in NA in terms of a team that can really start to put pressure on melee creeps, and in a bit of a refreshed, you know, renewed metagame, this might be just the time to strike.
I think some change-ups you may be seeing in this upcoming draft is that
is if Ido doesn't get a character that he is strong on, not necessarily comfortable,
I mean, John has been the most consistent player at that character in all of NA. I also think that while in the first series we saw Silver get underrated to the point that she went to mid-stage bans and got taken out there. I think
obviously they don't have Ranger for that solid support.
Pick her in the first half of the draft. Melee creeps probably will.
So I'm already
like envisioning what the beginning of a melee creeps draft is going to look like. And so long as no team does something weird where they don't ban Doorman or Pocket, I'm kind of thinking it's going to be Ven
and I hate that
Silver
they
as
sort
two
of
of the
rely
three
on
for melee creeps.
Ido to be a strong, comfortable character.
Like, if I were to call the first three, I would call that for melee creeps.
They've been banning the crap out of Silver. Remember last week, the melee creeps game plan was
you don't
to ban
want to lose
all the
Ido
good tanks and get themselves Abrams.
So you kind of have to deal with it.
Did we lose Mitch?
I think we may have lost Mitch. Maybe the internet cut off mid-sentence there. But yeah, they've been banning out a lot of tanks. Speaking of course of the bans, oh Mitch, we got you back.
My bag, my baby.
Yeah, I hear you back. You sound
bro. I was
just a hiccup.
Okay. All I want to say is that melee creeps were banning Silver aggressively last week, right? They did not want to bar her. In fact, they were targeting tanks in their bans because they were like banning Billy and Silver, and then they were getting themselves Abrams in like an early rotation. So I do wonder what their approach is going to be now, especially with Billy still being so good, and maybe that slight nerf to Silver, whether that sort of puts her, you know, off ban worthiness for them. We'll have to see.
Yeah, always interesting for a team like Melee Creeps. I think historically they've been one of the smartest in North America as far as how they approach the ban pick phase, and they seem to often find themselves in the advantage, especially I think in the early days after patches. I feel like I have a lot of faith in them to cook something up that should be pretty interesting, but their opponents aren't going to take it easy on them. A lot of flexibility on the side of FPS Lounge as well. A lot of opportunity for them to, you know, draft some unconventional picks as we saw successfully in the last game. It will be FPS Lounge on the first pick coming into this series, though.
This is a change-up. They took second pick against Bird with Clock, and now they're taking first pick here, and they're banning Abrams. So this is a wild change-up. They don't want to deal aside the Abrams, so my prediction of an Abrams Ven Silver opening is gone for Melee Creeps. Now, that being said, for FPS Lounge, they get either Pocket or they get Doorman. So for Melee Creeps, I think you ban neither. They banned the Pocket. I don't like this. I actually rate Pocket and Doorman pretty similar. And by doing this, FPS Lounge, they get one of the premium, usually banned heroes, and Melee Creeps they don't get in return. Melee Creeps,
I will say,
Melee Creeps were first picking Doorman last week when they could.
Doorman's, I mean, assuming FPS Lounge take Doorman, which they will, which is probably the standard choice considering how much it's been first ban. I wonder if Doorman hasn't lost a little bit of value with how strong Holiday is. You know, I would think, number one, it's very hard for Doorman to actually successfully hit the Holiday with, like, whether it's the call bells or the carts. And maybe even you could grab people out from away from the doors. But Melee Creeps prio the GT at very first pick of the draft. Still no tank in sight, no Holiday yet.
Look at that record for the GT, right? Melee Creeps were letting this through constantly in their last week's games against Burber Clock. They didn't care. They weren't trying to play it here. So this for me is a huge shift. Whoa, bro, it's like it's a 180 from this team. Prioring Silver pick early, even post nerf, and picking up GT. Obviously, Melee Creeps have been cooking up something a little bit new this week.
Well, the reason why they're doing it is that they didn't want to play against Silver when everyone was guaranteed the picket. FPS Lounge already showed their hand that they're not going to go for Silver, and Melee Creeps probably just said, hell yeah, we're going to get do on the Silver. I think this is 100% a do on Silver angle. And FPS Lounge, they probably go Holiday to finish this out, and I expect Melee Creeps to go Ven in turn, because you still want to get John as favorite M1. If FPS Lounge wanted to mix it up, they could go Ven and then force Melee Creeps to go Saya, play Holiday. And okay, they actually go the Ven, okay. So this is a bit of a change up where they're taking away the weapon that Melee Creeps, I think, would have gone here otherwise.
Is this a ban Paradox pick Holiday angle?
Yeah,
potentially.
I feel good about that lineup from Melee Creeps. I really feel like the Holiday, and wow, they go for the Victor, which has been unpicked at all today. I mean, just like no one has valued this character. Melee Creeps think it's still good. I'm a little suspect on this. If you were gonna pick the Victor, pick it like 12,
you know, like, make it the final pick of the draft.
I don't think it's really gonna get contested. Taking it in this key slot before the ban phase.
Okay.
They do ban the Mirage, which I think was very effective for Leffa. I think that style from Leffa of like being incredibly tanky and invasive is better than it would seem on Mirage. You have some pretty decent gun scaling, and you're very hard to bring down.
I wonder if they ban Holiday, because Melee Creeps can still pick Holiday after the bans, and no, they ban Rem. So, okay, if you're Melee Creeps,
Ranger was still in Melee Creeps,
how do you rate Holiday? Because I think this is your last chance.
I don't think so, because he's a decent Viscous
FPS
as well.
Lounge. Well, okay, maybe you can get it last, because there's a chance that it's going to be Xeno on Doorman, and therefore Holiday can be kept to the very last. Is the other angle here? So they're going to pick Shiv.
Is this
what's going on here?
Jew
Because
Shiv?
normally it's been Xeno on Doorman, and otherwise we saw Xeno on Holiday in previous matches.
A Doorman for this team, right? So I think that has to be considered a possibility. I mean, teams honestly just don't get Doorman that much because it's so often banned, but we know Lowmain has been pretty fantastic on the character. Was kind of one of those first people to bring it back to prominence after some of those buffs.
That's the smartest pick, but
another average Calico pick here. I do like kind of where she's landed. Like she comes back in now, like 3-4 turn. Up to this point, with the exception of the silver, I would have believed if you'd said these drafts were swapped. I mean, FPS Lounge are drafting really similar to what Melee Creeps are trying to get last week in like all of their games. Like get Venator, get Doorman, like as two really high prior heroes, and Melee Creeps are actually drafting a comp similar to what we saw Clock try and throw at them here. So like it's crazy just how quickly things shift up here, and how quickly like a team like Melee Creeps is able to adopt a new style.
I don't know who's
playing who. Seems pretty good. I didn't.
Well,
it was at one point, and then it was the Ranger comfort pick, but Ranger isn't even on the roster anymore. Ranger's back to coach. I guess it may be a Saya Victor if the Holiday doesn't come in here. Like that's kind of the question. Do you last pick that? And no, it's we need a John hero. So yeah, you get Warden for John. It's probably gonna be Saya Victor, do Silver. There's also the weird part though. Dude's also played GT, so it goes around. But I think it's gonna be Ido GT based on what people have played semi recently. I would guess like Ido GT, do Silver, Saya Victor is where we're at.
I like the Lash this game. They're a little lacking on catch for Lash. I mean, it really is kind of just Silver to do that, and so playing over the top on Lash could be pretty nice. You know, especially against Victor, Shiv, and Warden. Very strong in the low ground, right?
Yeah, but again, limited ability to attack.
Easy kills. You know, that vertical element here in this game. I really like what FPS Lounge has put together. They've got Billy Lash is one of those OG Wombo combos in the game.
Warden will struggle
maybe with the Ivy and the Victor, they can kind of tolerate that. Maybe with the Warden ulti maxed, you know, that temporary unstoppable could be perfect for dealing with Lash ult. But they've definitely gone their own way, as we maybe expected that they would. But honestly, more so than I thought, because Holiday's unpicked in this draft. Like that blows my mind.
No true pick heroes like go in this draft at all, and it's so much displacement for FPS Lounge to like, you know, shift the problematic Victor or Shiv like away from them. I like this a whole lot. Again, it's like it's giving Melee Creeps last week in terms of this comp. You have like multiple Scourge carriers as well, and Billy and Calico, who've shown to be like really annoying. Like, you know, throw them in the mix, giving Torment Pulse, giving like all these annoying AoE damage-based items, and you cooked up like a pretty dangerous comp.
Yeah, I mean, the way this is going down the way it is that Saya has really had a preference for playing more tanky heroes in frontline, even though he's been more of the pick role in recent times. And that's where Abrams has went really well, because you can play Abrams almost as like a quasi-pick hero and be frontline, which is why FPS Lounge take it down. And Saya's backup is Victor, because Saya's on Victor, they don't have anyone they want put on Holiday. And for FPS Lounge, because Xeno is on Doorman, they also don't have anyone they want to pick on Holiday. So even though Holiday in theory could work, neither team, the way they've been structured, has a player that would actually go on Holiday with Saya and Xeno's heroes being spoken for. And that's just how these teams are composed at the moment.
With Silver, Victor,
I gotta admit, I kind of am pressing X to doubt on this Victor character. I'm like, you know, I think
this
when the urn was exactly one spot and you were forced to melee it, Victor was just bonkers, right? Put the stun on the melee urn and like, there's nothing the enemy can really do about that. But now that you can kind of play back, you could pop the Victor ulti,
Other than
still
Victor,
stay in the earn zone, kind of come back in and out of the fight. I think
Victor, if there's no doorman,
and taking some straight up nerfs, right? In a couple patches, like cooldown getting longer on the ultimate. These things add up, and with all these pick heroes, you could definitely find those windows to punish the Victor and knock him out of the fight. But Melee Creeps have always been a team that goes their own way and has their own read of the meta, and oftentimes they've been leading the meta by virtue of being willing to take those risks. But this draft is certainly that. I mean, both teams pretty heavy on the scaling. You know, the supports, Viscous, Rem banned at least, but generally not prio put there. Even the pick heroes not really seeing any prio. Both teams
try and catch him out.
All in on
as
like
long as
the
Doorman
wild
doesn't
and wacky team fights.
That will give
then again,
FPS Lounge enough time
maybe there's something to
support that Doorman.
I think there's so much more to be told about this Mirage ban here, because what we did see Leffa get
Victor
very
can be
farmed
quite
in the
mobile.
previous game. I think the fact that he was farmed might have masked just how powerful this build of Mirage could be, because we can't expect him to have a lot of impact when he just like sits and farms all game, but then he's like echo sharding his Dust Devils and just staying in the middle of the fight, being quite disruptive. It's such a bizarre build. So we're obviously not going to find out in this particular game, but that might be something that is emerging, you know, in NA and in general. So I recommend you guys keep your eye on that one. But outside of this, like, feel like FPS Lounge have a really nice balanced composition. Melee Creeps, they do have that Silver and Shiv tour de force. They've got, you know, pretty effective tanks. They've got a great talent that can threaten to take away the game, even if in their previous matchup we saw it actually being just as much a fallibility as it was a strength, right? For Matt, who ended up getting caught out there. So Melee Creeps have a lot of angles, a lot of axes that they can try and, you know, eke out those edges in this particular series. But I'm not gonna lie,
over
the eye test, I like FPS Lounge's comp. I just prefer it. It just seems a bit more straightforward.
They have
it's
so
obvious
many
what these pieces are supposed to achieve, and yeah, it's loaded with power.
I think conversely, when I look at Melee Creeps, though, I think the path to victory here, number one, that I'm looking at is probably Dew. Where Dew on Silver makes a ton of plays, and yeah, you're not going to have quite the amount of hero sustain that you did pre-patch. I still think if you look at how Dew is playing Silver, a lot of the game style isn't going to be impacted. So I think number one is, do you make the Silver work? Number two, of course, is you're playing GT. Do you get momentum on the GT? As we saw in the last game, even though Matt got caught at the very end, up until that point, a GT that gets momentum is terrifying against any comp. And then, of course, you have the wild card of, is Victor still good and playable? Personally, I'm going to give it some of the benefit of the doubt, because I do really trust Sai. I think Sai has basically proven to be one of the smarter minds in Deadlock to making things work. Maybe it's hubris to run the Victor back again. Maybe Melee Creeps hasn't scrimmed as much as they would like on the new patch. I don't know. I did not stock their scrim schedule in particular, but I think if they did do their proper prep, I would say maybe Victor is still good. If that's actually the case, then I think really you have to look at the variability of the GT and the Silver here to get a read on how this game is going to go. If either have a particularly bad early game into bad mid game, I think FPS Lounge probably run away with it. However, if they're able to get some momentum, if Silver disrupts the game that she generally does with some of the more skirmishy fights, I can see a world where FPS Lounge is actually like on the back foot and struggling for a good portion of the game. So it's kind of up in the air to me, and like very execution dependent between both teams.
At the end of the day, I mean, you gave up Doorman, so you got to really want whatever you're getting in return. You know, I think in the competitive environment where teams are so coordinated and drilled, Doorman's value just goes up and up and up. Where in pubs, it's like, yeah, you can do some cool plays and kidnap people under walkers. That's pretty nice. I think we don't even necessarily see that or need that in competitive play. It's more about the ability to just reposition your team to utilize the door to attack from angles that another team comp just completely wouldn't have open to them.
Especially since the bells don't do as much.
So FPS Lounge, I think they're definitely going to have some control in terms of setting the tempo and kind of dictating the pace of fights. Melee Creeps, they do have a lot of like meat to put into the grinder, you know, like they can throw a lot of bodies at some of these problems, and maybe there comes a time where on a certain fight, on a key objective, that just overwhelms what FPS Lounge can bring to bear. Venator and Geist, both going to need to get farmed. I will say, Venator plus Geist is insane late game, right? Like these are two heroes that can both basically solo carry when the game gets late enough. Will that end up being a liability? Like neither of them is getting the farm that they want, or will it end up being an asset? If they're both able to just farm up side lanes, they might just both become those kind of end game god carries.
Yeah, I mean, IZP touched on like the volatility of like the Grey Talon and Silver elements here. Obviously, it's a bit more punishing now with Lycan Curse having almost like a double the cooldown that it used to, right? So something that you've got to manage a little more mindfully. But we saw Victor last week was really highly prioritized in, you know, almost every situation. It still is very much the same hero. Hasn't really gotten any you know, huge looks. You've obviously got like that Ivy quasi global presence, which I think is going to be pretty important, especially if you're trying to get Victor in position or Silver in position to like have that level of impact. But we've seen Calico; she's all over the map as well. She looks really good, even in lane. Right, she just seems like really punishing with the way the Gloom bombs have sort of changed now that you can just get so much damage amp off your slash if you hit enough of those, and you know, you can just clip into people really easily to sort of win those trades. Geist is a formidable laner. Dorman is an absolute pain in the ass with that call bell. Even with the spirit scaling reduced, that's the T3 spirit scaling. So bro is still going to be spamming you in that lane. And then Lash is, again, super mobile. FPS Lounge have the ability to really set up fights at their own volition, and Grey Talon is an easy catch with Death Slam, of course, as he just floats around. So your pick opportunities with this comp on a Grey Talon are even more in you know, heavy supply than FPS Lounge had against Berber Clock in their previous game.
Also, to throw a little bit of shade on who's causing delay, FPS Lounge is exonerated. Apparently, this is all melee creeps where multiple players had to change their Steam name back to the appropriate name before we got in game.
Guys.
It is the NA Deadlock Special where everyone, they cannot stick to the same Steam name.
That's definitely going to be
somehow
John
across all
Fish
esports. North America holds this incredible reputation for being unreliable with starting games. Melee creeps looking flashy. A clean logo
bed to go to
versus FPS Lounge, a team that has rebuilt basically down to the studs to deliver so far a better performance, but not necessarily an easy win in that challenger match. Now they're going to take on the melee creeps. Of course, on the mic, it'll be Uber and ZP. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Compelling matchup here where we're trying to see the proof of concept in this FPS Lounge rebuild against the rock solid melee creeps. They are 3 wins in a row in the money match. They've looked fantastic, but this draft is a big departure from what we saw from them last week, CP. I'm very interested to see how they go about piloting it.
You replace Riley.
Also, you talk about your eggs in one basket lane, where don't get wrong, I think it's actually a pretty threatening lane. You got both. Wait, you got Silver and GT in the same lane, but it's fish cake on the Silver. I'm trying to think if this has happened before or not. I mean, normally they had an era where it was usually Idol on the Silver, then they had an era where it was mostly Do on the Silver. I'm trying to think if I've seen fish cake on Silver before. It may have happened at one point, but this is still a different look where instead it's going to be Do on the Shiv. I suppose looking back at it makes sense. Also, it's Saya, Ivy, and League on Victor. So before League was on the team, the Victor was being played by Saya for the most part, and they've changed all this up a bit.
Saya back to more of that dyed-in-the-wall support role that we had a brief stint on, you know, before going back to a lot of those pick base heroes. Okay, yeah, it's also average on the Lash and not on the Calico here, which is always something we're looking forward to. And you know, DMB is going to be power farming his way through this game. It's weird to see a GT not in mid lane, by the way, just off on the side. That's a funny little wrinkle here. Is that call I'm wondering if they see pressure being put down by John in mid. The gun carry, I think, out of NA. The guy has really made a name for himself on these very powerful M1 heroes. Expect to see him maybe take a little bit longer to get going in this game, but will still be terrifying.
Also, Lobane probably feeling like this map is London and not New York, because I'm just looking at his HP and there's no way that this goat was not stabbed multiple times by Shiv, like leading up here. Like that only happens if you got a 2-knife stack on you at some point against the Limitless pressure, because a lot of it is not coming in from the Victor at this point. So I wonder what happened early game where, you know, Do just lands some knives in on Lobane.
I mean, I'd be pretty scared going up against Do on the ship. Still plenty of room for skill expression, something that Do really is known for. Someone scouted from high rank solo queue as just a, you know, really brilliant mechanical player, and was a plug and play fit for this team, well and truly. Okay, Venator, rather the ability pushing up here in this lane, as the Venator is, of course, being a little bit more patient. And over towards mid there, looks like the FPS Lounge has gotten cleared for a time, and Saya very quick to rotate over here. We just hit the 3-minute mark. He's actually being matched here by Poppers, so they're going to get entangled briefly. As you can see the pings come out. Nice little gut shot straight off the rip. Slice and dice, though, directly at DMB, who actually fancies himself in this fight. And it doesn't look like Do wants to argue.
I mean, the problem with Do, knife charges are out, couldn't keep enough damage as the rotation over and in. Do getting a caught as Poppers makes a brief appearance.
They need to do
that was really nice. I mean, Poppers and Saya were sort of tracking each other. They both tried to rotate over to the right side of the map at about the same time. There's a nice bomb connection there coming in from Poppers to help secure that kill. So Do, not the start he was hoping for. I am quite sure of it. But here, nice little, you know,
I mean,
a lot of opening rounds getting picked up here, of course, just to give you a bit more that bully potential in
That's
the
a
lane.
lot of money. That is a lot of money for the early game.
Again, I think in terms of lanes, this left lane probably the most important for melee creeps to do well.
End game carry is the strongest.
And by the way, as I said,
5 minutes
take a look at
10.
poppers at the moment. If you're
When everyone's the
poppers,
same,
you
they're
would
pretty
love
strong, they've got
to
decent
slow
care.
down the left lane, make a rotation here in the Calico. I think it's the
And then
most important
in the
lane
game when they've got their
to
items,
actually get
they're
in on
fully
if you're
figured.
trying to get the the best late game plan for FPS Lounge.
Here is Poppers though over towards mid instead. Decent bomb connection, easy damage, and John John realizes he's might just be fully committed now. Because the Covenant, of course, giving a little bit of healing, but John John cannot afford to hang. So while that rotation doesn't result in an elimination, Poppers was still able to ward melee creeps away.
Yeah, one thing for middle, if you're Xeno,
I'm gonna
definitely not gonna be able to
after
hang
this.
out at
I'm committed
low
now.
HP soon here. If the GT's off
I
the
just watched
side lane,
Wolf.
middle is going to be the
I
priority.
can't. Well, I'm back for the summer.
Binding
I
Ward
wouldn't
comes
be able
out
to
and
watch Night Shift.
Mid lane getting a little bit feisty.
Okay. I mean, that's just the left side of the map. You can see how willing Leffer is to fight, but Fishcake's will be able to catch him out. That's melee creeps finally finding themselves at edge early on in this game. I remember where that came from here is, it's like Average is content to linger perhaps a little bit too close to melee creeps. That's a good start in the left lane. That's obviously the grey talon lane for melee creeps, one they certainly want to get going in mid. It's getting a bit hot and heavy as well. John John might be in trouble. The chase is extended here through the courtyard and straight back around, and Xeno credited with the elimination.
They're doing well to keep
coming
the
up
soul.
in the interim here. Gun buff perhaps about to be taken by Fishcake, and is not the worst start here for the silver.
I think once the lane fight's over, John John
Fishcake not going to go aggro at this point, going to wait for GT to get back in the lane.
Yeah, which would be a massive
up
danger.
A little bit of stalker there, where I
Fishcake
still have to
is gonna
fight the
have to be
urge to call it
more than
backstabber.
that,
Items have just changed name-wise over time.
But League's there as well. They've got
Ultimate's
two
coming
people
online
who can
right
kind
about
of.
now. DMB about to get his.
There's not a lot of
Fishcake is
people
trying
who
to
are worth
defend
two
under
players,
Guardian
but
for the
Silvers
time
and
being.
Victors, good ones.
Obviously, this is that GT lane,
the
so
revive and
it's
the
very
ult
important to
just-
get that one off and running early. Just
You
to
have to
check
kill
in on the
twice,
damage here
pretty
towards
much.
Guardians, it's pretty even actually. The right side lanes where we've seen most of that exchange,
Oh,
and it's relatively
Billy
even in
Pip.
that regard. I see Lomain might have run into a bit more than he bargained for here. The chase is on though. Return to Shadows. Not really able to make too much use of that, but the vertical mobility component being utilized by Poppers. A bit of set a trap here for Do if he was to overextend, but not this time.
Take a look at the right lane, but I think where something is going to explode soon is probably
I mean, they've
probably
learned
going to be on the
quite
left.
quickly that Poppers
Like if
just wants
Fishcake is staying around at
to
half
punch
HP,
everyone and everything.
and I think the goal here is to find a good dive in. Although it's kind of interesting in that
I
the
don't
lane you're
understand
up
the
against,
Xeno
it's not that you
solo.
can't burst Geist, but
I
you're in this
thought you
weird
should
spot
have
where you
done
want Silver to dive, but not dive so hard that you get soul exchange
Yeah,
and
I
die
think
in that lane. Like it
you
actually has to be
wanted- they
played
wanted
pretty
Calico and
carefully
Geist
with
to
melee
go
creeps on the
similar.
left.
and then Calico can go roam, and Geist can have
He's
all
going
the
around the edge. Sees
But
it to
instead
come on
Geist
in. A
is the
warning
share.
shot may be fired off here, but it seems like DMB not interested. Still wants to keep trying to push for a fight. Now do a little bit split
That's
off.
2 shots down.
Does avoid the bash down to some degree, and of course a lot of this damage is being deferred. The slice and dice will
Okay,
get
that
him
is
through. Actually got on to this.
horrendous.
That rage bar starting to
I
mount.
think to fall for, but you
Might
know
be
what? It's
thinking
better than
it's
taking it.
worth taking a fight here at some point. Obviously, League does have that ultimate ready. Might be worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, also for the mobility,
But
Duke
then
just
Lomain,
straight up
I
threw
think
away
he's
a
waiting
killing
for
blow
chain
there
gang.
too, where it's kind of funny. It's one of those changes that
really
was treated a little bit as a nerf at the
He'll
time, but I
wait
think
for
you
chain
look
gang to
at
grab him, and then
where
he'll
it's at
die
overall.
for that.
At least at the competitive level, people have gotten so much more use out of killing blow
I guess
just
Poppers got
for
trophy
extra
collector, that's
mobility
the make or
at
break.
times, where it's just a note of gameplay. But Silver
Well,
going on in,
two
binding
million,
word, does it hit?
the
No,
kills
just
so far,
barely is average,
SGD.
breaking the threshold.
Just a ton of damage though taken by Average in
Gotta
that
say,
exchange, like
it's actually
600,
counter,
virtually unanswered.
Yeah.
Still on the way, pushing in such a way that there's some Guardian pressure to be gotten, but Fishcake sees an opportunity, might be close to like
you're
Curse
fast.
here.
Danger.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
mighty
just
dangerous. There's
dangerous.
Fishcake connects, and yes, the Curse comes up at just about the right time, I'd say.
I love how me and Uber in the
Stalker
same
definitely
way.
helping when you're
Reality
swinging
is like
at a
that is so,
retreating
that
foe.
is a so ballsy. You have
And also
to
a note
love
here,
it.
Mitch, is also the lane swap where instead of it being the
You pull that off,
GT
though,
silver
every
lane,
time you're
the
low,
GT now that Bird is online has
if
gone
you
middle.
can.
So you still get the benefit of
Okay.
GT in middle.
You're gonna
Well, now who
put
knows where
so much
GT's getting the VIP treatment to go gambling. Like that's the Express Casino package right there. Like GT lost about
The VIP
10,000
treatment
souls
to go
the previous
gambling
night,
is
which is why he's
crazy.
getting these comps.
That's yeah, bro. That is crazy. They are looking after my guy. This isn't just a rum and coke at the slots, baby. Pop's gonna catch Ido out though. Thought he was safe, and I don't blame him. But well,
at least
only one of those sinners was taken. Eventually, his soul was excised by Poppers. He's been very busy around the map on this Calico so far. And oh, buddy, the melee creeps effect is starting to kick in. ZP near being average. Fall by the wayside here on the left.
Yeah, I mean, overall, melee creeps, maybe they lose the Sinners, but they get more advantage elsewhere on the map, and Fishcake's becoming a real problem. Also, looking at the entire storyline for Ido, including the, fly out, that was definitely an Atlantic City casino. There's no other explanation. But, Mitch, as, things go on here, I think for melee creeps, in general, the people that you want to get farm are getting farm. I think maybe the start a little bit less good for Ido. I'm pretty sure the stacks are still at 0, but, it's only 9 minutes in. You got time.
Early days for sure. Finding words doesn't do much to preserve average. They're going to back away, and John is definitely insisting on trying to get maximum farm.
John and Fishcake really need to.
We've seen multiple battle vests enter people's infantry
together.
As we start to get
make sure that every
being up in 15 or so seconds. Melee creeps
they're getting
certainly known for controlling that space really effectively, but they're getting shoved in pretty badly in this lane, and the Guardian is not going that well. Still, like and curse means might be time to throw down here. John also wanting to slide forward. Oh my goodness, the burst is real. Left bar gets popped, and sorry, Ido missed his +10 opportunity there.
Just in case there's viewers turning in for NA that missed EU, Silver's fine.
I don't think Ido's going to
still throws.
Yeah, there's a lot of doom saying in public about it, and okay, Ido. A little bit of damage on the Xeno though. Quick escape through the door. Okay, Ido just walks through the door. No fear. It's not too far of a door either. Goes for the rain of arrows and nearly grabs Xeno with the last shot.
Yeah, charge would have been nice to have there. Iridonly active though, and Sai predictably dropping down after Stone Idol means it's an easy 1 and 2 bolt connection. There's no way this Ivy is getting away from the questing bombs of Calico. Sai's going to get picked up. BRS as well going in the infantry. It's like for average. No curse available here, but Fishcake doesn't seem to mind too much. Still going to fight for it now as John is healthy enough in this lane with last stand ready.
Calico is going to be a problem.
And this is one of the moments that is different from last patch of Silver, where Fishcake would have been ready to dive again. This time, got to pump the brakes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
From Silver's perspective, lore-wise, it's kind of a win. She's actually having more control of the curse, though. The players maybe don't think that way. Elsewhere on the map, low main can finally get the right Guardian. Mid-Guardian, though, going down in favor of melee creep. So just at the point in game here, Mitch, where everyone's losing Guardians right before first turn.
Yep, okay. Well, we talked about volatility in the draft, and this game certainly is no exception. Yeah, the Binding One's going to catch you out. Leffer, of course, was sitting there waiting for the soul exchange. It doesn't really seem to have made a huge difference, though. So it's going to be a catch on the lash, and John can't quite slip away. Very timely intervention there from average. There's going to be more where that came from. Return of Shadows here used. And Fishcake's going to get burst with this damage as he comes out. Still, like in form, makes for a scary target. FPS Lounge, though, have the players where they need them. And they're staying close in this soul count.
Earn about to come into play here. Left low HP, no soul exchange. In fact, soul exchange is going to be down actually for the Earn final. Likely as we look at or Poppers rather, Poppers running for his life. The suffering is very real right now. Mitch gets the parry and wait. Is the parry going to be enough to turn and get Poppers out? You're the owl, and just immediately you dive into the bomb shelter.
Nicely done. Poppers able to avoid it here. Earn to hand though for melee creeps. Ready to throw down, and they've got all of their ultimates. FPS Lounge, not so much. Death Slam though around his own location could still be a game changer. Even if FPS Lounge can't lean into sheer weight of those ultimates. Headhunter here now for average. Wasting no time to get there and across. You can see Dude trying to pave the way here by getting this right side lane shoved out. FPS Lounge, by and large, is not in position for this. They do not have the numbers, and it looks like they really don't fancy it.
Calico would pick off
melee creeps. Gonna walk in, Earn,
what they're doing.
Put into place. We'll see what, if any, contest comes out and in. Instead, melee creeps just keep people pretty zoned out on the right. In fact, a chase down happening by Dude.
Invading.
John's gonna have to get out of here. Dangerous. Okay, last stand popped. I don't hate this part. Death Slam. Well, nice last stand, bro. Shame you didn't get to use it at all. Okay, back on the walker. John is down, and now that pressure is on who? From melee creeps is supposed to answer this. Sure, there was an Earn turn in, and yes, there was also a pick off on Xeno, but he was definitely keeping him interested on that left-hand side of the map. Melee creeps always good at exchanging upward in terms of value with these trades. have to now find the next place to be. No pressure in mid whatsoever. Ido's trying to push that wave out. Lomain though does get caught. Yeah. And that might have been a +10 finally for your boy Ido.
You know,
yeah,
or the +10 came earlier. That was really at the edge. I don't know if Ido got one earlier or that one was just barely within the time limit, because that was like internally timing, and that was right on the precipice. But hey, Ido is at +10, which means that anyone that was planning on doing the Ido highlights video of GT stacks this time around, your plan is ruined. You can at most you would have to do +10 and not a +0.
But again, I think they're too top heavy.
4K souls in it, and it's actually FPS Lounge who managed to find that lead despite that urn being taken. Walker pick off was pretty sick. All right, a lot of damage being taken early here. I don't know how long you want to linger in this Alk fight. Look at the Billy damage on League, over 1K taken so far. Aura Suffering might be active, but this guy's about to have his ult popped. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not the result you're looking for. The animation active, though, still within this airdrop. Sidelights want to send this Victor into fight regardless. They're going to try and get some value off of this, but that baggage cart is going to deny League any further progress.
I didn't know that you still stayed in the airdrop while Victor's ult was going off. I don't think I've ever seen that interaction. But lets out the beast, gets gut shot into the wall. Still looking for a little bit of action, and it's not going his way at all.
Fishcake just got rolled. I was about to die as well. Here come FPS Lounge. And Melee Creeps starting to fall behind further now in this mid game. We talked about the draft and said we had concerns for Melee Creeps. Didn't really know what they were going for. The prior on Silver and Grey Talon was a departure from what we've seen from them in the previous week. But definitely FPS Lounge here with this really well-rounded composition with Poppers on the Calico getting the most done, and DMB well on track to be a late game terror.
Yeah, I mean, for Melee Creeps, I think the troubling part for them so far is that it's 15 minutes in and your GT has +10. It's not really going to be the level of performance that you got out of someone like Matt in the previous game, where Matt also was more well farmed. So in terms of the GT gamble, Melee Creeps is definitely on the losing end of it here so far. The upside is they still have a comp that is pretty good at clearing out space for urn fights. So I think the path to victory from Melee Creeps as we look forward here, you have to really be laser focused in on the 18-minute urn.
I think 25k
it's something that Melee Creeps need to win, and then ideally
he's already going to
not give up a walker in trade, but that may be easier said than done.
That was a quarter.
Fire drop down, Sire hoping for a bit of backup. He gets it. However, I don't know if Dude really wants to take this fight. This Billy is pretty scary. I hear the owl screeching out overhead.
That's not.
No confirmation of any connections, but he was looking to slide away. Oh, okay, Zeno actually got hit with it. And through the door, I'm sure we're going to go like and curse with a bit of extra mobility. And Zeno gets torn to shreds. There's an opening here for Melee Creeps. This could be punishing. FPS Lounge need to have their wits about them. For the time being, Lomain's trying to back away, but he's getting pumped with damage. And the chase is on. This Silver mobility is out of this world. Lee going to be credited with that elimination. Now that mid-walker under some extreme scrutiny. I don't know where DMB's supposed to go. Yes, he's strong as Venator, but it's not the part of the game where he can fully solo carry, and that Stone Idol wasn't even needed. That is a cascade of picks there for Melee Creeps to get him back into it.
Mitch, you're not normally supposed to attack the priest in the confession booth there. I think the entire point of the process was lost on Dew, but all in all, what we're seeing here is Melee Creeps taking control of the game yet again. Not a ton of GT stacks, no problem. And in fact, well, there's a +10 as if it was summoned into existence.
Well, here he is, Victor shoving down objectives. That's what he does best. Shocking reanimation gets Lee back in the fight. Do have to slip away. Bloodletting with a lot of heavy lifting here. Yeah, the Billy damage is kind of freaking insane. Lomain able to complete that elimination, but my goodness,
League is
they lost some objectives. FPS Lounge.
Yeah, I mean that's 2 walkers.
I go getting
Melee Creeps. So Melee Creeps, they get the walkers. They actually get a small lead before the next turn, and they're still running with a comp that does have a lot of power.
I mean, put them back
for
in
urn
the
fights. Now, in terms of timing, they're probably going to want to delay this until reanimation's up, or actually now, this is going to be the bigger priority. FPS Lounge going for mid-boss. It's super quick mid-boss damage on top.
Nobody's ready for that.
I don't know if that was a Calico melee tech, but here we go. Is anyone going to get there in time? No. It's just dead.
I think they know they have Dorman anyway.
Okay.
It's probably not worth
contest
contesting
whatsoever.
half the time, because people
For Melee Creeps, still they've got to be...
So annoying. I set that up so well for my team.
Happy enough, I think, with a double walker take, but FPS Lounge pretty
like,
decisively rushed back in there. You can see the soul difference is fluctuating very heavily. That is talk of the urn to play around. FPS Lounge would love to force some fights.
The ziplines back out. Or
yeah, and if you're melee creeps, I don't know if you love the idea of an urn fight anymore with Rejuve being out there, but I need to go back and look at that fight. I know there's tech at the moment where Calico, if you could get double stacks of Gloom Bomb on the mid boss, melees just do incredible amounts of damage, and that lets you burst down the mid boss like faster than anything else. I feel like that had to have happened there, but
I feel like I blinked in mid boss.
Too much to be in those ranks.
Maybe melee creeps is just a miscalculation. To contest it, but ultimately not able to. Urn turn in. Also looks like it's going to be completely uncontested. You're right. These Rejuve credits are a problem, and we're only a quarter of the way through them. So melee creeps really eating some humble pie right now. Maybe looking to try and at least keep that Walker lead, and you know, get through this period of Rejuve credits.
Yeah, realistically, you had to let the urn go. If you had fought there, would have been a disaster. Your best bet is take what jungle you can safely, accept the fact that FPS Lounge is going to get a lead on you, but any scenario where you try and fight against the tide here just actually gets you further behind. So I think as far as decision making goes, this was the proper move for melee creeps. This all comes from a gutsy FPS Lounge mid boss call that was too quick for melee creeps to handle.
Oh, Popper's there.
Yeah, there's two people there.
Uninvited guest seeing double walkers being taken. And happy enough to let melee creeps at least farm their side of the map for now. Because look at those waves, mid and right waves starting to crash into those walkers. And if FPS Lounge want to fight,
so like
they're probably going to get their wish. Melee creeps need to defend those, especially as they offer a significant repository of souls that FPS Lounge could use to increase their lead even further. But if they're going to fight, they're ready to do so. All the key ultimates online, of course. Also, last stand there for John. Definitely not something you want to count out. 25k souls here for the Warden. So the farming is looking pretty good. Pretty deep dive there for Lomane, looking for a fight.
Well, from Lomane.
Needs to be careful not to overplay his hand.
Bit optimistic.
Again, if you're melee creeps, you want to slow this down, but not feed kills in turn. Airdrop happening, bringing the werewolf into just a bash town.
I know you have
playing around the door pretty well right now. As FPS Lounge just poking and prodding, but at the same note, Mitch, I mean, the Walker is actually still alive, and they have to do a pivot over to the right. I think the pivot is good enough that they're going to give up the right Walker, and of the two, if one had to go down, you'd rather preserve middles. So the difference between both teams, though, only about 7k. So I think, all in all, this has been a win for melee creeps and how they've played around the Rejuve so far, because under a minute left, I don't know if FPS Lounge can actually force a mid-Walker fight now, or would it actually be in their advantage?
Yeah.
Because Rejuve would be gone by about the time Walker may be close to death anyways, and melee creeps could really flip it.
Yeah, they're maybe not at the point of the game here
where
they have like an overwhelmingly powerful comp. They don't have the scaling they're looking for here in this, you know, Geist and Venator look. Still want to try and look for something here. Alchemical Flask wards them back for the time being, though, as melee creeps have had time to chill a little bit. And what's the plan with this airdrop? Is it about defending this last mid-walker? That might be the plan, but with these doors, FPS Lounge could sort of bait this aggression effortlessly from melee creeps and then just spread the map again. Look how much walker damage they got.
Oh, the upside though for melee creeps.
They need to be careful.
Walker's alive, and now they're going for the pick off res. Rejuve's about to fade. 5 seconds. Just don't kill him too quickly. Is the play. Binding word is out. The focus fire is there. The Rejuve is gone, and DMB dies immediately thereafter. The timing there actually nearly perfect, Mitch.
Super nice. Great shot called by Sire. I'm going to assume that he and his partner in crime able to leap in there. Also gets an important kill credit, you know, over for John. So FPS Lounge got good push on this left-hand side of the map, but they're even in walkers. They did get that mid-boss for what seemed like free, but now they probably don't feel quite nearly as powerful about taking these wider scale engagements.
See,
mid-boss still
normally we'd see more of a soul lead at this point.
Coming up here, that's
with
what
everything
we're looking at.
FPS Lounge have done.
Also, big power spike for League, getting Infuser online.
Melee creeps being 4K
I'm
behind
curious where the golden statue war has been at. We've seen both teams really highly prioritizing getting aggro for Sinners, and you know,
like they
see how that one has turned out. Overall,
yeah,
but
you've got to
this
think.
seems about as even
League
as
is probably gonna fight for
See how hard it is to kill his Victor when Infuser is
John
active.
is spiking.
More spirit power and
Ido's
some
getting
lifesteal,
those stacks.
and you can start to do some pretty egregious things 23 minutes of the game.
right now.
easy
think he's
pick up on
a
those
very good victor.
big creeps. Xeno taken down though, not great for FPS Lounge. Melee creeps look like they've got the fight in mid. They wanted Sido taken down. DMB looking dangerous. Iradomini though not right now available. And Melee creeps still want to fight. That was the soul exchange, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Lef is able to use it to stay nice and healthy. John on the receiving end of it, but has last stand in play and is still relatively well topped up. There's a chase to be had. Look at the warp stone forward there by the Silver Fishcake. Really wants this fight. Lightning Curse just now popped, but their quarry had already been taken down. That is Poppers, who's out of the game. John trying to get away from this one, but the Billy is always going to be ready. The chase down was good. This is a close fight. We're down to a 4 versus 4. Lomane already, though, in the vicinity at the moment. Eyes on DMB. Starting to look dangerous here as this Venator, but there is that shocking revival. And damage on towards Victor here is something that Melee creeps can certainly accept, especially with that Infuser now in hand. It feels like they have the edge in these fights.
Also, man, oh man, that was Ido eating some of the leftovers set up from Fishcake. You look at the mini-map, you saw Fishcake basically first on the scene, getting serious damage in the average, and you know, what's more, you got GT there, ready for some of the cleanup. Used extra stacks coming in the last few minutes too, up to plus 30. A little bit behind schedule for you'd want a GT, but not insignificant either. Burn control.
If it will shift on Do,
going to be in the hands though.
Xeno can no longer
Melee creeps.
Put him in the Baroness.
We'll see what the FPS Lounge plan is here in terms of trade outs.
Completely wasted.
You see Xeno in middle, so it does feel like it's going to be a dual play in the middle, but they're not sending everyone to the urn. I think Melee creeps is very aware of the trade out plan that would otherwise be in progress as we get first trip into the Baroness
a lot more than
at the start of this fight.
Okay, what's the starter going to look like? That grit picked up earlier there for Rhino, helping out a little bit. Okay, so Urn being threatened at the moment. Ava able to shrug
Scourge
off
is a bit of an interesting one
scrutiny from the
there's no health modifier really.
And Lady Geist here, the only player over the Urn vicinity, so that's going to be turned in a little bit late. Was the Billy. Lomane though in the fight now and he's determined to make the most of it, I'd suspect. Or suffering active and no revival available there for League, so he gets brought down and is for good for now.
Wasted out.
Slam doesn't find a valid target by the looks of things. I don't look to try and back away, but it's just getting to be a bit too much pressure. Last set of warp stone upwards has the mobility to avoid this lash for the time being. And this isn't looking great here at all for FPS Lounge. Melee creeps still have their player advantage. That Pop is also falling due, has entered the fight.
The rest of
having to soak damage is Fishcake. Eyes on the Venator now, and unfortunately DMB just hasn't had the space in this fight to really unleash on people. And he'll be brought down.
And this time they're not going pretty
Pyrrhic victory so far. Both teams suffering heavy losses. John, of course, needs to get out, and looks like he has. We'll see if any of this actually converts in mid-boss, because both teams pretty worse for the wear at the end. Still, some of the chase down happening. Do the healthiest here so far, going through the subway, looking for any stragglers. The chase down, though, so far is going to pay off. It is, as Ido is able to catch Lomane.
What's that?
Some pressure on the base Guardians on the left side. So they creeps can't do crazy things right now. Binding Word is going to be avoided just by average. Has the movement to get him on out of there. Still that mid walker up here for Melee creeps, and the left side walker for FPS Lounge is not in an assailable position. Wait, it's not eminently dieable right now.
Did Average have Dispel magic up at the start of that? I feel like that was a misplay where even if it was a trade, you're 24k Lash. I think you could have popped a spell and just traded on John with how low he is. Maybe I'm wrong, but that felt like an option. Instead, John laying in damage into the mid-boss. Gonna be up to FPS Lounge to get down here and contest. All eyes on Xeno. What plays can the Doorman make? The crystal is available.
Here's League though, he's in the thick of things. Nice little hour catch there, but Poppers is able to steal away and rejuve credit. Fishcake though comes in. Here's that bash down. Dispel Magic finally gets used, and 2 of those credits being used. League's been sent to the Baroness Hotel, but Xeno's going to be brought down in reprisal. It should be a strong Melee creeps fight because League might be low, but he gets a second bite of the apple. He'll be back in the fight if he needs to. Xeno might be dead, but his door still being made use of in his stead. Return to Shadows being used here up on the stairs as Do is brought down. Now pressure on John, but last stand is active and he's ready to fight. Poppers running for the door, but can't quite get through of it. Immobilization there as Lomane is able to catch John as he emerges, then is tanky enough to weather the storm of damage from this Warden. I don't know necessarily if John expected to emerge here of all places, and he runs headlong into a soul exchange straight away from Lefa, who's very healthy and very much chasing him down. But Sai's been able to pick up AVG elsewhere. Average is down, and Melee creeps had good mid presence. John has enough room and a big bag of souls to spend.
You know, there's some sad irony about how Soul Exchange works versus Warden late game, where, you know, you're nearly 30 minutes and at 4.2 KHP. Soul Exchange is percentage based. but dropping most heroes down to 30% HP as they're almost dead. Dropping Warden down to 30% HP in this case is like, still got plenty of life in him, Mitch. Nearly 2K at that point.
Yeah, he is tanky boy. Like you mentioned, John loves himself a tanky M1 hero.
Get out of there.
Still, both those walkers are up at the moment. And you imagine that to some degree, the map's going to be manipulated here by both sides to get an edge in that regard. We would have a bit of a shove down mid by Zeno.
Already got that.
And that was a refresher that just got picked up for League.
That is the most important item for a Victor.
And for League, you know, sometimes people wonder, like, wait, why does Victor grab refresher? It has such a short cooldown anyways. It's like, yes, but in the middle of the fight, another shocking reanimation is ridiculous for clearing out space. And
they might do
the one time in the map, Mitch, where buffs and Urn
worry about that
sync up. I mean, I guess it would sync up too if you went really far, but the most usual time is at a 30-minute mark where both Urn and buffs will be making their appearance in about 1 minute.
Lifesteal damage, gun damage,
and for melee creeps, now working at a pretty significant lead, and
I
don't know if you can actually fight Urn against the space control you're getting from Victor, Shiv, and Silver here. I mean, Silver's sitting there with ult. It's just not the greatest thing to run into a King of the Hill style point.
And there's the ethereal shift picked up by Ido CP. Obviously, that's something we wanted to see in the previous game from Matt. Now, Ido definitely going to have a target on his back, but it's going to be able to, you know, shrug off some of the aggro for a time and get a bit of space. Important not to get too greedy on this great talent. Phantom Strike there for Switch case. So you best believe DMB and Xeno are going to be chased to the end of the earth.
Oh, it's kind of funny. So I was talking with Calc in between games, and he brought up in the best of one the idea that, you know, if Matt had gone E-shift instead of being a little bit greedier with damage, he may have lived on the dive. And, you know, Ido picking up E-shift here, it's compensating for what's otherwise a weakness of a GT comp in the late game, saying, look, yeah, I'm going to stack some damage here, but you know what? You do a lot more damage when you're alive than when you're dead.
When you're losing, you want damage.
18k soul difference here.
That's another tier 4 item.
And John gets a house call from Leffa. Very spread across the map though. Look at this, we have potentially 3 skirmishes to kick off at the same time. First though, Urn's going to be picked up by melee creeps on the right side of the map. That mid walker is still standing. They have defensive zone in that part of the map, and the response might be to try and push it down for average, but there'll be a fight on the back of that as well. Slowing Hex does connect, and average is trying to get away. Warp zone used, Binding Word that might hold him in place. No, he avoids that as well. Drag back, Vortex Web also to catch him out, and there's nowhere for the lash to go. Finally going to be brought down as melee creeps down to player advantage. There's more of a fight to be had here through mid, and I can tell League is hoping that someone will step up and challenge him, especially with that refresher in the inventory that Bro can die for days. It's going to be tough here. Popper's also quite low. How do you contest this Urn now? You don't have your lash to set up the fight. Yes, your Venator's above 30k souls, but it's a scary prospect either way.
Will be a really good play.
The answer to your question is you simply do not. You let the Urn go the other way. You keep someone nearby to keep him honest in case they full left, but otherwise Urn is going to go for melee creeps. The lead continues to extend, and
he's about to
do right now. Force of Nature chasing down Calico, gets it with John.
Poppers hasn't.
Now, I mean, for FPS Lounge, it's all going downhill. It's just one stagger after another, and FPS Lounge just desperately trying to look for a reset that they haven't found in the last 3 minutes.
They go for Goose.
Yeah. I mean, look, they've got Leffa and DMB in positions to be real menaces right now, right? Problem is, John's eclipsed you. 41k souls on this Warden. Bro is out of his mind. League, like we just mentioned earlier, pretty much unkillable. The one thing working in FPS Lounge's favor is that those peripheral lanes are sort of shoved back, but melee creeps don't care. They are going to knock on the front door. And look at his death time is still on FPS Lounge. They are in deep trouble. Melee creeps see one mistake, CP. They exploit one opening, and they're threatening to run away with the game.
Yeah, there's not many options left for FPS Lounge at this point. I mean, another 3 dead, you're about to lose shrines. And very likely, if melee creeps doesn't see an opportunity to end the game, they're just going to roll back, grab mid-boss. It's been a snowball that just simply hasn't stopped, and not in the sense of, oh, you have an economy lead. It's just FPS Lounge has been dragged into one bad engagement after another bad engagement after another one. I think been scrappy trying to make kills happen, but instead you just see Fishcake running around completely unleashed, where, again, if you just happen to be tuning in, Silver, still good hero, by the way.
Yeah.
It feels like that extra 30 seconds on
I think he used E-shift.
And I'm kind of not really that noticeable. To some degree, right, you do have to manage it. I understand that. Mid-boss has obviously just spawned out. Phallic Overlord is returned to the cursed
Cheeky
apple,
reset.
and
Yeah,
obviously
Slam.
many of those
Good
souls
reset.
are going to be made use of now for melee creeps, and
kinda
of
have
course
to.
to the
They
tune
could
of some very
leak
important
that
items
from
like, I don't know,
There's no
escalating
way.
exposure for the victor, who's
Leagues
already
that-
getting airdrops straight
Leagues
into the
has got
thick of these
escalated
fights.
exposure. Any form of spirit resist,
FPS Lounge
FPS
down
Lounge have got
about 30k
is now going to get
at this
whittled
point,
away.
and into the sewers we
Not
go.
out the
Close
window,
combat,
lost
not
the
really
other
where you
little
want to
bit.
be
got
against
done,
this
done.
team. Somewhat of a close combat specialist team
Only took
in many
3
respects.
people.
Teleporter not going to be on the cards here for Lefa. Ends up falling immediately. Mid boss. Got to be the next stop here for melee creeps. You're down John, but otherwise everyone's still alive and healthy.
Yeah, mid-boss take would be elementary by this point. FPS Lounge don't have a lot of angles to get themselves back into the game at this point. Unfortunately, John, I know they're just too far ahead. Are they getting picked
Well,
off
I
there?
got
Which is
Who died?
acceptable
The
loss
rest
for
of the
melee creeps
team
because you have a
will easily
large
get
number of
mid-boss.
other threats who can justifiably, viably take the game away. Here's that mid-boss pressure now, of course, accompanied by a thrust up mid by Do just to make that space and get a big wave crashing. But melee creeps called cancel here.
No, I think
I don't fancy it with Ido
because
70 seconds
Hoppers
away
comes
from
back
returning and
before
John also out of the
they're
game for a
probably
minute.
taking farm instead. Yeah, because John's now
just
fully farmed, so now it's time for the rest of
Thinking
them
of
to
a way
really
back
get it
in,
going.
and I mean, you think about things that are potentially an upside for them. They're most farmed.
I mean, Fishcake's got
Actually,
bullet
they're the
resist
most farmed,
shredder.
but, one of their highest farms event. It's 35k. Not particularly special when you're staring down 41k Shiv, 43k.
League
Warden.
has.
Now the interesting thing here is that melee creeps decide they want to force mid boss. They'd rather wait till everyone's back up, and honestly, it kind of makes sense because even though, in theory, when FPS Lounge had 4 down, they could have went mid boss. There were ways that could have went against them.
I don't think what I buy is
Especially when you have things like a doorman in play, and they decide we're far enough ahead, and our comp is doing well enough in team fights that it's not on us to make a play right now to end the game. The game's going to end in our favor unless FPS Lounge gets a miracle play. So avoiding mid boss in this instance kind of avoids the conditions for a miracle play to occur.
So it's got lightning
I mean, again, you
which makes
don't
no sense to
want to
me.
give them that kind of opening, especially with Doorman, right? Game can really turn on its head pretty quickly. Also, low main positioned to be a playmaker, especially around that mid-boss area. We saw that in the previous game as well. It really kept FPS Lounge in it. Very competitive games in NA so far today.
Not ban Venator,
Hoping for
but take them.
a max length series here, no doubt about it. That mid-walker taunting FPS Lounge, locking up the inventory. Phantom Strike on use. They're really committing though onto what is Billy. It doesn't seem to matter who it is. Melee creeps just want the killer. Low main is down. Plus 10 for Ido. The crowd goes wild. And that Death Slam didn't do too much but delay the inevitable by the looks of things. As Average is trying to get the heck out of Dodge and the entire gang hot on his heels. Poppers gets on the wrong side of them early on here, and I just watched Xeno's health bar disappear. It's like a magic trick.
I think Xeno might have gotten Hyperline there. I mean, I think trying to go for the Hyperline was the only way to actually get out of there anyway, so I mean, you take the risk, but yeah, just knocked down on the floor, stunned, and everything going against FPS Lounge at this point. One thing I gotta give credit to the way this started up is just the fact that Saya may be the most aggressive player in the game at getting good airdrop ganks off. And it started on the airdrop gank. You deliver Do, you get the kill, and you, again, snowball the fight into something really beneficial as Fishcake still in the enemy base while the mid-boss gets taken.
Nah, Fishcake is honestly making his case for MVP again today. This is disgusting work.
4
now,
seconds.
Of course, on that last shrine, not a full end of the game here necessarily, but it will happen in time. Melee creeps just cleaning things up. Now, the FPS Lounge, obviously all
by the end of the game,
respawn. Pretty dominant showing now. We're headed after the patron.
Fishcake has
melee
one of the
creeps, of
best
course.
silver builds.
Looking for rejuve. Looking to clean this one up and make sure of things as we're looking for our second map around the corner.
You know, I look at how this game is broken down and where the key factors have been, and one thing I kind of wonder, in terms of draft priority,
there's nobody on that team that is
arguably was questionable pre-patch, where I guess they both got nerfs, so therefore it's a question, but you know, do we really value Doorman over Silver at the moment? I feel like Silver got undervalued in where she was able to be gotten in this draft, and also was undervalued in the best of one. And, you know, the comp built around here for the melee creeps is used has been really difficult for FPS Lounge to deal with, especially in close-up fights.
There's an earned fight here. FPS Lounge are in position. I saw Mystic Reverb picked up though by Do, who currently is sojourning in the Baroness, will return. Last stand in play.
It's John John's aura.
Here's the airdrop though.
It's John John's aura.
That's so stupid. Just to carry them all away. When the real fight is obviously happening. There goes Average, killing blow.
Vacuum cleaned.
Does connect.
He just fucking vacuum cleaned.
This is so
I didn't know they updated the shift thing.
As we end the game, that just reminds me of the old 2016 Overwatch where you have Winston's doing like high-speed 720s.
I can't believe I've just witnessed that in real time.
John, but it's gonna be Melee Creeps taking map 1.
Yeah, that's what
done
I'm calling
and
it
dusted
now.
again. You cannot afford to make too many of those big mistakes against Melee Creeps. Even the small ones are going to come back to bite you. And they exit the game with John at almost 50k souls. Nice start to our money match here for Melee Creeps, continuing on their winning ways.
Well, I want to watch the other one, but I can't.
They had to work for it, but not too hard in the end. I mean, having some signature Melee Creep style points racked up there in the close of the match. FPS Lounge definitely scrapped it out, even down souls at times, you know, forcing Melee Creeps to really respect them, to back off and do things, you know, in order, one after the other. But, I mean, I looked at this draft. I didn't really see how it would come together for the Melee Creeps. They proved me completely wrong. It comes together beautifully. A little bit of a different build
if my internet cuts out again,
for John this game. It came together really nicely. Ended up kind of teching towards the spirit damage, playing towards the lifesteal of that ultimate. And then League just feels like such a natural fit on this roster. A great Victor game from him.
Yeah, and previously, I mean, it opened them up to different hero choices overall, because previously it'd either be League or Fishcake on the, or rather, it would be Saya or Fishcake on the Victor. But you have League on the team. League is able to play the Victor, and now you open up Fishcake to play Silver, which opens up to actually go on the Shiv. So we got a new look at how Melee Creeps can actually manipulate their hero pools, and overall it worked out. And even though I don't think Saya is actually making a swap back to being full support, although you never know, I think in this instance where Abrams was banned out, it was a good draft to actually run the Ivy, be more supportive, and, you know, use airdrops super aggressively, the setup kills, just like this one. I didn't even coordinate with production. That just happened by magic that the highlight came into play like that.
He is such a playmaker, bro. It doesn't matter who he's airdropping. It was like Victor, Warden, Shiv on occasion. He just looks so good, man. Saya's read on the game, I really do feel like, is what keeps Melee Creeps like head and shoulders above the pack in NA right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with it, right? Is, you know, the mastermind behind a lot of these drafts, like kind of really pulls things together on the Ivy. Another character that no one else is touching, but seemed perfect this game, right? Once we saw those airdrops come into play, it feels like the whole comp really started to come together. I feel like Ida was able to massively profit from the aggression of his teammates this game. Like, the other 5 are just running the enemy down. It feels like no one can even consider the possibility of attacking your backline under that kind of a circumstance. So really, you know, clean executions from Melee Creeps across the board. A solid win for FPS Lounge. This is a bitter pill to swallow. Melee Creeps, it's like, I don't think you really could have predicted the way that they approached this game. This is something only they are doing. Now, how do you go into game 2 with that knowledge? Do you try to make big changes? Do you try to run with what's working? What do you think, ZP?
So here's what I'm thinking in terms of where this game, there are 2 really crucial plays, one good for FPS Lounge and then one bad. Good was them doing the mid boss, where, again, I'm pretty sure they used the Calico melee weakness tech to burst down mid boss.
I muted myself.
And that was good. Yeah. But then Melee Creeps one-up them by mitigating the entire benefit of that mid-boss. Like, that rejuve that FPS Lounge got effectively got nothing because Melee Creeps played around it super well. And I think if you go back and look at this game from FPS Lounge, you have to wonder, could we have done something different with this rejuve? Like, yes, Melee Creeps played well, but was there a risk we could have taken? Was there something we could have been more aggressive against to actually secure an advantage? Because to get a full 3 rejuves and not really get any noticeable soul gain out of it has to be seen at least a little bit as a fumble, as much as it was a good play for Melee Creeps in turn.
Oh, does the lightning scroll stun stack with the airdrop stun from Ivy? Is that why Saya?
Well, airdrop just silences, but then it does stack with like your, I mean, what's so good about the combo is you sort of chain one disable into the other on Ivy. If you get like your max entangling thorns, you're rooting them, you're stone forming them, and all the while they're sitting in an alk fire. So I mean, when the airdrop hits, it hurts, man. It melts you down. You know, it's interesting. Like, anyone else could easily take the Ivy. I don't know that other teams will, though. I think this is sort of a Melee Creep special. It's been one of the tricks up their sleeve, and comes into fruition really beautifully. Tons of E-shifts also bought this game for Melee Creeps, like outlasting some of the scourges on the FPS Lounge side.
Yeah, I respect that. Also, like we talked about, there's no true pick hero for Melee Creeps, right? They had to.
I am so tired, so I'm gonna It's been great. Thanks for watching. I will see you again soon. I don't know when. Follow my Discord for more info. I should post there. But yeah, enjoy your day, your night, whatever you're doing. See you soon. Bye bye.